541. Expression of opinion is seditious conspiracy. This was made plain as Prosecutor Anderson cited the allegedly criminal activities of the defendants. They organized an avowedly revolutionary socialist party. It was a part of the plan and purpose of this party to appeal to mass groups and psychology, largely among the workers, the more unfortunate workers, and farmers who were small operators, to join this party. They carried on all the normal functions of a political organization, collected dues, had headquarters, held public meetings, ran candidates for office, etc. The members of the SWP were instructed to be active in the trade unions. They believed that organized labor had the right and duty to defend itself from fascist attacks whether they came from at home or from abroad. They therefore advocated the formation of Union Defense Guards and military training under the control of the trade unions. All this, according to the prosecutor, formed the basis of their plot to overthrow the government by force. Their crimes did not stop there. The SWP, the prosecutor charged, was inspired by the teachings of Leon Trotsky and of the first executive head of the Soviet Union, V.J. Lenin, and wanted to establish a workers' state not only in the former Kingdom of Russia and its possessions but throughout the world. The party also espoused not only the doctrines of Marx, but those of a more recent writer by the name of Engels. As Fourth Internationalists, they sought to further the international revolution against organized society. Not least of their misdeeds was the fact that some of the defendants had visited Trotsky in Mexico City and furnished protection to him. That is, they were guilty of helping to prolong Trotsky's life against the attempts of Stalin's assassins. The anti-labor character of the prosecution was laid bare as Anderson climaxed his charges by accusing the defendants of the crime of urging workers to distrust arbitration and to demand higher wages. Every time there was an arbitration, labor surrendered something and labor should never surrender, Anderson said of the Trotskyists. That was a part of the program for carrying on successfully the program of the Socialist Workers' Party. Labor leaders should always demand, demand, demand. For instance, if it was a question of labor pay per hour, ask for an increase. If that was received, then don't stop there. Always agitate and demand to cause a condition of unrest in order that there might be a breach between the employing class and the employed. 542. Union activity now a crime. The scope of the alleged conspiracy is wide enough to embrace all the ordinary activities of organized labor as well as the ideas of the revolutionary and socialist movement. All the democratic rights guaranteed under the Constitution, all the hard-won rights of union labor embodied in the Wagner Act and other recent labor legislation are trampled underfoot by the government prosecutors. If a trade union should ask for improved working conditions or strike for higher wages, this can hereafter be construed as a conspiracy to overthrow the government. If a labor organization should try to defend itself against unlawful vigilante attacks, then its members can be accused of armed insurrection. If anyone should venture to criticize Roosevelt's war policies or to call his regime imperialistic or capitalistic, he can be liable to 10 years in jail and $10,000 fine. Even a proposal for a popular referendum vote on war similar to the Ludlow Bill was admitted as evidence of sedition by Judge Joyce on the ground that such a demand was not meant seriously since it could only be obtained by armed force. There is hardly a labor activity or progressive and radical idea which could not be outlawed by convictions in this case. This prosecution is a gigantic conspiracy on the part of the Roosevelt administration against the Bill of Rights and the rights of American labor. The 23 on trial are only the first Roosevelt's witch hunters will place on trial for their activities on behalf of the working class. The Southern poll tax congressman who accused the striking shipyard workers of San Diego of trying to overthrow the government by force and violence, and the errand boys of the steel magnates who are branding John L. Lewis a traitor for insisting upon a closed-shop agreement in the captive coal mines are preparing the political atmosphere for further prosecutions of this type. In the eyes of the imperialist warmongers and the profiteers, whoever defends the interests of the workers today is an enemy of the state, and must be punished accordingly. Chief Defense Attorney and Defendant Albert Goldman spoke out boldly for the defense. He stated that a political movement was on trial and that great principles and great social theories were involved. It was true that the members of the Socialist Workers' Party were disciples of Marx, Lenin and Trotsky, but it was false that the Marxist movement was in any way a conspiracy. This was impossible, for the SWP aimed to win through education and propaganda a majority of the people of the US to its program. Socialism was the sole solution for the ills of mankind. Goldman reaffirmed all the principal points in the program of the SWP, its opposition to the imperialist war, its struggle for democracy in the trade unions. 543. Its policy of military training under trade union control, its internationalism, its advocacy of Union defense guards, its approval of the Workers' Revolution of 1917, etc. He denied that the Socialist Workers' Party practices sabotage or advocates insubordination in the army, and declared that the prosecution's attempt to depict the Union Defense Guard as an armed band for overthrowing the government was nothing but a frame-up. He denied that the defendants advocated the violent overthrow of the government. The SWP members preferred a peaceful transition to socialism, but on the basis of their scientific knowledge of the class struggle in modern society, they predicted that the reactionary minority would employ force to prevent the majority from establishing socialism. We had a constitutional and legal right to say what we said and to do what we did, Goldman concluded. And we did everything openly. The evidence will show that we still continue our meetings, that we still publish and distribute our papers. It is a peculiar kind of criminals that you have, who insist upon their rights to do what they are doing and to say what they are saying. Marxist classics now evidence of conspiracy. A considerable part of the government's evidence consisted in the introduction of the classic writings of the Marxist movement, beginning with the Communist Manifesto and rounded out with the current pamphlets and publications of the Socialist Workers' Party. These writings were all openly distributed and publicly sold. They can be found in most libraries and bookstores. They are discussed in thousands of classrooms, forums, and constantly referred to in the press. Suddenly, in 1941 these writings become converted into flaming bombs for blowing up the Capitol at Washington. Thus the Roosevelt regime joins the procession of reactionary capitalist governments which have proscribed the theories, history, and principles of the revolutionary socialist movement. The Smith Act is the American equivalent of the Japanese law forbidding dangerous thoughts. While Roosevelt is about to war upon Hitler, who bums the works of Marx, Lenin and Trotsky, and upon Mussolini, who bans them, he duplicates their destruction of the democratic rights of free expression. When a benighted Tennessee legislature tried to outlaw Darwin's doctrines of organic evolution in the notorious Scopes monkey trial, the liberal world shivered with horror and indignation. The Minneapolis sedition trial is a far more serious threat to progressive thought. This time, not an isolated group of hillbilly Baptists, but the United States government is seeking to suppress all radical social criticism and to set back the scientific knowledge of society. 544. A century or more. The Roosevelt administration will have a capitalist index to place beside the Catholic Church index. The writings of the masters of Marxism upon social and political subjects, hitherto regarded as indispensable to modern education, are to become contraband, and their possession and circulation a criminal offense, punishable by 10 years in jail and $10,000 fine. This is evidence, not of the defendants' guilt of the charges against them, but of the thoroughly reactionary and repressive character of their prosecution. The only other evidence introduced by the government to back up its contentions was presented by witnesses who gave accounts of alleged private conversations with the defendants. It is important to note the character of the 35 witnesses called by the government. Only 7 came from outside the opposition group to the 544 leadership in its inter-union struggle with AFL-Teamsters president, Daniel J. Tobin. 2 of the 7 are FBI agents. 16 government witnesses were members of Tobin's Committee of 99, 6 or 7 more are relatives and friends of committee members. About a dozen of these are on Tobin's payroll. One of the witnesses was employed by the Bosses Association, Associated Industries, which since 1934 has tried to smash Local 544 and frame up its leaders. It is these hostile witnesses with material interests at stake or with personal grudges against the defendants who provided the main testimony against them. Frame-up artists at work. Most of these carefully coached hirelings of Tobin stated at some point that they had held private conversations with one or another of the defendants when no one except themselves was present, and that they were then initiated into the secret aim of the party to overthrow the government by violence. According to the government's star witness, James Bartlett, Vr. Dunn kept pulling him aside into a corner of a dark room and repeating the parrot-like phrase, "We must overthrow the government by force and violence." Walter Stultz, another government witness who had clashed with Al Russell as an ex-official of the Omaha Teamsters Union, declared that Russell once confided to him, "We have to grab a rifle and go after it." Obviously, since these confidences were imparted in private, they had to remain uncorroborated. In fact, they are sheer lies. Here we see the classic formula of the frame-up in operation. The pattern is always the same. The technique of Roosevelt's frame-up is no different from Stalin's. The prosecutors claim that the defendants did and said one thing for public consumption while they meant and did the opposite in private. In the 545 Moscow trials, for example, Trotsky, who worked openly for the International Socialist Revolution and advocated the defense of the Soviet Union, was accused of secretly plotting the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union in alliance with Hitler and the Mikado. So the Trotskyists on trial in Minneapolis were supposed to have camouflaged their real activities and hidden their true views. The SWP, according to the prosecution, participated in political campaigns not to win people to its program but as a blind for armed revolt. The party inspired the organization of Union Defense Guards, ostensibly to protect the Union against vigilante attacks, but actually to march on Washington and take over the government. The party advised its members to submit to conscription but only the better to foment discontent in the armed forces. All this is to be believed upon the unsupported testimony of hostile witnesses, most of whom are materially dependent upon Daniel J. Tobin, the original instigator of the prosecution and its immediate beneficiary. A man named Rube. One witness gave the slightest substance to the government charge that the SWP was preparing an armed uprising. A pathetic individual of subnormal mentality who worked on Tobin's goon squads, John Novak, testified that a fellow named Rube told him, "We have guns and ammunition planted in the walls of churches, we have bullets that will go through 1.5 inches of armor plate, which is better than the US Army can do." He couldn't, however, recall what Rube's name was, where he met him or when. Nor did the government produce a specimen of these marvelous bullets. The best they could produce, after this, was an even more degraded witness whose testimony was so completely irrelevant that the judge ordered it struck from the record. The government witnesses said far more to support the position of the defense than the charges of the prosecution. There was almost unanimous agreement that the Union Defense Guard was organized against the real and present danger of silver shirt attacks. This is the defense explanation of the phonation of the Guard. The witnesses testified that they had never heard any incitement to armed rebellion at SWP meetings nor read any such advocacy in the party literature. All understood by the so-called armed revolt simply the Marxist prediction concerning prospective social revolution when the masses would be driven to adopt the socialist program as a result of the horrors of war and economic catastrophe. Several of the government's own witnesses paid tribute to the irreproachable character of the defendants. Thomas Smith, ex-secretary-treasurer of the 546 Omaha Teamsters Union, testified that he joined the SWP because "I saw the good work of Local 544, the leaders were labor-minded, they helped out the smaller locals and were for the poor, so I figured that if the Socialist Workers' Party produced those kind of people it was good enough for me." Under cross-examination, some of the principal government witnesses became entangled in direct contradictions and obvious lies. Typical of many such instances was Novak's assurance that he had discussed the armed conspiracy with defendant Ed Palmquist in August 1940, although Palmquist was in Sandstone prison at that time. The government failed utterly to show that the SWP engaged in any action tending to subvert the loyalty of the US armed forces. This was one of the two main charges in the indictment. Not a single member of the armed forces was placed upon the stand to testify that the party had urged him to overthrow the government. However, it should be remembered that under the Smith Act, incredible though it may be, the government need not prove that anyone in the armed forces had ever read any of the party's literature, become convinced by it or acted upon it for the defendants to be found guilty. The mere expression of criticism of the armed forces or the publication of revolutionary ideas are in themselves evidence of incitement to insubordination. Under this law, CIO President Philip Murray could be indicted for his statement in the CW News of November 17, "There is widespread and wholly justified discontent in the Army and urging higher wages for American soldiers." Negro leaders could likewise be jailed for protesting against discrimination in the armed forces. The Tobin FBI conspiracy. Under skillful cross-examination, defense attorney Goldman exposed one of the most sinister aspects of the government prosecution, the conspiracy between Tobin, Biddle, and the FBI against the leaders of Local 544. Time and again Biddle has declared that the Department of Justice and the FBI acted independently of Tobin, who played no part in promoting the prosecution. But the secrecy which up to now had screened the actual mechanism of collaboration between Tobin, Biddle, and the FBI was shattered by the government's own witnesses. The Committee of 100, later the Committee of 99, was the agency Tobin organized and used in his fight to oust the leadership and gain control of Local 544. Herbert Harris, one of Tobin's lieutenants and a government witness, revealed that this committee was organized in consultation with the FBI. The Committee of 100, said Harris, went to the FBI when the fight started in the 547 Union, last December or January. Tommy Williams, leader of the Committee of 100, instructed Harris to admit Agent Thomas Perrin of the St. Paul office of the FBI to the first meeting of the committee at the Hotel Nicolette. Perrin sent Harris to Carl Skoglund, ex-president and trustee of Local 544, with an offer to obtain citizenship for Skoglund if he would break with the Duns and side with the Committee of 100. Skoglund rejected the government's bribe. For refusing to sell out the Minneapolis drivers for the sake of personal security and become an informer for the FBI, for refusing to kneel down before dictator Tobin, Skoglund was not only indicted along with the others but later arrested and held for deportation. Here is disclosed the filthy role of the FBI acting undercover as provocateurs and as frame-up artists against honest trade union leaders. After such disclosures, can there be any doubt about the identity of the real conspirators in this case? They are not the 23 working men and women on trial but Roosevelt's lackey Biddle, the FBI and Tobin, who schemed in secret to frame them up and railroad them to jail. The fantastic nature of this frame-up and the discharge of 5 defendants by no means signifies that there will be no convictions. The cases of Tom Mooney, Sacco, and Vanzetti, the Scottsboro Boys and others demonstrate that the mere exposure of a frame-up is insufficient to prevent it from being put over. The Minneapolis trial is not an ordinary criminal proceeding, it is from start to finish a political prosecution. These working men and women are being tried in a capitalist court under reactionary anti-labor laws for daring to oppose Roosevelt's war policies and for defending the rights and interests of the working class. Their struggle against the official forces of reaction is an integral part of the fight of the American people and of organized labor to maintain their democratic rights. Only the mass protest of labor backed up by the pressure of liberal opinion can force the government to free these victims of capitalist persecution and prevent further assaults upon labor organizations and the Bill of Rights. James P. Cannon. Courtroom testimony. James P. Cannon, 19 November 1941. Imperialist War. Q. By Mr. Goldman. Mr. Cannon, will you tell us the position of the Socialist Workers' Party on the causes of Modem War? A. Modem wars, in the opinion of our party, are caused by the conflict of imperialist nations for markets, colonies, sources of raw material, fields for investment, and spheres of influence. Q. What do you mean by imperialist, Mr. Cannon? A. Those capitalist nations which directly or indirectly exploit other countries. Q. What is the party's position on the inevitability of wars under the capitalist system? A. As long as the capitalist system remains, and with it those conditions which I have mentioned, which flow automatically from the operation of the capitalist and imperialist system, wars, recurring wars, are inevitable. Q. And can anybody's opposition, including the opposition of the Socialist Workers' Party to war, prevent wars under the capitalist system? 22 Canon 1942a. 549. A. No. Our party has always stated that it is impossible to prevent wars without abolishing the capitalist system which breeds war. It may be possible to delay a war for a while, but eventually it is impossible to prevent wars while the system, and its conflicts of imperialist nations, remains. Q. Then is it true that the party is of the opinion that wars are caused by international economic conflicts, and not by the goodwill or bad will of some people? A. Yes. That does not eliminate the possibility of incidental attacks being caused by the acts of this or that ruling group of one country or another, but fundamentally wars are caused by the efforts of all the capitalist powers to expand into other fields. The only way they can get them is by taking them away from some other power, because the whole world has been divided up among a small group of imperialist powers. That is what leads to war, regardless of the will of the people. We do not maintain that the ruling groups of any of the imperialist powers now at war really desired the war. We have stated many times that they would have been glad to have avoided it, but they could not avoid it and maintain the capitalist system in their country. Q. What is the attitude of the party towards a war which it designates as an imperialist war? A. Our party is unalterably opposed to all imperialist wars. Q. And what is meant by opposition to imperialist wars? A. By that we mean that we do not give any support to any imperialist war. We do not vote for it, we do not vote for any person that promotes it, we do not speak for it, we do not write for it. We are in opposition to it. Q. How does the Socialist Workers' Party oppose the idea of the United States entering into the war? A. We do it as every other political party promotes its ideas on any foreign policy. We write against it in the paper, we speak against it, we try to create sentiment in any organization we can approach, to adopt resolutions against the war. If we had members in Congress, they would speak in Congress, in the Senate, against it. In general we carry on public political agitation against the entry of the 550 United States into war, and against all measures taken either by the executive or by Congress which in our opinion lead towards active participation in the war. Q. What do you mean by active? A. For example, all those measures which have been taken, which put the United States into the war, in effect, without a formal declaration to that effect. Q. What was the party's position with reference to amending the Constitution to give the people the power to declare war? A. For quite a while now we have supported the proposal that was introduced into Congress, I think by Representative Ludlow, and is known as the Ludlow Amendment, for an amendment to the Constitution requiring a referendum vote of the people for the declaration of a war. Our party supported this proposal and at times has carried on a very energetic agitation in favor of such an amendment to require a referendum vote of the people before war could be declared. Q. And that is still the position of the party, Mr. Cannon? A. Yes, that is incorporated as one of the points of practical daily policy, in the editorial masthead of our paper. If I am not mistaken, it appears on the editorial page as one of our current principles, and every once in a while there appears an editorial or an article in the paper attempting to revive interest in this idea. Q. If the United States should enter into the European conflict, what form would the opposition of the party take to the war? A. We would not become supporters of the war, even after the war was declared. That is, we would remain an opposition political party on the war question, as on others. Insofar as we are permitted our rights, we would speak against the war as a false policy that should be changed, in the same sense from our point of view, that other parties might oppose the foreign policy of the government in time of war, just as Lloyd George, for example, opposed the Boer War in public addresses and speeches. Ramsay MacDonald, who later became Prime Minister of England, opposed the war policy of England during 551. The World War of 1914 to 1918. We hold our own point of view, which is different from the point of view of the two political figures I have just mentioned, and so far as we are permitted to exercise our right we would continue to write and speak for a different foreign policy for America. Q. Would the party try to sabotage the conduct of the war in any way? A. No. The party has specifically declared against sabotage. We are opposed to sabotage. Q. What is that? What do you mean by sabotage? A. That is, obstruction of the operation of the industries, of transportation, or the military forces. Our party has never at any time taken a position in favor of obstruction or sabotage of the military forces in time of war. Q. And will you explain the reasons why? A. Well, as long as we are a minority, we have no choice but to submit to the decision that has been made. A decision has been made, and is accepted by a majority of the people, to go to war. Our comrades have to comply with that. Insofar as they are eligible for the draft, they must accept that, along with the rest of their generation, and go and perform the duty imposed on them, until such time as they convince the majority for a different policy. Q. So, essentially your opposition during a war would be of the same type as your opposition prior to the war? A. A political opposition. That is what we speak of. Q. Did the party ever, or does the party now, advise its members or any of its sympathizers, or any workers that it comes in contact with, to create insubordination in the United States Armed Forces or Naval Forces? A. No. Q. Will you explain the reason why? 552. A. Fundamentally the reason is the one I just gave. A serious political party, which aims at a social transformation of society, which is possible only by the consent and support of the great mass of the population, such a party cannot attempt while it is a minority to obstruct the carrying out of the decisions of the majority. By sabotage and insubordination, breaking discipline, and so on, a party would absolutely discredit itself and destroy its possibilities of convincing people, besides being utterly ineffective so far as accomplishing anything would be concerned. Q. Will you state the reasons why the party would not support a war conducted by the present government of the United States? A. In general, we do not put any confidence in the ruling capitalist group in this country. We do not give them any support because we do not think they can or will solve the fundamental social problems which must be solved in order to save civilization from shipwreck. We believe that the necessary social transition from the present system of capitalism to the far more efficient order of socialism can only be brought about under a leadership of the workers. The workers must organize themselves independently of the capitalist political parties. They must organize a great party of their own, develop an independent working class party of their own, and oppose the policy of the capitalist parties, regardless of whether they are called the Democratic or Republican, or anything else. Q. What is the party's position on the claim that the war against Hitler is a war of democracy against fascism? A. We say that is a subterfuge, that the conflict between American imperialism and German imperialism is for the domination of the world. It is absolutely true that Hitler wants to dominate the world, but we think it is equally true that the ruling group of American capitalists has the same idea, and we are not in favor of either of them. We do not think that the 60 families who own America want to wage this war for some sacred principle of democracy. We think they are the greatest enemies of democracy here at home. We think they would only use the opportunity of a war to eliminate all civil liberties at home, to get the best imitation of fascism they can possibly get. 553. Q. What is the position of the party with reference to any imperialist or capitalist enemy of the United States, like Germany or Italy? A. We are not pro-German. We absolutely are not interested in the success of any of the imperialist enemies of the United States. Q. In case of a conflict between the United States and Germany, Italy, or Japan, what would the party's position be so far as the victory or defeat of the United States, as against its imperialist enemies? A. Well, we are certainly not in favor of a victory for Japan or Germany or any other imperialist power over the United States. Q. Is it true then that the party is as equally opposed to Hitler as it is to the capitalist claims of the United States? A. That is uncontestable. We consider Hitler and Hitlerism the greatest enemy of mankind. We want to wipe it off the face of the earth. The reason we do not support a declaration of war by American arms is because we do not believe the American capitalists can defeat Hitler and fascism. We think Hitlerism can be destroyed only by way of conducting a war under the leadership of the workers. Q. What method does the party propose for the defeat of Hitler? A. If the workers formed the government I spoke of, if the workers' form of government were in power, we would propose two things: 1. That we issue a declaration to the German people, a solemn promise, that we are not going to impose another Versailles peace on them, that we are not going to cripple the German people, or take away their shipping facilities, or take away their milk cows, as was done in the horrible Treaty of Versailles, starving German babies at their mothers' breasts, and filling the German people with such hatred and such demand for revenge that it made it possible for a monster like Hitler to rally them with the slogan of revenge against this terrible Treaty of Versailles. We would say to them, we promise you that we will not impose any of those things upon the German people. On the contrary, we propose to you a reorganization of the world on a fair socialist basis, where the German people, with all their recognized ability and their genius and labor, can participate equally with us. That would be our party's first proposal to them. 554. Second, we would also say to them, on the other hand, we are going to build the biggest army and navy and air force in the world, to put at your disposal, to help smash Hitler by force of arms on one front, while you revolt against him on the home front. I think that would be the program, in essence, of our party, which the workers' and farmers' government of America would advance so far as Hitler is concerned, and we believe that is the only way Hitlerism will be destroyed. Q. And the party's position is that there will be no obstruction of ways and means taken by the government for the effective prosecution of its war? A. No obstruction in a military way, or by minority revolution. On the contrary, the party has declared positively against any such procedure. War and revolution. Q. What is the opinion of the party as to the relationship between war and a possible revolutionary situation? A. Wars frequently have been followed by revolution. Wars themselves are the expression of a terrible social crisis, which they are unable to solve. Misery and suffering grow at such a tremendous pace in war that it often leads to revolution. The Russo-Japanese War of 1904 produced the Russian Revolution of 1905. The World War of 1914 produced the Russian Revolution of 1917, the Hungarian Revolution, near revolution in Italy, and the revolution in Germany and Austria, and in general, a revolutionary situation developed over the whole continent of Europe, as the result of the First World War. I think it is highly probable that if the war in Europe continues, then the mass of the people, especially in Europe, will undertake to put a stop to the slaughter by revolutionary means. Q. So that it would be correct to say that a revolutionary situation is created by a war, and not by the Socialist Workers' Party, if a revolutionary situation will arise. A. I would say it is created by the privations of the capitalist system, which are tremendously accelerated by a war. 555. Q. What is the policy of the party with reference to permitting various opinions and interpretations of current events in the party's publications? A. Well, it is not prohibited. Usually, individual members of the party write articles with a certain slant on current events that is not necessarily shared by the majority of the committee. Q. With reference to predictions or opinions about future occurrences, would you say the party is more liberal in granting that freedom? A. Yes, it must necessarily be, because predictions are not verifiable, completely, until after the event, and different opinions arise. We have had in the party, especially since the outbreak of the World War, conflicting opinions as to when the United States would make formal entry into the war, or whether or not the United States would enter the war. There were not very many who doubted that it would, but I heard some people in the party express such opinions. Q. And would you say that the opinions of party members with reference to a possible future revolutionary situation is in that category of opinion, concerning which there are many differences of opinion? A. Yes, there must necessarily be. Q. Do you include in that category also predictions as to whether the revolution would not be accompanied by force or not? A. Well, within limits, within limits. There is more agreement among the educated leaders of the party who have studied history and Marxism, there is more agreement on that question, than on such a question as the prospect of entry into the present world war. Q. But there can be, and there are differences of opinion as to the exact time of the revolutionary situation and the approximate development of it? A. As to the time of a revolution, that is absolutely speculative. There isn't anybody in the party who has anything more than a tentative opinion on that question. 556. Party's proletarian military policy. Q. Now will you please explain what is called the military policy of the party? A. The military policy of the party is incorporated in the decisions of the conference a year ago, in September 1940. At that time we called a special conference of the party, in connection with a plenary meeting of the National Committee, to consider this particular question, our attitude towards conscription and the further progress of the war situation, and there we adopted a resolution substantially as follows. Point 1. As long as conscription has been adopted as the law, and once it was the law, referring to the Selective Service Act, all party members must comply with this law, must register and must not oppose the registration of others. On the contrary, the party specifically opposes the position of such groups as conscientious objectors. While we admire the courage and integrity of a rather high order that it takes to do what the conscientious objectors have done, we have written against their policy and said it is wrong for individuals to refuse to register when the great mass of their generation are going to war. So far as we are concerned, if the young generation of American workers goes to war, our party members go with them, and share in all their dangers and hardships and experience. Point 2. Our resolution says that our comrades have got to be good soldiers, the same way that we tell a comrade in a factory that he must be the best trade unionist and the best mechanic in order to gain the confidence and respect of his fellow workers. We say, in the military service, he must be the best soldier, he must be the most efficient in the use of whatever weapons and arms he is assigned to, and submit to discipline, and be concerned about the welfare of fellow soldiers in order to establish his position in their respect and confidence. Q. Now, were there any other points discussed and adopted at that conference with reference to the military policy of the party? A. Yes. We came out in favor of the idea of conscription, universal military training. That is predicated on the idea that at the present time the whole world is in arms, that all decisions nowadays are being made by arms, or with the threat of arms. In such a situation we must recognize that the workers must also become trained in the military arts. 557. We are in favor of universal military training, according to our official decision, but we are not in favor, that is, we do not give political support to the method that is used by the present capitalist government. We propose that the workers should get military training in special camps under the direction of the trade unions, that the government should furnish a part of its military funds in appropriations to equip those camps with the necessary arms and materials and instructors, but the camps should be under the auspices of the trade unions. There should be also special camps set up under the auspices of the unions, for the training of workers to become officers. Government funds should be appropriated for this purpose, so that a condition can be created to remove one of the greatest defects and sources of dissatisfaction in the present military apparatus, that is, the social gulf between the worker or farmer soldier, and the officer from another class, who does not have an understanding of the soldier's problem and does not have the proper attitude towards him. We believe the workers are entitled to have as officers men out of their own ranks whom they have learned to respect in the course of their work and common struggle with them, such as picket captains, leaders of unions, men who have distinguished themselves in the affairs of workers' organizations, and who come from the rank and file of the workers. Such men as officers would be much more concerned about the welfare of the rank and file of soldiers than a college boy from Harvard or Yale, who never saw a factory, and never rubbed elbows with the worker, and considers him an inferior being. That is, I would say, the heart of our military proposal, of our military policy. Q. What is the position of the party with reference to civil rights in the Army? A. We stand also for soldier citizens' rights. We do not agree with the idea that when you take 1.5 million young men out of civil life, that they cease to have the rights of citizens. We think they should have all the rights of citizens. They should have the right to petition Congress, they should have the right to vote, they should have the right to elect committees to present their grievances, they should have the right to elect their own officers, at least the minor officers, and in general they should have the democratic rights of citizens, and we advocate that. We advocate legislation to confer upon the soldiers those rights, and doing away with the present inefficient military setup. Q. Did the party officially, or to your knowledge, did any party member now in the service, ever attempt to create insubordination in the ranks of the armed forces? 558. A. Not to my knowledge. Q. In your opinion, if there have been such incidents, what is the cause of them? A. I think there are a number of causes of discontent and dissatisfaction in the conscript army. That is a matter of public comment in all the newspapers and magazines, and various opinions and theories have been expressed as to the reasons for it. Q. How does the party propose to realize the demands for compulsory training under trade union control? A. Our program is a legislative program. Everything that we propose we would have incorporated into law. If we had a delegation in Congress, they would introduce a bill, or a series of bills, providing for the incorporation in the law of the country of these proposals, these military proposals of ours. Q. Did any authoritative leader of the party ever refer to Plattsburgh as an example? A. Yes. In fact, that was part of the origin of the idea. As I said before, the chief sore point in the military setup is the class distinction between the officers and the ranks. We know that in the period prior to the First World War, special camps were set up for the training of business and professional men to be officers in the army. Plattsburgh was one of these. This was a part of the so-called preparedness campaign, before the United States finally got into the war. The government appropriated some funds, and some businessmen donated funds. The government provided instructors and furnished the necessary equipment for the training of a large number of business and professional men who were ultimately to be officers in the army. We cannot see why the workers should not have the same rights. We think it is perfectly fair and reasonable, certainly it is compatible with the existing laws. As I said before, it is a legislative proposal on our part. We would, if we could, incorporate that into the law of the country. 559. Q. I call your attention, Mr. Cannon, to the testimony of some witnesses for the prosecution to the effect that certain party members told them to join the army, and then to start to kick about the food and create dissatisfaction. What can you say with reference to the party policy about that? A. The policy is not to support or to initiate any agitation about food. I want to tell you the reason. So far as our knowledge goes, from members of the party who have been drafted and whom we have seen on furlough, and from other investigation, there is not much dissatisfaction with the food in the present setup. Q. And if there is any dissatisfaction with food, what would you say it was caused by? A. So far as our information goes, there are only isolated cases now. We do not propose to kick about the food if the food is satisfactory. If the food is bad, the soldiers will kick about it themselves, and they should kick about it. I do not know of anything in the party program or party literature that proposes to incite grievances without foundation. Where causes for dissatisfaction exist, they create the dissatisfaction, not the party. Q. Now, on the question of military training under trade union control, you were speaking about Plattsburgh at the time of the recess. Will you continue and explain further the policy on that? A. I used that as an illustration of how special camps were instituted and government instructors provided to train business and professional men in the period shortly prior to our entry into the last World War. In the Spanish Civil War, all the parties and unions not only had their own training camps authorized by the government, but even supplied their own regiments in the fight against the fascist army of Franco. Q. Now, the present trade unions are not under the control of the party, are they? A. No, they are under the control, essentially or practically completely, of leaders who are in harmony with the present Roosevelt administration. 560. Q. As I understand, the party favors military training under trade union control. A. Yes. The idea is to give to the unions, as they are, a wider authority and supervision over their people. Q. And that policy is not dependent upon the party controlling the trade unions? A. No. We can only take our chances that we will be in the minority in those training camps, as we are in the unions. Q. What measures do you propose in order to effectuate the policy of military training under trade union control? A. As I think I said before, it is a proposal for a legislative program. We would have such a bill introduced into Congress and passed, if we had the power, or if we could gain the support of congressmen who are opposed to us on other grounds, but who would agree to this. This is a program that is not necessarily socialist. Attitude to the Russian Revolution. Q. Does the party have an official position on the Russian Revolution, Mr. Cannon? A. We support the Russian Revolution of 1917. We consider that it embodies the doctrines and the theories of Marxism which we uphold. Q. How many revolutions were there in Russia in 1917? A. There was a revolution in February according to the Russian calendar, in March according to the modem calendar, which developed into the proletarian revolution of November 7 according to the modem calendar. Q. What is the general position taken by Marxists with reference to the Russian Revolution? The theory of Marxism in our opinion was completely vindicated in the Russian Revolution, and the theory of Marxism, which is the establishment of a government of workers and peasants, which undertakes to bring 561 about a social transformation from capitalism towards socialism, all this was undertaken in the Russian Revolution. Q. Now, can you tell us anything about the legality of that revolution? A. The Tsar and Tsarism were overthrown in March by an uprising of the masses, of the people in the big cities, and the peasants. Q. Was the Bolshevik Party responsible for that uprising in any way? A. No. The Bolshevik Party was a very infinitesimal group at the time of the March Revolution. Q. What is the meaning of Bolshevism? A. The word Bolshevik is a Russian word meaning majority. It acquired a political meaning in the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. In the Congress of 1903 a controversy developed which divided the party into groups, the majority and the majority called the Bolsheviks and the minority called Mensheviks. Q. Those are Russian words meaning minority and majority? A. Yes. They split up and divided into parties. Each called itself the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party and in parentheses on the end Bolsheviks or Mensheviks, as the case might be. Q. Now, will you proceed and tell the jury what happened during the October Revolution, or in our calendar in November 1917? A. Well, to show the chronology, When Tsarism was overthrown by the masses of the people, the whole structure of that tyranny was destroyed. A new government was constituted, but the new government machinery was based on the Soviets, which sprang up spontaneously in the revolutionary upheaval. Soviets of workers and soldiers were established everywhere. In Petrograd, the workers and soldiers sent delegates, deputies, to the Central Council or, as they called it, the Soviet, similarly in Moscow and other places. This body was recognized as authoritative. The government that was constituted after the overthrow of the Tsar was headed by Prince Lvov, with Milyukov as foreign minister. It derived its author. 562. Ity from the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies and the Soviets of Peasants Deputies. In April they had a national All-Russian Conference of the Workers and Soldiers Soviets, and there they elected an All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Workers and Soldiers Soviets. In May, the Peasant Soviets had an All-Russian Congress and elected an All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Peasants. Q. What proportion of the population did those Soviets represent? A. They represented the people, the great mass of the people. I think it was impossible even to speak in terms of majorities or minorities. They were the masses themselves. The peasants and the soldiers and the workers were the people, those two bodies, the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Workers and Soldiers Soviets and the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Peasant Soviets, formed a joint body which was recognized as the most authoritative and representative body in Russia. It was by their consent that the government cabinet ruled. The All-Russian Executive Committee of the Soviets repudiated Milyukov, who was the leader of the bourgeoisie. The Soviet body opposed him because of his foreign policy, involving secret treaties that had been exposed. He therefore had to resign, because without the support of the Soviets, authority was lacking, and I think that could be likened, as an analogy, to the French system of the resignation of the Prime Minister when there is a no-confidence vote in the chamber. Q. So that the Soviets constituted the authority of the people of Russia? A. That is right. Q. In what way did the Bolsheviks progress to power? A. I wish to go on with the chronology, if you will permit me. Following the fall of Milyukov, Kerensky rose. There is a popular impression in this country that he became premier with the fall of the Tsar. That is not so. Kerensky became premier in July. He was made a minister and eventually premier because he was a member of the Social Revolutionary Party. That was the Peasant Party, which then led the Soviets. He was also supported by the worker element, because he had been a labor lawyer. That was the basis of Kerensky's office, that is, his authority was derived directly from the Soviets. Now in this period the Bolsheviks were a small minority. They did not create the Soviets. The Soviets were created by the masses, they were initiated by 563. The masses. Neither the Bolshevik Party nor any other party could do anything without the support of the Soviets. In the midst of the revolution of 1905 and again in the overthrow of the Tsar in 1917, the Soviets sprang up simultaneously. The most influential one naturally was in Petrograd, which was the seat of government. The Bolsheviks were a small minority in the Soviet at the time of the overthrow of the Tsar. When Kerensky became premier, the combination of his Social Revolutionary Party and the Menshevik Socialist Party, those two parties together had an overwhelming majority in the Soviets, and ruled by virtue of that. The Bolsheviks were an opposing faction. During that time Lenin, as the spokesman for the Bolsheviks, said over and over again, as long as we are in the minority in the Soviets, all we can do is patiently explain. The Bolshevik Party opposed any attempt to seize power by a putsch. Q. What is a putsch? A. An armed action of a small group. The Bolshevik Party demanded, with Lenin as their spokesman, that the Social Revolutionary Party and the Menshevik Party take complete control of the government by removing the bourgeois ministers and make it a completely labor and peasant government, and they issued the promise that, if I do that we promise that as long as we are in the minority, we will not try to overthrow you. We will not support you politically, we will criticize you, but we will not undertake to overthrow the government as long as we are in the minority. That was the policy of the Bolsheviks in the March days of the revolution against the Tsar, and into July. In July the workers in Petrograd staged a demonstration with arms, against the advice of the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks advised against it on the ground that it might unduly provoke the situation, and tried to persuade the workers in Petrograd not to go into that action. It was not a rebellion, it was simply a parade with arms. This action, carried out by the Petrograd workers against the advice of the Bolsheviks, brought repressions against the workers on the part of the Kerensky government. Then the Kerensky government undertook to discredit and frame up the Bolshevik party. They accused Lenin and Trotsky of being German spies. This was the predecessor of Stalin's Moscow trials. They accused Lenin and Trotsky and the Bolsheviks of being German spies. Trotsky was thrown into jail, Lenin was forced into hiding, and repressions continued against the Bolsheviks, but it did not do any good, because the policy and slogans of the Bolsheviks were growing in popularity. One by one the great factories and soldiers' regiments began to vote in favor of the Bolshevik program. 564. In September an attempt at counter-revolution was made under the leadership of General Komalov, who could be properly described as a Russian monarchist fascist. He organized an army and undertook to overthrow the Kerensky government in Petrograd, with the idea of restoring the old regime. The Kerensky government, that had put Trotsky in jail, had to release him from prison to get the support of his party to fight down the counter-revolutionary army of Kornilov. Trotsky was brought from prison and went directly to the Military Revolutionary Committee, in which government men also sat, and there drew up with them plans for a joint fight against Kornilov. Kornilov was crushed, the counter-revolution was crushed primarily by the workers under the inspiration of the Bolshevik Party. They tied up his railroad trains, he could not move his troops, his best troops were induced to fight against him, and his counter-revolution was crushed. As this was going on, the Bolsheviks became more popular all the time, as the genuine representatives of the revolution. They gained the majority in the Petrograd Soviet, the most influential Soviet in the country, and in Moscow and others. The Kerensky government was losing ground because it was not solving any of the problems of the people. The Bolshevik slogans of bread, peace, land, and other slogans, those were the slogans that the masses wanted. On November 7 was held the Congress of the All-Russian Soviets of Workers and Soldiers. The Bolsheviks had a majority there, and simultaneously with the meeting of the Soviets, where the Bolsheviks had a majority, they took the governmental power. Violence and the Russian Revolution. Q. And was there any violence connected with the gaining of the majority by the Bolsheviks? A. Very little, just a little scuffling, that's all. Q. And subsequent to the gaining of the majority by the Bolsheviks what violence, if any, occurred? A. That began following the armed struggle against the government. Q. Who began it? 565. A. The Tsarists, the White Guard Russian element, the bourgeoisie generally, the deposed capitalists and others. They undertook a counter-revolution, and the civil war that ensued lasted until almost 1921. The civil war lasted so long because the White Guard and bourgeois elements received the support, first of the Germans, and then of England and France, and even the United States sent an expedition. The Soviet government had to fight against the whole capitalist world, on top of fighting against their own opposition at home, and the fact that the Bolsheviks represented the great majority of the people was best evidenced by the fact that they were victorious in this civil war, not only against their opponents at home, but also against the outside powers who supplied the opposition with arms, soldiers, and funds. Q. How were the Soviets in those days elected? A. They were elected in the factory workers' meetings, that is, the factory workers would gather to elect their delegate. Each Soviet constituted a unit of government and the combination of Soviets constituted the government. In the Soviet system, the factories select delegates, according to their number, one for each 1,000 or whatever the proportion may be. The soldiers' regiments do the same, the peasants or dirt farmers do the same, so that the government established in that way, by those Soviets, represents the whole mass of the people who are involved in productive activity. Q. What was the number of members of the Bolshevik Party at the time of the Russian Revolution in November 1917? A. The most authoritative figure I have seen given is 260,000, or 250,000. That seems to be the figure that has the best authority. Q. And what proportion of the population supported the Bolshevik Party at that time? A. In my opinion, the great majority of the workers, peasants, and soldiers supported them at the time they took power and afterwards. Q. From which group or class of society did the Bolshevik Party get most of its members? 566. A. From the workers. It was a workers' party, a party of industrial workers and agricultural laborers. There were some peasants in the party, but the party was primarily constituted of industrial workers in the cities, agricultural laborers, and some intellectuals, some educated people who had put themselves at the service of the workers in the party. Q. What is the best authority as to the number of workers in Russia at the time of the revolution, by workers meaning industrial workers? A. 5 million. Q. And the majority of the population consisted of peasants? A. Peasants, yes. Differences between Stalin and Trotsky. Q. Will you describe briefly the fundamental differences that arose between Stalin and Trotsky subsequent to the revolution? A. I mentioned the other day that the fight originated in the struggle over democracy. That was the origin of the fight, really inspired by Lenin during his last illness, in collaboration with Trotsky. Lenin did not survive to take part in the fight, and Trotsky had to lead it. This soon developed further. It soon became apparent to critical observers, this tendency of Stalin to crush democracy in the party and in the life of the country generally. It was based on Stalin's desire to change the program and the course of direction of the revolution, which could only be done by this means. Trotsky struggled for free discussion of the problem, with the confidence that the majority of the workers in the party would support his program. Stalin and his group represented, in our opinion, the conservative tendency, based upon a certain stratum of the party and the government that had acquired official positions and privileges and wanted to stop there. Q. Stalin then represented in your opinion the party of the bureaucratic? 567. A. The bureaucratic and conservative. As a matter of fact, Trotsky designated it as the bureaucratic conservative faction, at one stage in the struggle. It assumed the form of crushing democracy inside of the Communist Party and establishing a dictatorial regime there. Q. What is the position of the party on the Soviet Union at present? A. The characterization we make of the Soviet Union, as it is today, is of a workers' state, created by the revolution of November 1917, distorted by the bad present regime, and even degenerated, but nevertheless retaining its basic character as a workers' state, because it is based on nationalized industry and not on private property. Q. Now, what is the position of the party towards the defense of the Soviet Union, and why? A. We are in favor of defending the Soviet Union against imperialist powers for the reason I just gave, because we consider it a progressive development, as a workers' state, that has nationalized industry and has eliminated private capitalism and landlordism. That is the reason we defend it. Q. That is, you consider the Russian or the Soviet state, a state based on the expropriation of private industry from the capitalists? A. Yes, the operation of industry as a nationalized industry. Q. And you are defending that kind of a state? A. Yes. Q. Isn't it a fact that Stalin has killed most all of the so-called Trotskyists in Russia? A. Yes. We are against Stalin, but not against the Soviet form of industrial production. 568. Marxism, a Guide to Action. Q. What is the position that the party gives to Karl Marx and his doctrines? A. Karl Marx was the originator of the theories and doctrines and social analyses, which we know as scientific socialism, or Marxism, upon which the entire movement of scientific socialism has been based since his day. In the Communist Manifesto of 1848 his ideas were sketched, and then in other big volumes, notably in Capital, he made a most exhaustive scientific analysis of the laws governing the operation of capitalist society, showed how the contradictions within it would lead to its downfall as a social system, showed how the conflict of interests between the employers and the workers would represent an uninterrupted class struggle until the workers gained the upper hand and instituted the society of socialism. So Karl Marx can be viewed not only as the founder of our movement, but as its most authoritative representative. Q. Does the party accept all of the statements found in all of the books written by Karl Marx? A. No, the party has never obligated itself to do that. We do not consider even Marx as infallible. The party accepts his basic ideas and theories as its own basic ideas and theories. That does not prohibit the party or members of the party from disagreeing with things said or written by Marx which do not strike at the fundamental basis of the movement, of the doctrine. Q. And you interpret Marx, or you apply the Marxian theories, under conditions that prevail at the present time, is that right? A. Yes. You see, we don't understand Marxian theory as a revelation, as a dogma. Engels expressed it by saying our theory is not a dogma but a guide to action, which means that it is a method which the students of Marxism must understand and learn how to apply. One can read every letter and every line written by Marx and still not be a useful Marxist, if one does not know how to apply it to the conditions of his own time. There have been such people, whom we call pedants. Q. You are acquainted with the Communist Manifesto, are you not? A. Yes. 569. Q. And you remember, I think it is the last clause of the manifesto, where Marx and Engels, co-authors, say, we disdain to conceal our aims, and mention something to the effect about violent revolution. Do you remember that? A. Well, it says, we disdain to conceal our aims. We openly say that they can be achieved only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social institutions. Q. When was the Communist Manifesto written? Q. Subsequent to the writing of the Communist Manifesto, did Marx ever write anything with reference to the possibility of a peaceful revolution in democratic countries? A. Yes. Q. Where was that written, and explain to the jury what was said? A. Well, the most authoritative place where it is stated and explained is in the introduction to the first volume of Marx's masterwork, called Capital, the introduction by Friedrich Engels, who was his co-worker, who was the co-author of the Communist Manifesto, and is recognized universally in the movement as completely identified with all of Marx's ideas and theories. Engels as a matter of fact edited and compiled the second 2 volumes of Capital, after the death of Marx. Q. What did he say in that introduction? A. This was the English translation of Capital and the introduction was presenting the volume to the English public. Engels stated, I think I can quote almost literally that he thinks the work of a man who during his entire life was of the opinion that the social transformation in England, at least, could be effected by purely peaceful and legal means, he thought such a book should have a hearing from the English public. That is very close to a literal report of what he stated in this introduction. Q. And why did Marx have that opinion with reference to England? 570. A. Well, he had that opinion with reference to England as distinct from the autocratic countries, because of its parliamentary system, its democratic processes, and civil libertarian method of political procedure. Q. So at the time that Marx and Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1848, there was no democracy in existence on the European continent, is that right? A. The whole of Europe was seething with revolutions at that time. Q. And no democratic processes were available? A. At least not in the stable system that had been established in England. I think I should add, to get the whole picture of this introduction which I am speaking of, that Engels said, after he had made this remark which I have reported, he said, to be sure, Marx did not exclude the possibility of a pro-slavery rebellion on the part of the outmoded and dispossessed ruling class. That is, after the transfer of power. I think he had in mind the American Civil War. Marx and Engels attentively followed the American Civil War, wrote extensively about it in the New York Tribune. A collection of those writings, both political and military, has been published as a book, which is a classic in our movement. And what Marx undoubtedly had in mind when he spoke of a pro-slavery rebellion, was an analogy with the American Civil War, which he had characterized as a pro-slavery rebellion on the part of the Southern slave owners. Of course, he did not maintain that the English bourgeoisie are slaveholders in the same sense, but that they exploit the workers. Now what, in your opinion, is the relationship between the Declaration of Principles of the Socialist Workers' Party and the theories of Karl Marx? I would say that insofar as we understand Marxism and are able to apply it, it is an application of the Marxian theories and doctrines, his whole system of ideas, to the social problem in America. That is, the Declaration of Principles is based then upon the fundamental theories of Karl Marx? Yes, we consider it a Marxist document. 571. Party's attitude to Lenin. What is the position that the party gives to Lenin? Lenin, in our judgment, was the greatest practical leader of the labor movement and the Russian Revolution, but not on the plane of Marx in the theoretical field. Lenin was a disciple of Marx, not an innovator in theory. To be sure, he contributed very important ideas, but to the end of his life he based himself on Marx, as a disciple in the Marxist movement of the world. He holds a position of esteem on a level with Marx, with this distinction between the merits of the two. Does the party, or do party members agree with everything that Lenin ever wrote and published? No. The same attitude applies to Lenin as to Marx. That is, the basic ideas and doctrines practiced, promulgated, and carried out by Lenin, are supported by our movement, which does not exclude the possibility of differing with him about this or that particular writing, or of individual members of the party differing with Lenin in important respects, as has been the case more than once in our party. For example, socialism and communism are more or less interchangeable terms in the Marxist movement. Some make a distinction between them in this respect. Lenin used the expression socialism as the first stage of communism, but I haven't found any other authority for that use. I think that is Lenin's own particular idea. I, for example, consider the terms socialism and communism interchangeable, and they relate to the classless society based on planned production for use as distinct from a system of capitalism based on private property and production for profit. Could there be a socialist society and a dictatorship like Stalin has at the present time? No. According to Marx and Engels, as you approach the classless socialist or communist society, the government, instead of becoming more of a factor in human affairs, becomes less and less and eventually withers away and disappears, and is replaced or evolves into an administrative body that does not employ repression against the people. So the very term government implies, in our terminology, a class society, that is, a class that is dominant and a class that is being suppressed. That holds true whether it is a capitalist government, which in our views oppresses. 572. Or suppresses the workers and the farmers and represents the interests of the big capital, or a workers' and farmers' government immediately following a revolution which represents the interests of the workers and farmers and suppresses any attempt of the displaced capitalist class to resist its authority or to re-establish its rule. But once the resistance of the old outlived exploiting class is broken and its members become reconciled to the new society and become assimilated in it, find their place in it, and the struggle between classes which is the dominating factor in all class societies is done away with, because of the disappearance of class distinctions, then the primary function of government as a repressive instrument disappears and the government withers away with it. This is the profound conception of Marx and Engels that is adhered to by all their disciples. Q. Did Lenin ever use the term blancism to designate a certain type of movement? A. Yes, he wrote more than one article in the course of the Russian Revolution. We are not Blanquists. Blanqui was a figure in the French revolutionary movement who had followers in the Paris Commune of 1871. Blanqui had his own conception of party and of revolution, and his ideas are known among the students of the history of the labor movement as Blanquism. The idea, that a small group of determined men, tightly disciplined, could effect the revolution with a coup d'état. Q. What is a coup d'état? A. That is a seizure of power, a seizure of state power by armed action of a small, determined, disciplined group. They would, so to speak, make the revolution for the masses. Q. And what did Lenin say about that? A. Lenin opposed this view, and his articles were written in answer to opponents who had accused the Bolsheviks of aiming to seize power without a majority. He said, "We are not Blanquists. We base ourselves on mass parties and mass movements, and as long as we are in the minority, our task is to patiently explain the problems and issues until we gain the majority, and as long as we are in the minority we will not try to overthrow you. You let us have our freedom of speech and press, give us the opportunity to expound our ideas, and you don't." 573. Need to fear any Blanquist putsch on our part. Putsch, as I explained before, is an attempt of a small group to seize power by surprise tactics. Q. So Lenin depended upon mass parties and upon gaining a majority for those mass parties, did he? A. Yes, in the early days of the Communist International. It is a period that I am familiar with through close study and personal participation in the movement. He hammered at this idea all the time, not only against his critics in Russia, but against various individuals and groups who came toward support of the Russian Revolution, and had some distorted ideas. In Germany, for example, in March 1921, the German Party, which had been organized, attempted an insurrection without having the support of the masses. This became famous in the literature of our international movement, as the March Action. The tactics embodied in it, the conception of some of the German leaders that they could force the revolution by their own determination and sacrifices, this whole idea, the March Action, and all the ideas embodied in it were condemned by the Third Congress of the Communist International at the insistence of Lenin and Trotsky. They refuted this theory, and they counterposed to it mass parties, mass movements, gaining the majority. They put out the slogan to the German party that it should aim to have 1 million members. Zinoviev, who was chairman of the Comintern, made that one of his leading ideas on the German question, that the task of the German party was not to get impatient or to try to force history but to be busy with agitation and propaganda and have the goal of 1 million in the party. Q. These 1 million members would not by themselves make any revolution, would they? A. Naturally not. Lenin did not expect to have a majority of the population become members of the party, but to support the party. But the very fact that he proposed, or rather Zinoviev, who was the lieutenant of Lenin, acting as chairman of the Communist International, proposed, as a slogan, 1 million members in the German party, certainly was a powerful indication that they did not expect to get a majority of the people until they had a numerically powerful party. 574. Essay Criticism of the Minneapolis Trial 23, 1942. Granzio Muniz. The initiation on the part of the United States government of a prosecution of the Socialist Workers' Party and of the leaders of the Drivers' Union of Minneapolis made us fear a decapitation, even though temporary, of our American movement. It filled us with a joyful hope at the same time, sure that the persecution by the bourgeois tribunals would popularize our revolutionary ideas when it gave our militants the opportunity to expound them completely and valiantly. It has been the norm and pride of the world revolutionary movement since the ringing reply of Louise Michel to her judges and of Karl Marx to the Bismarckian tribunal, to convert the accused into accusers and to employ the witness stand as a fortress from which to attack the reactionary powers. This attitude has been one of the principal forces of attraction of the revolutionary movement. I experienced the first uneasiness that these results would be wasted totally or partially on reading the first published statement, that seems to have set the tone for all the following statements. I again considered as lost a goodly part of the political benefits of the trial on reading the fundamental speeches and questionings of Comrade Cannon by Comrade Goldman. It was there, replying to the political accusations, struggle against the war, advocacy of violence, overthrow of the government by force, where it was necessary to have raised the tone and turn the tables, accuse the government and the bourgeoisie of a reactionary conspiracy, of permanent violence against the majority of the population, physical, economic, moral, educative violence, of launching the population into a slaughter also by means of violence in order to defend the 60 families. On the contrary, it is on arriving at this part that the trial visibly weakens. Our comrades shirk themselves, minimize the revolutionary significance of their ideas, try to make an honorable impression on the jury without taking into consideration that they should talk for the masses. For moments they border on a renunciation of principles. A few good words by Goldman in his closing speech cannot negate the lamentable, negative impression of his first speech and of the interrogation of Cannon. Goldman, in his opening statement to the jury, I repeat, the objective and the aim of the party was to win through education and through propaganda a majority of the people of the United States. It is hardly necessary to indicate the error of such a statement. It is understood by all, beginning by the one who made the statement, that our objective can in no way be only propaganda, nor will we win the majority by means of it. We are a party of propaganda in the sense that our numerical proportion prevents us or limits us to a minimum of action. But we are a party of revolutionary action, economic, political, and educative, in essence and potentially, because our propaganda itself can tend only to action, and only through action will we conquer the majority of the exploited and educate them for the taking of power. 1. The struggle against imperialist war. Cannon, replying to Goldman, a decision has been made, and is accepted by a majority of the people, to go to war. Our comrades have to comply with that. In the first place, the decision to go to war has not been made and accepted by a majority of the people. This statement can be criticized very strongly, a statement that we would censure very energetically if it were made by a centrist. In the place of accusing the government of leading the American people to the slaughter against the will of the majority, instead of accusing it emphatically before the masses and of demonstrating to them how the parliamentarian majority acts against the majority of the people, Cannon endorses Roosevelt's decision as if it really corresponded to the majority of the people. Yes, we submit to the war and our militants go to war, but not because it is a decision of the majority, but rather because it is imposed upon us by the violence of bourgeois society, just as wage exploitation is imposed. As in the factory, we should take advantage of all the opportunities to fight against the war and against the system that produces it, just as we fight against the boss in a factory, as a function of the general struggle against the capitalist system. The equivocation and inexactness are permanent. It seems that we are Platonic opponents of the war and that we limit ourselves to statements and propaganda, written or verbal, without action of any kind. To say that we do not support a declaration of war because we do not believe the American 576 capitalists can defeat Hitler and fascism, is to give the understanding that we would support it if we believed in that defeat. This induces those who believe in the victory of the United States to support it. Our rejection of the war is based on the character of the social regime that produces it, not on this or that belief about the defeat of fascism. Immediately comes another equivocation: we think Hitlerism can be destroyed, etc. Uniting that to the reiterated statements to the effect that we will not agitate among the soldiers, that we are a political opposition to the war, and to the, until now, limping exposition of military training under Union control, can induce one to believe that we will be for the war when the control has been given to the Unions. I believe it is necessary to clarify this, without leaving room for equivocation, and I pronounce myself, for my part, against the war, even if control of the military service is achieved by the Unions. This does not merely deal with an omission, but with a statement of passivity in the face of the imperialist war, something which at best is a bad education for the workers who have become interested in the trial and does not grant us any credit for tomorrow when the masses begin to act against the war. Forced by statements of this sort, decidedly opportunist, I do not hesitate to say Cannon sees himself obliged to ask for the expulsion from the party of the militants who organize protests in the army. He is carried to the incredible, to reject Lenin, Trotsky, and Cannon himself. I am wholeheartedly behind Cannon in his speech, but I categorically condemn Cannon before the jury, deforming himself, minimizing, reducing to words with revolutionary action of the party. And I will be equally behind, and I propose that the party be behind the militants and soldiers who carry out acts of protests in the army, remembering that they do not deal with putschs, premature movements. Revolutionary action in time of war is absolutely impossible without obstructing a greater or less degree of military service. Therefore, the principle of revolutionary defeatism, which the American Party and the International have and cannot renounce. I believe our comrades have lost a good opportunity to make the workers understand why they should act always by means of the word and by means of collective actions. The questioning of Cannon presented a completely false perspective to the workers, of comfortable propaganda, where it deals with a terrible struggle by all means, from small protests to insurrections by groups, from partial fraternizations to wiping out the fronts. But from an error of perspective, one passes to an error of fact. Therefore the defendants saw themselves forced to condemn sabotage in general, as though it dealt with something criminal. I believe that sabotage is a method for tactical use whose application at certain moments can be productive of contrary. 577. Effects to what is intended but which is absolutely indispensable in the critical moments of struggle. Sabotage and defeatism will unite at a certain moment as the two main elements in the reactions of the masses against the imperialist war. The party should not and cannot renounce defeatism without condemning itself to perpetual sterile chat against the war. What seems even more lamentable to me is that one can intuit from the trial that it is not only a question of something said especially for the jury. For the moment there is evidence that the defendants really consider sabotage a crime. If I am not mistaken, and I hope I am, this is a dangerous moral predisposition. Sabotage will be the reaction of the masses against the imperialist war. Why be ashamed of it? Why be ashamed that the masses react, as they can, against the monstrous crime of the present war? It would have been easy to defend it as a principle and throw the responsibility on the leaders of the present war. Can we condemn the future sabotage of the masses when the war is a gigantic sabotage of the bourgeoisie against the masses, against civilization and humanity? Instead of receiving this idea, the workers who heard our comrades will have been left burdened with a prejudice against sabotage. To transition to socialism, advocating and employing violence. Says Goldman, we prefer a peaceful transition to socialism, but that we analyze all the conditions in society, we analyze history, and on the basis of this analysis we predict, that after the majority of the people in the United States will want socialism established, that the minority, organized by the financiers and the capitalists, will use violence to prevent the establishment of socialism. That is what we predict. Why not ask forgiveness, besides, for seeing ourselves painfully obliged to employ violence against the bourgeoisie? Even neutralizing oneself to a mere diviner, the prediction is completely false. It is not necessary to poke into the future to discover the violence of the reactionary minority throughout society. The accusation lends itself ideally to launching a thorough attack against capitalist society and to show the American workers that the so-called American democracy is no more than a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Among the workers who have experienced the daily violence of bourgeois society, during strikes, demonstrations, meetings, all of them without exception experience the normal violence of either working for a wage established in the labor market or of perishing. A violence much more lamentable is the imposition of the war, educative violence, informative violence imposed by the newspaper trusts. Far. 578. From receiving a notion of the environment in which they live and far from preparing their spirit for rebellion against this environment, the workers watching the trial have been pacified in respect to the present. Only in the future will the bourgeoisie employ violence. I do not find in the long pages of the interrogation of Cannon anything else than propaganda, propaganda, and more propaganda, as if it dealt with recommending a patent medicine for baldness. The line that our comrades have followed in not taking advantage of the trial to indicate to the masses how and why they should exercise their own violence is incorrect. All the revolutionary, violent process, the civil war that must precede the establishment of a workers' and farmers' government and the proletarian state, is palmed away. The workers today need an indication of the dynamics of the class struggle, the forms of organization, methods of struggle up to the Civil War, slogans, and included there is a need for proud valor against the class enemy, something which has been rare in the trial. The general tone has not been to accuse but to apologize to a point that makes one feel embarrassed at times, not to indicate and propose actions and immediate means for the struggle against the bourgeoisie and against the war, but rather to dilute our ideas into humanitarianism and to veil their active value with predictions of knowledge as if it were not honorable to employ violence against the present corrupted bourgeois democracy. Something completely demonstrative of the foregoing is that our comrades have cited as witnesses in their defense, Jefferson, Lincoln, the Bible, Lloyd George, MacDonald, but when Marx, Lenin, Trotsky, and even Cannon appear, they are rejected as non-official mouthpieces of our organization. This attitude, not very valiant, cannot conquer sympathy, or at least cannot conquer as much as the opposite attitude would conquer. I consider it a very grave error to substitute maneuvers for principles in moments so important for the political future of the party. I believe and propose as a general principle that in similar trials our responsible militants accept all responsibility for the practical action of our ideas. This is worth more than a light sentence at the price of a pretty and deceptive polish. In the Minneapolis sedition trial, as in the months-long trade union battle which preceded and led up to it, the American Trotskyists were put to the test and compelled to show what stuff they are made of. In both instances they conducted themselves in a manner befitting disciples of Trotsky and met the test in all respects. In the fight with the trade union bureaucracy, which attracted national attention, it was clearly shown who the real leaders of militant labor, the real men of principle, really are. In the trial before the bourgeois court the party, by the conduct of all its members involved, earned the right to the confidence of the revolutionary workers. The two struggles, which in reality were two sides of one and the same struggle, marked a climactic point in the activity of the American movement which had developed in a restricted circle since its inception 13 years before. During that time the party, with some local exceptions, had gained the attention only of the vanguard of class-conscious workers. At the trial we had the opportunity, for the first time, to speak to the masses, to the people of the United States. We seized upon the opportunity and made the most of it and applied in practice without a serious fault the basic principles which had been assimilated in a long preparatory period. Since then the movement in the United States stands on higher ground. A critical study and discussion of the trial cannot fail to be of the highest value to the Fourth International, especially to those sections which have yet to reach the thumb in the road which leads from the propaganda circle to mass work. For our part we welcome the discussion and will do our best to contribute something useful to it. From the first moment after the indictment was brought against us in the federal court at Minneapolis last July we recognized that the attack had two aspects, and we appraised each of them, we think, at their true significance. The prosecution was designed to outlaw the party and deprive it perhaps for a long time, of the active services of a number of its most experienced leaders. At the same time it was obvious that the mass trial, properly handled on our part, could give us our first real opportunity to make the party and its principles known to wide circles of workers and to gain a sympathetic hearing from them. Our strategy, from the beginning, took both sides of the problem into account. Naturally, we decided to utilize to the fullest extent each and every legal protection, technicality, and resource available to us under the law and the Constitution. A party leadership hesitating or neglecting to do this would frivolously jeopardize the legality of the party and show a very wasteful attitude indeed toward party cottars. Such a leadership would deserve only to be driven out with sticks and stones. On the other hand, we plan to conduct our defense in court not as a criminal defense but as a propaganda offensive. Without foolishly disregarding or provoking the jury or needlessly helping the prosecutor, it was our aim to use the courtroom as a forum to popularize the principles of our movement. We saw in this second proposition our main duty and opportunity and never for a moment intended to let purely legalistic considerations take precedence over it. Therefore we sternly rejected the repeated advice of attorneys, some who assisted Goldman in the trial of the case as well as others who were consulted about participation, to eliminate or play down our propaganda program and leave the defense policy to the lawyers. From the rather unhappy experiences of past trials of militants in the courts of the United States we knew what following such advice would mean: deny or keep quiet about the revolutionary principles of the movement, permit the lawyers to disavow and ridicule the defendants, and pass them off as somewhat foolish people belonging to a party which is not to be taken seriously, and depend on spread-eagle speeches of the lawyers to the jury to get the defendants off some way or other. The October plenum conference of the party unanimously endorsed the National Committee's recommendations on courtroom policy. The resolution of the conference laid down the policy as follows: the policy of the party in defending itself in court, obligatory for all party members under indictment, can only be one that is worthy of our movement and our tradition, no attempt to water down or evade our revolutionary doctrine, but on the contrary, to defend it militantly. At the same time we maintain that we have a legal right under the Bill of Rights to propagate our principles. 581. That is the policy we took with us to the trial. It guided us at every step in the proceedings. And we think it can be safely said that the policy has been amply vindicated by the results. Our principles were widely popularized, 100 or 1,000 times better than ever before, and our conduct before the court has met with approval and sympathy from the militant workers who followed the trial and read the testimony. The trial was by far our greatest propaganda success. Moreover, even those workers who disagree with our program, have approved and applauded our conduct in court as worthy of people who take their principles seriously. Such is the testimony of all comrades who have reported on the reaction of the workers to the trial. On a recent tour across the country from branch to branch of the party we heard the same unvarying report everywhere. Naturally, our work in the trial was not perfect, we did only the best we could within the narrow limits prescribed by the court. More qualified people can quite easily point out things here and there which might have been done more cleverly. We can readily acknowledge the justice of such criticisms without thereby admitting any guilt on our part, for socialism does not require that all be endowed with equal talent, but only that each give according to his ability. It is a different matter when Comrade Muniz, and other critics of our policy accuse us of misunderstanding our task and departing from Marxist principles in the trial. To them we are obliged to say firmly, no, the misunderstanding is all on your side. The correct understanding of our task in the courtroom and the sanction of the Marxist authorities, are on our side. In undertaking to prove this contention we must begin with a brief analysis of a point overlooked by Muniz as well as by the others, the social environment in which the trial was conducted. Our critics nowhere, by so much as a single word, refer to the objective situation in the United States, the political form still prevailing here, the degree of political maturity, more properly, immaturity, of the American proletariat, the relation of class forces, the size and status of the party, in short to the specific peculiarities of our problem which should determine our method of approach to workers hearing us for the first time from the sounding board of the trial. Our critics talk in terms of trials in general and principles in general, which, it would appear, are always to be formulated and explained to the workers in general in precisely the same way. We, on the contrary, dealt with the specific trial and attempted to explain ourselves to the workers as they are in the United States in the year 1941. Thus we clash with our critics at the very point of departure, the analysis, the method. Our answer to their criticism must take the same form. We shall begin by first setting forth the concrete environmental circumstances in which our party functioned in the United States at the time of the 582 trial and the specific tasks and propaganda techniques which, in our opinion, were thereby imposed. Then we shall proceed to submit our position, as well as that of our critics, to the criterion which must be decisive for all of us, the expressions of the Marxist teachers on the application of the points of principle under discussion. To the setting of the trial. The United States, where the trial took place, is by far the richest of all the capitalist nations, and because of that has been one of the few such nations still able to afford the luxury of bourgeois democratic forms in the epoch of the decline and decay of capitalism. Trade unions, which have been destroyed in one European country after another in the past decade, have flourished and more than doubled their membership in the United States in the same period, partly with governmental encouragement. Free speech and free press, obliterated or reduced to travesty in other lands, have been virtually unrestricted here. Elections have been held under the normal bourgeois democratic forms, traditional in America for more than a century, and the great mass of the workers have freely participated in them. The riches and favored position of bourgeois America have also enabled it, despite the devastating crisis, to maintain living standards of the workers far above those of any other country. These objective circumstances have unfailingly affected both the mentality of the workers and the fortunes of the revolutionary political movement. The revolutionary implications of the shaken economy, propped up for the time being by the armaments boom, are as yet but slightly reflected in the consciousness of the workers. In their outlook they are far from revolutionary. Politics to them means voting for one or another of the big capitalist parties. The simple fact that the organized labor movement has not yet resorted to independent political action, even on a reformist basis, but remains in its political activity an appendage of the Roosevelt political party, this simple fact in itself shows conclusively that the American workers have not yet begun to translate their fierce militancy in the field of economic strikes, directed at individual employers, into terms of independent politics directed against the employers as a class. As for the Marxist Party, with its program of the revolutionary transformation of society, it has been able in such an environment to attract the attention of only a few thousands to its message and to recruit into its ranks a still smaller number of the most advanced and class-conscious militants. The 40 million American workers, casting an almost solid labor vote for Roosevelt, remain in the first primitive stages of class political development. 583. They are soaked through and through with bourgeois democratic illusions. They are discontented to a certain extent and partly union-conscious but not class-conscious. They have a fetishistic respect for the federal government as the government of all the people and hope to better conditions for themselves by voting for friendly bourgeois politicians. They hate and fear fascism, which they identify with Hitler. They understand socialism and communism only in the version disseminated by the bourgeois press and are either hostile or indifferent to it. The real meaning of socialism, the revolutionary Marxist meaning, is unknown to the great majority. Such were the general external factors, and such was the mentality of the American workers, confronting our party at the time of the Minneapolis trial, October, November, and December 1941. What specific tasks, what propaganda techniques were imposed thereby? It seems to us that the answers are obvious. The task was to get a hearing for our ideas from the forum of the trial. These ideas had to be simplified as much as possible, made plausible to the workers and illustrated whenever possible by familiar examples from American history. We had to address ourselves to the workers not in general, not as an abstraction, but as they exist in reality in the United States in the year 1941. We had to recognize that the forms of democracy and the legality of the party greatly facilitate this propaganda work and must not be lightly disregarded. It was not our duty to facilitate the work of the prosecuting attorney but to make it more difficult insofar as this could be done without renouncing any principle. Such are the considerations which guided us in our work at the trial. Our critics do not refer to them, evidently they did not even think of them. Our method is a far different method than the simple repetition of formulas about action which requires nothing but a good memory. More precisely, it is the Marxist method of applying principles to concrete circumstances in order to popularize a party and create a movement which can lead to action in the real life of the class struggle, not on the printed page where the action of sectarian formalists always begins and ends. The accomplishment of our main task, to use the courtroom as a forum from which to speak to those American workers, as they are, who might hear us for the first time, required, in our judgment, not a call to arms but patient, schoolroom explanations of our doctrines and ourselves, and a quiet tone. Therefore we adapted, not our principles but our propaganda technique to the occasion as we understood it. The style of propaganda and the tone which we employed are not recommended as a universally applicable formula. Our propaganda style and tone were simply designed to serve the requirements, in the given situation, of a small minority Marxist party in a big country of democratic capitalism in the general historic circumstances above described. 584. Comrade Muniz accuses us of popularizing our propaganda and defending ourselves, and the party's legality, at the expense of principle. Our statements at the trial are held to be decidedly opportunist, to border on a renunciation of principles. Following such and similar assertions, we are informed that it is a very grave error to substitute maneuvers for principles. This maxim, not entirely original in our movement, can be accepted with these provisos, that the maxim be understood, that a distinction be made between maneuvers which serve principle and those which contradict it, and that it be applied to actual and not imaginary sacrifices of principle. This is the gist of the whole matter. The Marxist teachers did not change their principles, but in explaining them they frequently changed their manner and tone and points of emphasis to suit the occasion. We had a right and a duty to do the same. An examination of our testimony from this standpoint will bring different conclusions from those which our critics have so hastily drawn. 3. Violence and the transition to socialism. We were charged in the first count of the indictment with conspiracy to overthrow the government by force and violence in violation of the statute of 1861, which was originally directed against the slaveholders' rebellion. In the second count we were charged, among other things, with conspiracy to advocate the overthrow of the government by force and violence in violation of the Smith Act of 1940. In our defense we flatly denied we had either conspired or advocated violence, and by that we did not in the least intend to deny or repudiate any principle of Marxism. We claimed the right to explain our position. We testified that we prefer a peaceful social transformation, that the bourgeoisie takes the initiative in violence and will not permit a peaceful change, that we advise the workers to bear this in mind and prepare to defend themselves against the violence of the outlived reactionary minority class. This formula, which is 100% correct in the essence of the matter and unassailable from the standpoint of Marxist authority, did not coincide with the contentions of the prosecuting attorney, nor help him to prove his case against us. But that was not our duty. From entirely opposite considerations our exposition does not meet with the approval of Comrade Muniz nor coincide with his conceptions. That is not our duty either, because his conceptions are arbitrary and formalistic, and therefore false. The prosecutor wanted to limit the whole discussion of socialism to the single question of force and violence. We on the other hand, for the first time. 585. In an American courtroom, tried to make an exposition, if only a brief and sketchy one, of the whole range of Marxist theory, as in an elementary study class for uninitiated workers, to the extent that this was possible within the narrow framework prescribed by the court's rules and the repeated objections of the prosecutor, assigning the question of force in the social revolution to its proper proportionate place and putting the responsibility for it where it properly belongs, on the shoulders of the outlived class. We carried out this task to the best of our ability at the trial. Of course, thesis precision and full-rounded explanation are hardly possible in a rapid-fire impromptu dialogue, with answers compressed to extreme brevity by time limitations, prosecutors' objections, and court rulings. We cannot claim such precision and amplitude for our answers, and reasonable people should not demand it of us. Even Trotsky admitted the possibility of flaws in testimony which he gave in somewhat similar but more favorable circumstances before the Dewey Commission. In such an atmosphere, a witness is under constant pressure to condense his answers and to omit explanations which may be necessary for full clarity but which are not interesting to the court. By and large, making all due acknowledgement of imperfections, omissions, and inadequacies in the oral testimony, we accomplished our propagandistic aims at the trial, and we stand on the record. The court record, published in thousands of copies, became and will remain our most effective propaganda document. It is an honest and forthright revolutionary record. Nobody will succeed in discrediting it. What did we say about violence in the transformation of society from capitalism to socialism? This is what we said. 1. The Marxists prefer a peaceful transition. The position of the Marxists is that the most economical and preferable, the most desirable method of social transformation, by all means, is to have it done peacefully. 2. It is the opinion of all Marxists that it will be accompanied by violence. 3. That opinion is based, like all Marxist doctrine, on a study of history, the historical experiences of mankind in the numerous changes of society from one form to another, the revolutions which accompanied it, and the resistance which the outlived classes invariably put up against the new order. Their attempt to defend themselves against the new order, or to suppress by violence the movement for the new order, has resulted in every important social transformation up to now being accompanied by violence. 4. The ruling class always initiates the violence, always the ruling class, always the outlived class that doesn't want to leave the stage when they. 586. Time has come. They want to hang on to their privileges, to reinforce them by violent measures, against the rising majority, and they run up against the mass violence of the new class, which history has ordained shall come to power. 5. That is our prediction. But of course, we don't limit ourselves simply to that prediction. We go further, and advise the workers to bear this in mind and prepare themselves not to permit the reactionary outlived minority to frustrate the will of the majority. Q. What role does the rise and existence of fascism play with reference to the possibility of violence? A. Well, that is really the nub of the whole question, because the reactionary violence of the capitalist class, expressed through fascism, is invoked against the workers. Long before the revolutionary movement of the workers gains the majority, fascist gangs are organized and subsidized by millions in funds from the biggest industrialists and financiers, as the example of Germany showed, and these fascist gangs undertake to break up the labor movement by force, raid the halls, assassinate the leaders, break up the meetings, bomb the printing plants, and destroy the possibility of functioning long before the labor movement has taken the road of revolution. I say that is the nub of the whole question of violence. If the workers don't recognize that and do not begin to defend themselves against the fascists, they will never be given the possibility of voting on the question of revolution. They will face the fate of the German and Italian proletariat, and they will be in the chains of fascist slavery before they have a chance of any kind of a fair vote on whether they want socialism or not. It is a life and death question for the workers that they organize themselves to prevent fascism, the fascist gangs, from breaking up the workers' organizations, and not to wait until it is too late. That is the program of our party. That is all any Marxist really needs to say on the question of violence in a capitalist court or at a propaganda meeting for workers at the present time in the United States. It tells the truth, conforms to principle, and protects the legal position of the party. The workers will understand it too. To quote Shakespeare's Mercutio, "'Tis not so deep as a well nor so wide as a church door, but 'tis enough, 'twill serve." Comrade Muniz, however, is not satisfied with our lamentable dialogue, allegedly destined to pacify the easily frightened conscience of the jury about who initiates the violence. The above-quoted answer advising the workers to bear in mind the violent course of the ruling class and prepare themselves, is not sufficiently explicit and energetic. He underestimates the acuteness of 587. The workers. Why not, says Comrade Muniz, raise the voice at this point and call upon the workers to organize their own violence against the reactionary violence. Why not? Because it was not necessary or advisable either to raise the voice or issue any call for action at this time. We were talking, in the first place, for the benefit of the uninitiated worker who would be reading the testimony in the paper or in pamphlet form. We needed a calm and careful exposition in order to get his attention. This worker is by no means waiting impatiently for our call to violent action. Quite the contrary, he ardently believes in the so-called democracy, and the first question he will ask, if he becomes interested in socialism, is, why can't we get it peacefully, by the ballot? It is necessary to patiently explain to him that, while we would prefer it that way, the bosses will not permit it, will resort to violence against the majority, and that the workers must defend themselves and their right to change things. Our defensive formula is not only legally unassailable, for the jury, as our critics contemptuously remark, as though 28 indicted people in their right senses, and a party threatened with illegality, can afford the luxury of disregarding the jury. It is also the best formula for effective propaganda. These defensive formulas are not our invention, they come directly from the great Marxists who did not believe in the goodwill of the class enemies and knew how to organize action, that is, mass action, against them. And these same teachers and organizers of mass actions likewise never failed to appreciate the value of democratic forms and party legality and to hang on to them and utilize them to the fullest extent possible. Our teachers did not shrink from force, they never deluded the workers with the promise of a peaceful, democratic transformation of society. But they didn't speak of violence always in the same way, in the same tone and with the same emphasis. Always, in circumstances in any way comparable to ours, they have spoken as we spoke at the trial. Proof of this is abundant and overwhelming. The first formulated statement of the communist position on the question of violence and the transition to socialism appears in Engels' Principles of Communism, a catechism written in 1847 which is generally regarded as the first draft of the Communist Manifesto. Engels wrote, Question 16, will it be possible to bring about the abolition of private property by peaceful methods? Answer, it is to be desired that this could happen, and communists certainly would be the last to resist it. 588. Engels didn't promise such a solution and he didn't forget to add, should the oppressed proletariat at long last be goaded into a revolution, the communists will rally to the cause of the workers and be just as prompt to act as they are now to speak. The last statement of Marxist authority, expressed by Trotsky 93 years later, follows the same pattern as that of Engels. In the summer of 1940 the Dies Committee conducted a raid on a comrade's house in Texas and carried off some party literature. Anticipating an attack on the legal position of the Socialist Workers' Party, Comrade Trotsky wrote us a letter, advising us how to formulate our propaganda and defend ourselves from the legal point of view and warning us not to furnish any pretext for persecutions. He knew the value of party legality and did not want us to jeopardize it needlessly. Do not, he said almost in so many words, accept the prosecuting attorney's accusation that we advocate conspiratorial violence by a minority. Present the question in a way which corresponds to historical reality and which is, at the same time, by its defensive formulation, one juridically unattackable. All four of the great Marxist authorities, Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky are united in an uninterrupted continuity of experience reflected in Marxist thought. For us, Lenin is Marx in the epoch of the First World War and the October Revolution. Trotsky is Lenin in the epoch of Stalinist degeneration and the struggle against it, the epoch of fascism and the Second World War and the preparation of the new rise of the international revolution of the proletariat. Our frank avowal before the court that we are disciples of Lenin is not enough to satisfy Muniz. Our statement that in our movement he holds a position of esteem on a level with Marx, that the basic ideas and doctrines, practiced, promulgated and carried out by Lenin, are supported by our movement, these declarations, in the judgment of our critic, are not sufficient to constitute an acceptance of Lenin. He seems to think it is necessary to repeat and accept as gospel every word Lenin said on every occasion, regardless of what Lenin himself may have said on the same subject on other occasions. He cites the question of Mr. Schweinhut, the prosecutor, reading a sentence from Lenin's The Revolution of 1905, "It is our duty in time of an uprising to exterminate ruthlessly all the chiefs of the civil and military authorities." You disagree with that? Naturally we deny that this is a statement of party policy here and now, modifying it as follows: we do not agree with the extermination of anybody unless it is in case of an actual armed struggle, when the rules of war apply. In reality this was saying, out of deference to Lenin, a great deal more than needs to be said on the subject of extermination before a capitalist court or in a propaganda speech in the United States at the present time. 589. Our business is to help get everything possible done to make sure the last chance for a peaceful development of the revolution, to help by the presentation of our program, by making clear its national character, its absolute accord with the interests and demands of a vast majority of the population. Thus, Lenin proposed to fight the civil and military chiefs in 3 different ways, according to the circumstances, on 3 different occasions, by extermination, by arrest, and by peaceful propaganda. All were equally revolutionary. The occasions and the circumstances in each case were different. Lenin took such variations into account and changed his proposals accordingly. He never made a straitjacket out of his tactical formulas. Neither should we, if we want to be genuine Leninists. That force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with the new. This is an axiom known to every student of Marxism. It is wrong to entertain or disseminate illusions on this score, and we did not do so at the trial. But it is a great mistake to conclude from this that violence and the talk about violence serve the revolutionary vanguard advantageously at all times and under all conditions. On the contrary, peaceful conditions and democratic legal forms are most useful in the period when the party is still gathering its forces and when the main strength and resources, including the resources of violence, are on the other side. Lenin remarked that Engels was most correct in advocating the use of bourgeois legality and saying to the German ruling class in 1891, "Be the first to shoot Messrs. Bourgeois." Our party, which must still strive to et a hearing from the as yet indifferent working class of America, has the least reason of all to emphasize or to advocate violence. This attitude is determined by the present stage of class development and the relation of forces in the United States, not, as Muniz so generously assumes, by our exaggerated concern for a light sentence. As a matter of fact, the question of violence was given 10 times more proportionate mention in our testimony at the trial than it has been given in the propaganda columns of our press during the past 10 years, including the voluminous contributions of Comrade Trotsky. Expressing disdain for our repeated painstaking explanations about who initiates the violence, and our general tone, which, he says, makes one feel embarrassed at times, Muniz offers us proud valor as a substitute. Had we been gifted with this rare attribute, we should have said, according to Muniz, the workers and farmers should respond to the daily violence of the bourgeoisie with majority and organized violence of the poor masses. We do not predict, but rather we assure, we ask, we advocate temporary violence of the majority against the permanent organic violence of the reactionary minority. 590. We don't know much about proud valor and had no need of it. We did not appear at the trials as posturing actors but only as party militants with a practical political task to carry out. Naturally, it is a good thing for a revolutionary militant to have ordinary human courage enough to take those risks which are implicit in the struggle against capitalism. And we can add, he should also have enough prudence to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. The lack of either of these qualities can be a serious personal deficiency. But the possession of both, and in good working order at that, still does not suffice to answer the most important question confronting us at the trial, namely, what formulations, what tone, what emphasis on the question of violence could best serve our cause under the given conditions. The answer to the question must be political, not theatrical. If these ideas are correct, and we believe they are, then it is certainly reasonable to conclude that the Socialist Workers' Party in the United States has some long, hard days of propaganda work, of patiently explaining, ahead of it. By such means it must secure a mass support before it can afford the luxury of much talk about action. Lenin drew these conclusions for the Bolshevik Party, and laid down precise instructions accordingly, only 6 months before it was to become the majority. The same resolution says in another paragraph, the slogans of the moment are, 1. To explain the proletarian policy and proletarian way of ending the war, 2. To criticize the petty bourgeois policy of placing trust in the government of the capitalists and compromising with it, 3. To carry on propaganda and agitation from group to group in every regiment, in every factory, and, particularly, among the most backward masses, such as domestic servants, unskilled laborers, etc., since it was there. Backing in the first place that the bourgeoisie tried to gain during the crisis, 4. To organize, and once more organize the proletariat, in every factory, in every district and in every city quarter. Marxism, without a doubt, is the doctrine of revolutionary action. But it has nothing in common with violence practiced by individuals, local action of small groups, or any other form of action wherein individuals or minorities attempt to substitute themselves for the masses. In other words, Marxism is not anarchism or blanquism, it wages irreconcilable war against such tendencies. The revolutionary action which Marxism contemplates is the action of the masses, of the proletarian majority, led by the vanguard party. But this action, and the party's leading role in it must be, and can only be, prepared by propaganda. That is the central lesson of the development of the Bolshevik Party. 591. After the March Revolution and the eventual transformation of its slogans from propaganda to action. That was Lenin's method. It was less romantic than that of impatient people who dream of shortcuts and miracles to be evoked by the magic word action. But, in compensation, Lenin's method led to a mighty and victorious mass action in the end. A party which lacks a mass base, which has yet to become widely known to the workers, must approach them along the lines of propaganda, of patient explanations, and pay no attention to impatient demands for action which it is unable to organize and for exaggerated emphasis on violence which, in the given conditions, can only react to its disadvantage. When one considers how persistently careful and even cautious was Lenin's party to avoid provocation and cling to its formula of peaceful propaganda while it remained a minority, the merest suggestion that our party, at the present time, with its present strength, take a bolder course appears utterly fantastic, like a nightmare separated from living reality. From the foregoing it should be clear that our disavowal of responsibility for violence in the testimony before the court at Minneapolis was not a special device invented by us to reconcile the jury, as has been alleged. Our formulation of the question, taken from Lenin, was designed to serve the political aims of our movement in the given situation. We did not, and had no need to, disregard legality and advocate violence as charged in the indictment. But neither did we represent ourselves as pacifists or sow pacifist illusions. Far from it. We elucidated the question of violence and the socialist transformation of society in the same way that our great teachers, who organized a revolution, elucidated it. More than that, we gave a sufficiently frank and precise justification of the defensive violence of the workers in the daily class struggle this side of the revolution. The court record bulges with proof that we had indeed advocated the organization of workers' defense guards. The testimony goes further, and this is a not unimportant detail, and reveals that we translated the word into deed and took a hand in the actual organization and activities of defense guards and picket squads when concrete circumstance made such actions possible and feasible. We are not pacifists. The world knows, and the prosecutor in our trial had no difficulty in proving once again, that the great Minneapolis strikes, led by the Trotskyists, were not free from violence and that the workers were not the only victims. We did not disavow the record or apologize for it. When the prosecutor, referring to one of the strike battles in which the workers came out victorious, demanded, is that Trotskyism demonstrating itself, he received a forthright answer. The court record states. 592. Well, I can give you my own opinion, that I am mighty proud of the fact that Trotskyism had some part in influencing the workers to protect themselves against that sort of violence. Q. Well, what kind of violence do you mean? A. This was what the deputies were organized for, to drive the workers off the street. They got a dose of their own medicine. I think the workers have a right to defend themselves. If that is treason, you can make the most of it. With this testimony we said all that needs to be said on the question of violence in the daily class struggle. As in the previously quoted testimony we said enough about violence and the transition to socialism. If this method of presentation did not help the prosecutor, we can say again, that was not our duty. If it is objected that even in this example of the Minneapolis strike, dealing with an indubitable case of working class violence, we insisted on its defensive nature, we can only reply, in real life the difference between careful defensive formulation and light-minded calls for action is usually, in the end result, the difference between real action and mere talk about it. 4L is it correct to say we prefer a peaceful transition? Our repeated insistence at the trial that we prefer a peaceful transition to socialism, and that we resort to violence only as a defensive measure, brings objection and ridicule from our critic. Why not, says Muniz, why not ask forgiveness, besides, foreseeing ourselves painfully obliged to employ violence against the bourgeoisie? It is possible that others may regard our formulation as lacking in aggressiveness and militancy but, being more indulgent than Muniz, pass it off as a legal euphemism, justifiable under the circumstances. To be sure, our formulation helped our position from a legal standpoint and we did not hesitate to emphasize it in this respect. Also, in our opinion, the declaration that we, the Trotskyists, prefer a peaceful change of society, is a good propaganda approach to the democratic-minded American workers. These two considerations are very important, but we are quite ready to agree that they would not justify the use of a false or hypocritical statement or a statement contradicting principle. We were guilty of no such dereliction. Our formula in this case also is the formula of the Marxist teachers. They not only insisted on the desirability of a peaceful change of society, but in certain exceptional circumstances, con. 593. Cited such a peaceful revolution possible. We, on our part, rejected any such prospect in the United States, but at the same time declared our preference for it and accused the ruling bourgeoisie as the instigators of violence. In this we were completely loyal to Marxist doctrine and tradition. In Terrorism and Communism, a book aimed from beginning to end at the bourgeois democratic fetishism of Trotsky, Trotsky defended the violence of the proletarian revolution as a weapon forced upon it by the violence of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. Never did he renounce a preference for the peaceful way. In his introduction to the second English edition, published in England under the publisher's title, In Defense of Terrorism, he explains the position as follows. From the Fabians we may hear it objected that the English proletariat have it quite in their own hands to come to power by way of Parliament, to carry through peacefully, within the law and step by step, all the changes called for in the capitalist system, and by so doing not only to make revolutionary terrorism needless, but also to dig the ground away under the feet of counter-revolutionary adventurers. An outlook such as this has at first sight a particular persuasiveness in the light of the Labour Party's very important successes in the elections, but only at first sight, and that a very superficial one. The Fabian hope must, fear, be held from the very beginning to be out of the question fear, since a peaceful, parliamentary changeover to a new social structure would undoubtedly offer highly important advantages from the standpoint of the interests of culture, and therefore those of socialism. But in politics nothing is more dangerous than to mistake what we wish for what is possible. We tried to say the same thing at the trial in our own words and in our own way, suited to the circumstances. In this classic formulation of the question, the legal and propagandistic advantages of our preference for a peaceful transition fall into their proper place beside, and subordinate to, the most weighty considerations of all, the interests of culture, and therefore those of socialism. The words of the two greatest leaders of Marxism in action should have an instructive value for all revolutionary militants. Lenin's sincere and earnest talk about a peaceful development of the revolution, his offer to make compromises to assure the last chance for it, Trotsky's summary statement that the key to the Bolshevik policy had been the simple prescription, patiently explain, in all this it is shown that Lenin and Trotsky were completely free from radical bombast about violence. But in return, they organized a victorious proletarian revolution. 594. And they had prepared so well that the transfer of power did indeed take place in Petrograd without any large-scale violence. We did not falsify the historical fact at the trial when we said there was just a little scuffling, that's all. The violence came afterward, initiated by the pro-slavery rebellion which was eventually crushed by the mass force of the people led by the Bolshevik Party. These impressive facts give the explanations and formulas of Lenin and Trotsky a certain authority for those who want to be Marxists. 5. Submitting to the majority. Comrade Muniz is dissatisfied with our assertions at the trial that we submit to the majority. The Ohlerites also are scornful of this declaration and represent it as some kind of capitulatory repudiation of our principles in order to impress the jury. All these assumptions are without foundation. Our submission to the majority was not first revealed at the trial. We said it before the trial and continue to repeat it after the trial. It is a correct statement of our position because it conforms both to reality and necessity. Moreover, our Marxist teachers said it before us, we learned it from them. What else can we do but submit to the majority if we are Marxists, and not Blanquists or anarchist muddleheads? It is a timely occasion to probe into this question because we believe any ill-considered talk about some kind of mysterious action, presumed to be open to us while we remain not only a minority, but a very small, numerically insignificant minority, can lead only to a dangerous disorientation of the party. An exposition of the Marxist position on this question can also be useful as an antidote for any remnants of the half-Blanquist tradition of the early years of the Comintern in America. The pioneer communists in the United States, and not only here, heard of the Bolshevik victory in Russia long before they learned about the political method and propaganda techniques whereby the Bolsheviks gained the mass support which made the seizure of power possible. Their first impressions were undoubtedly colored by the capitalist press accounts which represented the revolution as a coup d'état engineered by a small group. This distorted conception was epitomized by the title given to the American edition of Trotsky's classic pamphlet Terrorism and Communism, which was published here by the party's publishing house in 1922 under the completely misleading title, Dictatorship versus Democracy. We took the dictatorship, so to speak, and generously handed over to the bourgeoisie all claim to democracy. This was far too big a concession, perhaps pardonable in a young movement lacking adequate knowledge about the democratic essence of the Bolshevik. 595. Program, but by far out of date today. The bourgeoisie have always tried to picture communism as a criminal conspiracy in order to alienate the workers who are profoundly democratic in their sentiments. That was the aim once again in the Minneapolis trial. It was our task at the trial to go out of our way to refute this misrepresentation and emphasize the democratic basis of our program, not in order to placate our enemies and persecutors, as is assumed, but in order to reveal the truth to our friends, the American workers. We cannot eat our cake and have it too. We must either submit to the majority and confine ourselves to propaganda designed to win over the majority, or we must seize power, more correctly, try to seize power and break the neck of the party, by minority action. Marxist authority is clear and conclusive in choosing between these alternatives. When we took our stand in court regarding submission to the majority, we were not folding our arms and making opportunistic statements of passivity in the face of the imperialist war, as we are accused. Nothing of the sort. The testimony states, repeatedly, and with sufficient emphasis, that, while submitting to the majority, that is, making no minority insurrections or putches, we are organizing, speaking, writing, and explaining, in other words, carrying on propaganda with the object of winning over the majority to our program, which is the program of social revolution. Neither were we simply trying to make an honorable impression on the jury without taking into consideration that we should talk for the masses. To be sure, we did not stupidly disregard the jury which held the fate of 28 comrades, not to mention the legality of the party, in its hands. But we were speaking also, and especially, for the masses. We testified primarily for publication. It was our deliberate aim to convince those who would read the testimony in printed form of the truth that the proletarian movement which we aspire to lead is a democratic movement, and not a conspiracy, as the prosecutor and the whole of the capitalist press would picture it, and as loose talkers would unconsciously aid them to so picture it, not a scheme to transfer power from one clique to another, but a movement of the majority in the interest of the majority. In addition, it may as well be said candidly that this testimony was also deliberately designed as an educational shock to such members and sympathizers of our movement as may still, at this late day, be dabbling with the idea of a shorter cut to socialism by some mysterious prescription for action. The communist political method and strategy follow ineluctably from this basic premise. Nowhere and never have the authoritative representatives of Marxism formulated the question otherwise. The Marxists aim to make the social transformation with the majority and not for the majority. The Iraq. 596. Unkillable struggle of Marx and Engels against the Blanquists revolved around this pivot. Not once or twice, but repeatedly and almost continually, so that neither friend nor foe could possibly misunderstand him. In the months directly preceding the October Revolution, Lenin limited the Bolshevik task to the propaganda work of criticizing, exposing errors and advocating in order to win the majority to their side. This was not camouflage for the enemy but education for the workers' vanguard. He explained it theoretically as we, following him, tried to explain it in popular language at the trial. Naturally, when Lenin, or any other Marxist, spoke of the necessity of the Revolutionary Party having the support of the majority, he meant the real majority whose sentiments are ascertainable in various ways besides the ballot box of the bourgeois state. On the eve of the insurrection he wrote his devastating attack on Zinoviev and Kamina, who opposed the insurrection on the ground, among other things, that we do not enjoy a majority among the people, and in the absence of that condition insurrection is hopeless. Lenin, in a letter to the comrades, written on October 29 to 30, scornfully dismissed the authors of this statement as either distorters of the truth or pedants who want an advance guarantee that throughout the whole country the Bolshevik Party has received exactly 1/2 of the votes plus one. This they want at all events, without taking the least account of the real circumstances of the revolution. Nevertheless, he took pains to prove the Bolsheviks had the majority by facts: the August 20 elections in Petrograd, the district council elections in Moscow in September, the new elections to the Soviets, a majority of the peasant Soviets who had expressed itself against the coalition. The soldiers are passing en masse over to the side of the Soviets. Last, but not least, the revolt of the peasantry. He concluded his argument on this point by saying, "To doubt now that the majority of the people are following and will follow the Bolsheviks is shameful vacillation." On September 25 to 27 Lenin called upon the Bolshevik Party to take power. In this famous letter, addressed to the Central Committee, the Petrograd and Moscow committees of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Lenin, with the logic and directness which characterized him, states his premise and his conclusion in the first sentence: the Bolsheviks, having obtained a majority in the Soviets of workers and soldiers, deputies of both capitals, can and must take state power into their own hands. He was not worried about a formal majority, no revolution ever waits for that. But he was sure of the real majority. He insisted upon the revolution at this very moment, as he expressed it, not sooner and not later, because 597. The majority of the people are on our side. The majority gained in the Soviets of the metropolitan cities resulted from the people coming over to our side. The wavering of the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, and the increase in the number of internationalists within their ranks prove the same thing. The prosecution at the Minneapolis trial attempted to convict us, as charged in the indictment, of an actual conspiracy to overthrow the government by force and violence. We successfully refuted this accusation, and the indictment covering this point was rejected by the jury. The most effective element of our refutation of this absurd charge against our small party was our exposition of the democratic basis of the proletarian program, of the party's reliance on the majority to realize its program, and its corresponding obligation, while it remains in the minority, to submit to the majority. In making this exposition we had a legal purpose, but not only a legal purpose, in mind. As with all the testimony, it was designed primarily to explain and simplify our views and aims to the workers who would be future readers of the published court record. 6. Marxism and war. Our insistence at the trial that we undertake revolutionary action only with the support of the majority and not over their heads has brought a criticism also in connection with our attitude toward war, but this criticism is no more valid than the others and has no more right to appeal to the authority of Lenin. Comrade Muniz quotes with sharp disapproval the following answer to a hypothetical question concerning what our attitude would be in the event of the United States entering the war. This was before the declaration of war. A decision has been made, and is accepted by the majority of the people, to go to war. Our comrades have to comply with that. Muniz widens the gap between his understanding of revolutionary policy and ours by strongly objecting to this, as it appears to us, obviously correct and necessary statement. His impassioned rhetoric contains neither logic, nor Leninism, nor understanding of my statement, nor an answer to it. In the first place, I didn't endorse Roosevelt's decision, as if it really corresponded to the majority of the people. I said, the decision, hypothetically, is accepted by a majority of the people, the decision which has been made by others, for obviously one does not accept a decision which he has made himself. But that 598 is only a small point which illustrates that the testimony was carelessly read before it was even more carelessly criticized. 25. In the essence of the matter, the majority do in fact accept and support either actively or passively, the decision to go to war. This is an incontestable fact, as shown by the complete absence of mass opposition. It is this attitude of the majority which we have to contend with. The fact that the decision was made by others does not help us. It is the attitude of the masses toward the decision that we must contend with. What can and what should we, as Leninists, do while the masses maintain their present attitude? That is the question. To make our position clear, it is necessary to complete the answer given in the testimony which Muniz broke off in the middle. He stops with our statement that our comrades have to comply without adding the sentences which explain what is meant by compliance. Here are the explanatory sentences. Insofar as they are eligible for the draft, they must accept that, along with the rest of their generation, and go and perform the duty imposed on them, until such time as they convince the majority for a different policy. When the quotation is restored in full text, it begins to look somewhat different than Muniz hastily pictured it. It is nothing more or less than a warning to individual workers of the vanguard, who may be drafted, to go with the rest of their generation and not waste their energy and militancy on individual resistance, refusal of military service, etc. Was this warning correct? And was it necessary? As to the correctness of the warning, from the standpoint of Leninism, it will suffice to give two authoritative quotations. The first is a representative extract from Lenin's writings during the First World War. The idea of refusing to serve in the army, of strikes against the war, etc., is mere foolishness. It is the miserable and cowardly dream of an unarmed struggle against an armed bourgeoisie. It is a weak yearning for the abolition of capitalism without a desperate civil war or series of wars. The second quotation is from the Fundamental Theses, War, and the Fourth International. If the proletariat should find it beyond its power to prevent war by means of revolution, and this is the only means of preventing war, the workers, together with the whole people, will be forced to participate in the army and in war. This truth is presumably known to all revolutionists. But it was not always known. During the First World War, many of the best proletarian militants in the United States knew no other way to express their principled opposition to the imperialist war than by individual resistance to conscription, objection to and refusal of military service, etc. Much precious energy and courage were wasted that way. In testifying before the court, with a view to the publication of the testimony, we assumed that rank-and-file worker militants, to whom Lenin's tactics are as yet unknown, might read and be influenced by this warning to accept with the masses, until such time as they convince the majority for a different policy. Our words were primarily directed to them. We were not even dreaming either of endorsing Roosevelt's decision or of having to defend this ABC formulation within our own movement. We simply intended to say, in words and tone which we thought most efficacious from a propagandistic standpoint in the situation, what Lenin said. Muniz quotes a sentence in the testimony, "We would not support the war in a political sense." Now, this single sentence, even standing by itself, is perfectly correct. But Muniz is greatly dissatisfied with it. Why, then, equivocate so dangerously, he asks. I see no other reason but that our comrades have committed the very grave error of talking for a petty bourgeois jury for the more immediate present, not foreseeing the future struggles. Would it not have been better to state, we submit to your war, American bourgeois, because the violence of your society imposes it on us, the material violence of your arms. But the masses will come against you. From today on, our party is with the masses in an irreconcilable struggle against your regime of oppression, misery, and butchery. Therefore we will fight against your war with all means. Our emphasis. This agitational substitute for the position we elucidated at the trial is false from beginning to end. The testimony explains what we mean by political opposition. Trotsky, who was an internationalist to his heart's core, explained that a socialist party, which was in the minority at the outbreak of the First World War, was required to and could only take up a position of political opposition until such time as the change in the feeling of the working masses came about. That is the way he expounded the problem in War and the International. This book, written during the First World War and published in the United States under the publisher's title, The Bolsheviki and World Peace, is one of the classics upon which our movement has been raised and educated. Trotsky wrote, "The advance guard of the social democracy feels it is in the minority, its organizations, in order to complete the organization of the army, are wrecked. Under such conditions there can be no thought of a revolutionary move on the part of the party. And all this is quite independent of whether the people look upon a particular war with favor or disfavor. In spite of the colonial character of the Russo-Japanese War and its unpopularity in Russia, the first half-year of it nearly smothered the revolutionary movement. Consequently it is quite clear that, with the best intentions in the world, the socialist parties cannot pledge themselves to obstructionist action at the time of mobilization, at a time, that is, when socialism is more than ever politically isolated. And therefore there is nothing particularly unexpected or discouraging in the fact that the working class parties did not oppose military mobilization with their own revolutionary mobilization. The same idea was explained over again by Trotsky 22 years later in his testimony before the Dewey Commission in 1937. He still prescribes political opposition as a revolutionary method. At that time France had a military alliance with the Soviet Union and he was asked the hypothetical question by Stolberg. You are a responsible revolutionary figure. Russia and France already have a military alliance. Suppose an international war breaks out. What would you say to the French working class in reference to the defense of the Soviet Union? Change the French bourgeois government, would you say? Trotsky's answer is especially interesting to us, since the United States today stands in the position of France of 1937 in relation to the Soviet Union, and the hypothetical war has become a reality. 601. This question is more or less answered in the theses, The War and the Fourth International. In this sense, In France I would remain in opposition to the government and would develop systematically this opposition. In Germany I would do anything I could to sabotage the war machinery. They are two different things. In Germany and in Japan, I would apply military methods as far as I am able to fight, oppose, and injure the machinery, the military machinery of Japan, to disorganize it, both in Germany and Japan. In France, it is political opposition against the bourgeoisie, and the preparation of the proletarian revolution. Both are revolutionary methods. But in Germany and Japan I have as my immediate aim the disorganization of the whole machinery. In France, I have the aim of the proletarian revolution. In his April thesis, which is a sufficiently authoritative document since it was the program for the revolutionary struggle of the Bolsheviks in Russia under conditions of war, Lenin thought it enough, in dealing with the question of war and the government to say, not the slightest concession must be made to revolutionary defensism, no support must be given to the provisional government because it is a government of capitalists, power must be transferred to the Soviet. In view of the undoubted honesty of those broad sections of the mass believers in revolutionary defensism who accept the war only as a necessity, and not as a means of conquest, in view of the fact that they are being deceived by the bourgeoisie, it is necessary with particular thoroughness, persistence, and patience to explain their error to them. Political opposition, no support to the provisional government, and propaganda, patiently explain, these are the weapons with which Lenin and Trotsky prepared and finally carried through the proletarian revolution. They will suffice for us too. Our propagandistic explanations of our war policy in the Minneapolis courtroom are neither opportunistic nor equivocal. They contain the essence of the teachings and practice of Lenin and Trotsky. The alternative formulas of Comrade Muniz, however, contain one error after another. According to him, we should have said, "We submit to your war, American bourgeois, because the violence of your society imposes it on us, the material violence of your arms." That is not correct. If that were so we would have no right to condemn acts of individual resistance. When militant workers are put in fascist prisons and concentration camps because of their socialist opinions and activities. 602. They submit, but only through compulsion, to the material violence of arms. Consequently, individuals or small groups are encouraged and aided to desert to make their escape whenever a favorable opportunity presents itself, without waiting for and without even consulting the majority of the other prisoners in regard to the action. The revolutionary movement gains by such individual desertions because they can restore the prisoner to revolutionary effectiveness which is largely shut off in prison. Trotsky, for example, twice deserted from Siberia without incurring any criticism from the revolutionists. Compulsory military service in war is an entirely different matter. In this case we submit primarily to the majority of the workers who accept and support the war either actively or passively. Since we cannot achieve our socialist aims without the majority we must go with them, share their hardships and hazards, and win them over to our side by propaganda on the basis of common experiences. To accept military service under such circumstances is a revolutionary necessity. Individual resistance, objection, desertion, etc. in this case, directly contrary to that of prisoners escaping from the violence of arms, constitute desertion of class duty. The party, which applauds and aids the escaping prisoner, condemns draft dodgers and deserters. The escaped prisoner frees himself to resume revolutionary work. The individual deserter from the military service cuts himself off from the mass who have to make the revolution and thereby destroys his value. From today on, Muniz would have us say, our party is with the masses in an irreconcilable struggle against your regime of oppression, misery, and butchery. Therefore we will fight against your war with all means. It would appear that Muniz's erroneous explanation of the primary reason why a minority revolutionary party submit to the war, his tendency to skip a stage in the workers' development and his lack of precision in speaking of the struggle against the war by all means, these errors lead him to slide over to equally loose and ill-considered formulations as to those means of struggle which are open, and advantageous, to the minority party of revolutionary socialism. 7. Marxism and sabotage. The everlasting talk about action, as if a small minority party has at its disposal, besides its propaganda, its explanations, some other weapons vaguely described as actions but not explicitly defined, can only confuse and becloud the question and leave the door open for sentiments of an anarchistic and blanquist nature. We, following all the Marxist teachers, thought it necessary. 603. To exclude such conceptions in order to safeguard the party from the danger of condemning itself to futility and destruction before it gets a good start on its real task at this time, to explain to the masses and win over the majority. That is why we utilized the forum of the trial to speak so explicitly about our rejection of sabotage. That is why we denied all accusations in this respect so emphatically. Not, with Muni's permission, for lack of valor, but because, as Marxists, we do not believe in sabotage, terrorism, or any other device which substitutes the actions of individuals or small groups for the action of the masses. Sabotage was once the fashion in this country in the politically primitive days before the First World War. Imported from France, where it was advertised as a miraculous remedy by the anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists, sabotage was taken up by the IWW, the left socialists, and the radical intellectuals, who in those days had a decidedly anarchistic hue. It seemed for a time to offer a wonderful shortcut to victory for a movement which wasn't doing so well with the humdrum job of educating and organizing the workers for mass action. The consequences of this anarchistic folly were disastrous for the 1WW. The advocacy of sabotage only repelled the masses and left the IWW members in a legally indefensible position. To avoid complete alienation from the workers, and for sheer self-preservation of the organization in the face of prosecutions during the war, the IWW was compelled to drop the weapon of sabotage overboard with the most unseemly haste. Lenin wrote, "Not sabotage of the war, not separate, individual actions in that spirit, but mass propaganda, not only among civilians, leading to the transformation of the war into a civil war. Not sabotage of the war, but the struggle against chauvinism." Our emphasis. Muniz is especially indignant at our rejection of sabotage in the testimony, but he is wrong in his criticism and wrong even, it would appear, in his understanding of the question. Sabotage, to us, means individual acts of obstruction and destruction, substituted for mass action. That is the way Marxism defines it and, thereby, condemns it. Similarly, individual terrorism. But it is necessary to understand that such actions have one quality when employed as substitutes for mass action and another quality when subordinated to and absorbed by mass action. Marxism is opposed to terrorist assassinations, for example, but not to wars of liberation waged by the oppressed masses, even though wars entail some killing of obnoxious individuals. So, also, with acts of obstruction and destruction as part of and subordinate to wars waged by the masses, not as substitutes for them. Terrorism and sabotage are then no longer the same things. Everything changes. 604. Including the attitude of Marxists, according to what is dominant and what is subordinate in the circumstances. Comrade Muniz seems to invest sabotage with a virtue in its own right. We, on the other hand, admit sabotage only as a minor auxiliary factor in mass actions, that is, when it is no longer sabotage in the proper sense of the term. The difference is quite fundamental. Muniz writes, "I believe that sabotage is a method for tactical use whose application at certain moments can be productive of contrary effects to what is intended, our emphasis." Muniz's formulation, contrasted to that of Trotsky in his article, Learn to Think, shows a great difference of conception. Trotsky wrote, "The proletarian party does not resort to artificial methods, such as burning warehouses, setting off bombs, wrecking trains, etc., in order to bring about the defeat of its own government. Even if it were successful on this road, the military defeat would not at all lead to revolutionary success, a success which can be assured only by the independent movement of the proletariat. The methods of struggle change, of course, when the struggle enters the openly revolutionary phase. Civil war is a war, and in this aspect has its particular laws. In civil war, bombing of warehouses, wrecking of trains and all other forms of military sabotage are inevitable. Their appropriateness is decided by purely military considerations. Civil war continues revolutionary politics but by other, precisely military, means. Sabotage is admissible as a weapon of the proletarian movement only in quotation marks as elucidated by Trotsky. That is, when, strictly speaking, it is no longer sabotage, but a minor military measure supplementing mass action. Whoever speaks of sabotage in any other framework does not speak the language of Marxism. 8. Defensive formulations and the organization of action. In general, it may be said that the source of all the criticism of our expositions at the Minneapolis trial is to be found in the apparent rejection of defensive formulations, and in counterposing offensive action to them. But the essence of the whole question consists in this, that defensive formulations prepare and help to create genuine mass actions, while calls to action, not so prepared, usually echo in the void. It is not by accident that those revolutionists who 605 understand this are precisely the ones who have shown the capacity to organize actions when the conditions for them are present. The ultra-left sectarians, meantime, who do not understand the best mechanism for the organization of actions, that is, precisely, defensive formulations, always remain alone and isolated with their impatient slogans and their self-imagined intransigence. Also, defensive formulations are an indispensable medium for teaching the masses, who will not be convinced by theory but only by their own experience and propaganda related thereto. This experience of the masses proceeds in the main along the line of defensive actions. That is why defensive formulations are most easily comprehensible and represent the best approach of the revolutionary Marxists to the masses. Finally, it is a tactical and legal consideration of no small importance in a bourgeois democratic country that defensive formulas partially disarm the class enemy, or in any case, make their attacks more difficult and costly. Why should such advantages be thrown away? Every strike leader worth his salt knows, however, that strikers are not mobilized and sent into action against strike breakers, thugs, and law-breaking cops by lecturing them on the virtues of violence and calling them to take the offensive. The workers, militant and courageous as they may be, prefer victory by peaceful means, and in this they only show good sense. In addition, strikers, at the beginning, almost invariably entertain illusions about the impartiality of the public authorities and tend to assume that they, as well as the bosses and their hirelings, will respect the rights of the strikers and the justice of their cause. Strike leaders who seek not self-expression but victory in the strike, who understand that it can be won only by means of mass solidarity and mass action, must take these illusions and sentiments of the workers into account as the point of departure. Strike leaders can in no case begin with loose-mouthed calls for violent offensive action by the strikers. The first task is to explain the implacable nature of the struggle in which the self-interest of the bosses excludes fair play, and the role of the public authorities as political servants of the bosses. The second task is to warn the workers to expect violent attacks, and the third task is to prepare and organize the workers to defend themselves and their rights. Along these lines, and as a rule only along these lines, the struggle can be consciously developed in tempo and scope. The most effective mass action of the strikers, as every experienced organizer of mass actions knows, is organized and carried out under defensive slogans. Matters are no different when the workers' mass action ascends from the elementary field of the economic strike to the topmost peak of the class struggle, the open fight for political power. Here also the action proceeds under defensive slogans and, to a very large extent also under cover of legality. Trotsky has 606 demonstrated this so convincingly in his monumental history of the Russian Revolution that there remains no ground for serious debate in our ranks on the subject. Trotsky painstakingly explains how the October Revolution was developed by defensive formulations from link to link over a period of 13 or 16 days during which hundreds of thousands of workers and soldiers took direct action, defensive in form, but aggressive in essence. At the end of that time, the masses being fully mobilized, there remained only a rather narrow problem, the insurrection, the success of which was assured. After these explanations of Trotsky about the defensive slogans whereby the Bolsheviks organized their victorious struggle for power, it should not be necessary to say anything more on the subject. The method here acquires unimpeachable authority by virtue of the fact that it was not only expounded, but also successfully applied to the greatest revolution in history. In this light, the defensive formulations employed by us in the Minneapolis trial, far from being repudiated, must be underscored more decisively. They are the right formulations for a propagandistic approach to the American workers. And they are the best methods for the mobilization of the workers for mass action throughout all stages of the development of the proletarian revolution in the United States. 7 legal questions were raised in the petition which our attorneys filed before the US Supreme Court, asking it to review the decision of the Circuit Court of Appeals affirming the conviction of the 18 Minneapolis defendants. At least 6 of these legal questions not only justified but demanded that the Supreme Court grant a review, consider oral and written arguments, and render its opinion as to why it affirmed the decision of the Circuit Court of Appeals. I offer for the consideration of the layman only 2 of the legal questions raised by the defense. One section of the Smith-Gag Act, under which the defendants were convicted, makes it unlawful to advise, counsel, urge, or in any manner cause insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty by any member of the military or naval forces of the United States. The Espionage Act of 1917 makes it unlawful willfully to cause, or attempt to cause insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty, in the military or naval forces of the United States. Now I admit that the language is not exactly alike, because the act under which we were convicted speaks of advising and urging insubordination, while the Espionage Act uses the expression causing insubordination. Sensible people would agree, I think, that causing insubordination must necessarily involve in some way or other advising and urging. To all intents and purposes the 2 statutes are the same. It was in interpreting the Espionage Act that the S1 Supreme Court, in 1919, laid down the rule that, before anyone can be convicted for making oral or written statements, the government must prove that a clear and present danger exists, that these statements might actually result in creating insubordination in the armed forces. The government contended that this rule does not apply to that section of the Smith Act which is almost identical with the Espionage Act. The question is of such importance and the similarity of the statutes is so great, that the Supreme Court was obligated to discuss it and present reasons for its decisions. Another important question involved in the case, which can be readily understood without any special training, is, what constitutes urging insubordination in the armed forces? This does not involve the question whether the government witnesses testified against us truthfully. The question is whether, as a matter of law, the facts presented by the government constitute urging insubordination. Stupid invention. Some of the government witnesses testified that a few of the defendants told them that, if drafted, they should try to create dissension in the army by kicking about the food and bedding. This is obviously the invention of stupid people. Even if it is true, does this constitute a conspiracy to create insubordination in the army? Suppose it turned out that the food and bedding were excellent and there was nothing to kick about on that score? Suppose they were bad, would it be wrong to kick about them? It was also shown by the government that the Socialist Workers' Party favors military training under the control of the trade unions and democracy in the military forces. Does that constitute urging insubordination? A Supreme Court motivated purely by legal obligations would have considered at least the 2 questions that I have mentioned and would have presented reasons for its decision. It is possible to come to either one of 2 conclusions with reference to the failure of the Supreme Court to grant a review. It is possible to say that the court considered all legal questions raised by the attorneys for the defendants and decided not to grant a review because these questions were not sufficiently important or were already settled in some previous case. Such a conclusion is ruled out for the reason that the questions raised were novel ones, and most people will agree that they are important. The other conclusion, and the correct one, is that the Supreme Court did not want to interfere with the conviction in this case and was not interested in discussing the legal questions that were raised. It is on this assumption that one can best explain the failure of the court to grant a review. This was the simplest and easiest way out. It obviated the necessity of discussing the questions and presenting reasons for a decision, something that would have been embarrassing for those judges who claim to be liberal. 609. Weapon for reaction. Everyone in the labor and progressive movement must clearly realize the implications of the decision by the Circuit Court of Appeals, which the Supreme Court has approved by virtue of its refusal to review it. It not only permits a viciously reactionary law, the Smith-Gag Act, to remain on the stature books. It has strengthened that law by interpreting it in a manner which gives the widest possible scope for its use by prosecutors against anyone who stands for the right of workers to defend themselves against reactionary violence and who raises his voice on behalf of any democratic rights for men in the military service. What more perfect weapon can a prosecutor expect than a statute so interpreted as to permit an indictment and conviction for any statement criticizing anything connected with the military regime? All that he need do is frame an indictment in the words of the statute. The method of choosing juries in the federal courts practically guarantees a conviction. What a paradise for a prosecutor aiming to convict revolutionists if no more is required to make a conviction stick than to introduce a copy of the Communist Manifesto. The courts have opened wide the gates of the federal penitentiaries for victims of the Smith-Gag law to be driven in. Whether or not the government will set the prosecutors into motion does not depend solely on the fact that a reactionary law has been interpreted in a reactionary manner, and that the conviction of 18 Trotskyists has been affirmed. For the present government may well be satisfied to have a powerful weapon at its disposal which can be used whenever it becomes necessary, not only against revolutionists but against any and all militant unionists and progressives. The weapon may again be used when the European masses take their fate into their own hands and refuse to take orders from Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill. It undoubtedly will be used when the workers of this country will become more militant in their demands to curb the war profiteers and will refuse to assume all the burdens of the war. Motives for the conviction. Undoubtedly it will be asked why the Supreme Court refused to interfere with the conviction. I explained why it chose the method of refusing to grant a review, but that in itself does not explain why the judges decided to permit the conviction to stand. 610. Every individual having anything to do with the prosecution had his own particular reason for his desire to get us convicted. Tobin wanted to run the Minneapolis Teamsters Union as he pleased without the interference of men who fought for honest, militant, and democratic unionism. He asked his friend Roosevelt to do something for him. Our great and democratic president was more than willing to have us indicted and convicted in order to do his friend Tobin a favor. And once the machinery of what is called justice is set in motion, every individual connected with that capitalist justice is anxious to do his part faithfully and well. Basically, however, the special and particular reasons motivating the various personalities connected with the prosecution play a minor role. To find the basic motives of Tobin and Roosevelt and prosecutors and judges, one must look to the fundamental ideas which the defendants represent and in the activities which the defendants pursue for the realization of their ideas. Imprisoned for our ideas. Let me once more assure you that the charge of advocating violence to overthrow the government and the accusation of creating insubordination in the armed forces are only flimsy pretexts to confuse the backward and fool the gullible. In fact, it is because we are opposed to a social order which condemns mankind to the physical violence of war and fascism and to the spiritual violence of poverty and ignorance that we have been sentenced to prison terms. They who boast about the number and quality of weapons produced to kill human beings by the thousands and tens of thousands, accuse us of advocating violence because, on the basis of an analysis of social forces and a study of history, we conclude that the ruling class will not yield its wealth and power without resorting to violence. It is because we have been indicted, convicted, and are being sent to prison for holding and propagating advanced social ideas that the labor and liberal movements are obligated, in their own interests, to struggle for a pardon on our behalf and to erase the Smith-Gag Act from the statute books. Too many liberals and labor leaders are so interested in supporting Roosevelt in what they consider to be a struggle against German fascism, that they have forgotten that right here in this country men are being railroaded to jail because they are struggling for a new social order. Let those who want democracy to prevail and are indifferent to our case, beware. By their failure to struggle on our behalf they are helping to create a monster that will ultimately destroy them also. 611. Some people, I hope, have learned a lesson in this case. They have learned that no reliance can be placed in a so-called liberal Supreme Court to guard essential democratic rights. A liberal Supreme Court can interfere with a lower court to protect the right of an unimportant and unpopular religious sect to distribute its literature. It has been shown in our case that it will not interfere with the jailing of people who seriously advocate a fundamental change in the social order. In the last analysis, only a politically conscious working class will be able to guard the democratic rights of the people. The attention of all who are devoted to these rights must be centered on the masses, on educating them to the significance of our case as a violation of their rights. All of us can and must agree on one thing, that democracy is absolutely essential for the working class. It is essential for its struggle for better conditions under the present system. It is essential for its struggle for a new social order. It is essential for the building of the new social order. To struggle for our pardon, for the appeal of the Smith-Gag Act and for the nullification of the decision of the Circuit Court of Appeals and of the Supreme Court is essentially a struggle for the democratic rights of the masses. Full well do we know that the sacrifice which we are compelled to make by virtue of our imprisonment is nothing in comparison with the sacrifices which revolutionists of other lands and different times were forced and are still forced to suffer. We do not at all consider ourselves in the categories of martyrs. We have done our bit in the cause of working class emancipation. We go to prison confident that the struggle for our ideas and for the democratic rights of the American masses will continue. Upon our liberation we shall together with you continue the struggle for socialism which will bring freedom and equality to all mankind. Permeating other contributions in this volume, practical as well as analytical, is an intensive engagement and utilization of history and theory. The items in this chapter, however, are focused precisely on seeking to convey to the reader an understanding of historical events as well as the specifics and development of Marxist theory. Felix Morrow and George Novak were two of the most prominent intellectuals in the Trotskyist movement, with keen interest in the history of the United States as developed by such influential progressive historians as Charles Beard and V.L. Parrington. Both are eager to challenge a democratic romanticizing that had crept into the historiography of Communist Party writers, under the impact of Stalin's Popular Front that sought alliances with the democratic bourgeoisie. They gave emphasis instead to the long history of the capitalist class advancing its interests at the expense of both democracy and the lower classes. More recent scholarship updates the specifics but also largely corroborates the essentials in their accounts in the two selections offered here. 1. Albert Goldman was an outstanding left-wing lawyer with a strong intellectual bent, and proved to be an outstanding popular educator in Trotskyist ranks. A three-part lecture series, designed to convey a relatively sophisticated and at the same time comprehensible understanding of Marxist theory, was published in a widely distributed pamphlet. The second portion of What is Socialism? Is reproduced here. Its focus, not surprisingly, is on problems and dynamics of class consciousness and class struggle. Responding to what he saw as a false counterposition of Rosa Luxemburg to Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, Max Schachtman wrote what has been considered a classic essay, approvingly cited years later by sociologist C. Wright Mills, that explores common ground between them as well as differences between the two. In that essay, reproduced here, Schachtman attributes some of the key differences, interestingly, to the different contexts in which they were active. One of Luxemburg's younger comrades, Paul Froelich, would soon produce a major biography presenting a similar analysis. 2. Among the most brilliant figures in the Trotskyist movement was the Afro-Caribbean intellectual C.L.R. James, the author of two groundbreaking histories, World Revolution and Black Jacobins. 3. Moving from England to the United States in 1939, he offered his comrades another groundbreaking work, reprinted here, under the party name J.R. Johnson. While the massive layer of humanity living in or originating from Africa was generally presented as a marginal element in world history or, at best, as passive victims, James argues powerfully that they are a central and active component in the transformative revolutions of the past, going on to emphasize the meaning of this for revolutionary struggles of the present and the future. The final essay in this chapter, by George Novak, using the name William F. Ward, produces a stirring defense of revolutionary perspectives in the face of the government's Smith Act prosecutions, demonstrating that the right to revolution is integral to the entire history of the United States. The Supreme Court was never given the power it wields. It has usurped that power. This cry, now being raised by the Rooseveltian liberals, has been on other occasions also a useful plank for demagogues. La Follette ran his 1925 presidential campaign on that issue. Borer raised it in 1923. Teddy Roosevelt toyed with it on occasion and, of course, Jefferson and Jackson made excellent political capital out of it. So often has this cry of usurpation been raised, that one might well ask its present trumpeters, how is it that the Supreme Court has always bobbed up, unscathed and with ever-growing power, after every assault upon it? This cry of usurpation is, indeed, a very dangerous piece of demagoguery. It implies that an otherwise pure democratic system of government has been perverted by the unnatural powers usurped by the Supreme Court, and that the pure stream of democracy may be restored by removing the Supreme Court. The notion of usurpation reeks of parliamentary cretinism. It is blind to the class role of the government as a whole, including the most representative organ, Congress, and the dependence of all governmental phenomena upon the real relation of forces outside in the world of capitalist ownership and class struggle. But this blindness is itself a class phenomenon. That the Supreme Court is but one of a host of instrumentalities and principles embodied in the Constitution by its makers to thwart forever the possibility of majority rule, that the Founding Fathers had as their fundamental aim the erection of such permanent barriers, that the hostility to majority rule is, in fact, the very essence of the Constitution. Such ideas are repugnant to the ruling class, which prefers to perpetuate the myth that the Constitution is a democratic document. The ruling ideas of the epoch are the ideas of the ruling class. In their very dissent, therefore, the Roosevelt liberals reveal their class loyalty and continue to perpetuate this democratic myth, the classless theory of the state. Clio's voice is muted by such powerful forces. The true history of the writing of the Constitution is available enough in the libraries for the student, but in the main it is the democratic myth which prevails in the textbooks and the universities, not to speak of the movies, radio, and politics. And now poor Clio may well despair, for, no doubt after rereading the press clippings of La Follette's 1924 campaign, the Communist Party has issued a manifesto, Daily Worker January N, and numerous historical articles, embracing the usurpation theory. The Stalinists have, indeed, become the chief purveyors of this anti-Marxian and factually discredited theory. The question of the powers given to the Supreme Court is, however, but one aspect of a much broader question that needs to be answered first. What is the nature of the Constitution? To answer this question at all, one must recall the main characteristics of the historical epoch which produced the Constitution. When Imperial Britain's leading strings began to tum into fetters on colonial America's further development, and the New England merchants and the Southern planters took to the road of independence, they faced the fact that the struggle against England involved serious dangers at home. The strong hand of England had upheld the oligarchical rule of merchant and planter over small farmer and artisan. What would happen when this strong hand was gone? Nor was it merely that merchant and planter would now have to rule without England's aid. To fight England required the drawing into political life of the workingmen and farmers. Once the colonies were free, would merchant and planter be able to dismiss the lower classes back to their subordinate role? The events of 1764 to 1766, when the workingmen backed up by mob violence, frightened the merchants off for years. They wondered whether the men who excited this seditious spirit in the people have it in their power to suppress it. Many of those who became Tories did so, like Joseph Galloway of Pennsylvania, because they feared the tyranny of mob rule more than the tyranny of Parliament. Even James Otis roundly denounced mob riots, saying that no possible circumstances, though ever so oppressive, could be supposed sufficient to justify private tumults and disorders. The merchants and planters would have preferred to fight England by methods which did not require drawing the masses into the struggle. The formation, by Boston and New York workingmen, of the Sons of Liberty, which performed the actual work of violence in 1764 and 1765, and which did not grow into a revolutionary intercolonial organization at that time only because the Stamp Act was repealed, was an alarming sign that the masses might go forward for their own objectives once the fight with England was over. The menace of farmers' demands was even more disturbing. In New England, the wealthier families had been able to take the lion's share of the coastal lands only by suppressing the demands of the poorer farmers and the former indentured servants. The tidewater planters had preempted the rich tobacco lands, forcing former servants into the backwoods. The struggle over taxation found the same classes in opposition, the farmers particularly complaining that they paid on their whole estate while merchants easily concealed assets. Especially bitter was the struggle over paper money, the debtors desiring to pay off debts and taxes with progressively depreciating paper money, while the prospering merchants wanted stable currency. Uprisings of debtors threatened, and riot acts were passed against them. It was only Parliament's prohibition of paper money, 1763, that turned the farmers' attack from their home merchants to England. These economic oppositions naturally also found expression in a struggle over representation. Under the colonial charters, office holders were required to have larger properties than voters, thus weeding out many representatives of the lower classes. Property franchises were general throughout the colonies, leaving mechanics and artisans, and some of the farmers, especially former indentured servants, voteless. Even more irksome was the inequitable representation of the back country as against the coastal counties, which was one of the most bitterly contested issues throughout the colonial period. Class stood arrayed against class. This is the main explanation for the hesitation and dilatoriness of merchant and planter in launching the final struggle against England. But they finally had to plunge. The exigencies of revolutionary warfare gave more and more power to the artisans and backwoods farmers. Not only England's restraining hand disappeared, but a large part of the upper classes, British placemen, commercial agents, great landowners, and merchants, sided with England, and had to be suppressed. The local committees of safety took over most governmental powers. They took charge of providing armed forces for the struggle. But, since the Loyalists were far more numerous than the British Army ever became, the apparatus for suppressing the Loyalists was even more important. It was, in fact, civil war, and to wage it successfully meant political activization of the masses. Disarming parties went from house to seize Loyalist weapons. Terrorization of Loyalists by mob violence, tarring and feathering, arbitrary arrest, forcible exile, suspension of all their civil rights, forced confessions or recantations, confiscation of property, and not a few executions. The Patriot organization for holding in check and destroying Loyalism was fully as systematic, elaborate, and far-reaching as the military establishment which Washington and his generals directed against the British regular army, says a noted authority, Fisher. The local committees had, of course, no legal basis. They had no status other than revolutionary necessity. As the revolution progressed, however, they had grown so accustomed to dealing with the Loyalists, that they regarded it as an established and legalized procedure. An account of tars and feathers inflicted on a New Jersey Loyalist closes with the words, "The whole was conducted with that regularity and decorum that ought to be observed in all public punishments." The astute leaders of the merchants and planters were clearly aware of the dangers involved in thus drawing in the masses into state power. Alexander Hamilton tried to check confiscation of property and expulsion of Loyalists but was powerless, even after the Treaty of Peace of 1783. In 1784 the Loyalists in New York were disfranchised and disqualified from holding office, and debts due them were cancelled on condition that 1/40 was paid into the state treasury. Hamilton saw his natural allies driven out by an agrarian majority who were his natural enemies. Earlier in the struggle, contemplating the rule of the mob, John Adams was so troubled that he asked, "Is this the object for which I have been contending? Said I to myself, are these the sentiments of such people, and how many of them are there in the country? Half the nation, for what I know, for half the nation are debtors, if not more, and these have been in all countries the sentiments of debtors. If the power of the country should get into such hands, and there is a great danger that it will, to what purpose have we sacrificed our time, health, and everything else?" Works, Volume 2, p. 420. The masses had their way, too, about issuance of a progressively depreciating currency. Having commonly pledged the half or whole of their estates for the preservation of their sacred liberties, the provincial bodies evinced a uniform determination to pass the sacrifice on by way of a depreciating currency. Any opposition to this course was frustrated by the need of mass support for the struggle. As the currency depreciated and men refused to sell lands, houses, or merchandise for nearly worthless paper, their stores were closed or pillaged, merchants mobbed, fined, and imprisoned, as the agrarian-controlled legislatures declared the Continentals legal tender. Congress, if anything, outdid the state legislatures, for after a solemn declaration that the Continentals would not be depreciated, a bankrupt, faithless republic would be a novelty in the political world, and appear among respectable nations like a common prostitute among chaste and respectable matrons, Congress adopted 6 months later a plan to redeem the money at 1/40th of its nominal value. Progressive depreciation enabled the farmers to pay off debts and taxes. The last years of the war was a debtor's paradise. Madison is authority for the statement that 618. The paper money laws and the stay laws against foreclosures were the primary reason for calling the Constitutional Convention. The small farmers controlled the revolutionary state governments which superseded the colonial charters. They did not do away with property qualifications for suffrage, so that a large part of the mechanics and artisans, as well as some former indentured servants, remained voteless, a condition for which the agrarians were to pay dearly when the Constitution was submitted to the electorate, but the new state governments gave sufficiently more equitable representation to the back country to enable the farmers to hold consistent majorities. The form of government introduced by the agrarian majorities confirmed all the fears of the conservatives. The colonial governments had been, generally, subordinated to a royal or proprietary appointed governor who appointed the members of the upper legislative house, convened and dissolved the legislature, had an unqualified veto power over it, and appointed the judges and all other civil and military officers. In sharp contrast to this, the new state governments were based on the principle of legislative supremacy. The governor's veto power was entirely abolished in all but 2 states, his appointive power taken away or restricted, his term of office cut to 1 year in 10 states. In New York and New England he was elected by the voters, in the other 8 states by the legislature. The supremacy of the legislature is also shown by its powers over the judiciary. In 9 states the judges were elected by the legislature, in the others they were controlled by the legislature's hold on governor and council who did the appointing. Annual elections of judges in 3 states, removal in 6 states by the executive on an address from the legislature, and simple methods of impeachment by the legislature, guaranteed considerable direct control over the judiciary. Most important of all, the judges had no power of voiding laws of the legislature. The theory of division of powers among legislative, executive, and judicial departments, the system of checks and balances, embodied later in the Constitution, find no semblance in the constitutions of the revolutionary state governments. The first federal constitution, the Articles of Confederation, framed under the impulse of the Revolution, is also a democratic document. All the powers were vested in a single legislative body, the Continental Congress, which was unchecked by an executive or judiciary. Fiercely opposed to the leveling doctrines of these governments, merchant and planter nevertheless submitted for the duration of the Revolution, for the brunt of the struggle lay on the farming masses and the artisans, who took seriously the democratic implications of the theory of natural rights by which the revolution was justified. The sailors' and workers' interests were 619. Directly bound up with perpetuation and expansion of colonial commerce, and the farmers of the northern and middle colonies were dependent for cash incomes on the sale of their cereals and meats to the West Indies and Europe. This provided common ground with the merchants and planters. But the masses had their own grievances against England: prohibition of paper currency, vetoing of debtor legislation, raising of cost of goods by duties, levying of direct taxes, and these were the issues which made the revolution popular. The literature of the time shows, too, that the masses understood that further liberty could come only after England was out of the way. In their opposition to the democratic state governments, their paper money and stay laws, merchant and planter dared not come into fundamental opposition to the objectives for which the masses were laying down their lives. As one contemporary put it, thoughtful patriots, who deplored the confusion, the turmoil, and the mobs, nevertheless felt satisfied that it was a phase through which we must pass, a price which we must pay for independence. The long years of anarchy were trying, terrible, and disgusting, but to remain the political slaves of England was, they said, infinitely worse. They bided their time. Once the Treaty of Peace was signed in 1783, the Conservatives began to fight back. One of the main issues was depreciating paper money. In 1785 7 legislatures emitted new paper money, and the atmosphere of the struggle against it was one of impending civil war. When an armed mob in New Hampshire demanded unlimited paper money, when mobs in Massachusetts prevented the courts from sitting on foreclosure cases, and Daniel Shays attempted to close the courts altogether by armed force, when event after event showed merchant and planter that only a decisive transformation of the situation would ensure their domination, there was talk among them of a military dictatorship, if necessary. In the ensuing struggle from which they emerged so victorious, they were aided by the historical impotence of the agrarian population, with its narrow, provincial outlook. The agrarian opposition remained locked up in each state, often unconnected within the boundaries of one state, of a tendency toward a national coordination or organization of the agrarian forces, there was not a sign. The agrarians proved incapable of understanding the need of a centralized government for the further development of commerce and industry. The only opposition to merchant and planter which might have been successful was one which could combine democratic demands with centralized governmental power. Such a program could not come from the agrarians, with their hope. 620. Leslie local outlook. They opposed every attempt to increase the powers of the government while it was still under the Democratic Articles of Confederation. They levied duties on goods transported from one state to another, and carried on commercial wars of retaliation with each other, so that shipping and manufacturing were handicapped by multiple and conflicting tariff policies. The finances of the Confederation were dependent on payments by the agrarian legislatures, which held them back, with the result that even the interest on foreign obligations was unpaid. The revolutionary soldiers did not receive the funds voted them, and the government was paralyzed. Rival claims of the states, the inability of the government to provide protection and facilities for settlement, kept the western lands closed. The lack of a national currency was an impediment to national commerce and industry. These various needs provided the conservatives with powerful arguments in favor of the Constitution. Actually, they were arguments only in favor of a strong national government, and in no way justified the anti-democratic character of the Constitution. But this was a distinction which the agrarians were incapable of making. So long as the revolutionary struggle provided a common objective for all classes, and the National Army and Navy and the Continental Congress permitted wide powers during the struggle, provided a national framework, the farmers had, by their local assumption of power against the Loyalists, constituted the flesh and blood of a powerful, national state power. But when the classes went their separate ways, the power of the farmers frittered itself away in petty local struggles. They even lost control of some of the state legislatures. This incapacity for large-scale common action is all the more damning as a characteristic of the agrarian population. If one takes into consideration that the American agrarians were not subsistence farmers, but commercial farmers dependent in large measure on cash crops. Money payment of taxes, that sure index to the development of a highly developed commercial agriculture, was established in Massachusetts as early as 1694 and soon became universal. Under the leadership of the bourgeoisie, they had fought against the England which closed its ports to their cereals and meats and hampered trade with the foreign West Indies and Europe, but when England, after the Revolution, continued to close its ports to their produce, they would not give the national government the necessary powers to institute retaliatory measures. Further development of commercial agriculture clearly depended on a strong state power, the growth of cities, the development of commerce and industry. The agrarians could see no further than their county seats. The largest section of the population, then, the freehold farmer, was incapable of bringing forward a program which combined the necessary national centralization with democratic forms of government. The artisans and mech. 621. Annex in the towns, resembling more the prototype of the manufacturing entrepreneur than the proletarian, earning comparatively good wages, and daily aware of the dependence of his well-being on the development of capitalist enterprise, constituted too small and rapidly changing a class to bring forward the necessary program. The former revolutionary vanguard, the ideologists like Samuel Adams and Josiah Warren Jefferson, Madison, and Patrick Henry, who had rallied the farming masses against England with their passionate enunciations of the rights of man, not only did not come forward to provide leadership to the masses in the new situation but sided with their enemies. This significant fact is obscured the struggles which came after the Constitution, and therefore deserves emphasis. Adams, Warren, and their associates from the commercial bourgeoisie returned after the Revolution to their class allegiance, and played no further role. This is sufficiently indicated by the fact that Samuel Adams, in the debates over the Constitution, supported the principle of judicial supremacy. Jefferson, Madison, and Henry represented the interests of planting aristocracy of the tidewater regions of the South, large-scale commercial farmers producing one main cash crop, tobacco. They were scarcely the bearers of a democratic tradition. They were then passing from the use of dictatorially treated indentured servants to chattel Negro slaves as their main labor supply. They had preempted the best growing lands and driven the smaller farmers back into the Piedmont region. In the state legislature they were fighting the representatives of the back country. Before the Revolution, one of their chief links to the small farmer New England and the middle colonies had been their common interest in depreciating paper currency, for the peculiar business relations between the planters and their British agents, who extended credit before selling the crop, resulting in chronic overbuying by the planters, made the planters perennial debtors. British claims after the war were almost entirely against plantation provinces. But having successfully repudiated debts to England, the planters had become terrified during the war at the effects of paper money, and joined now with the merchants to prohibit it. Indeed, the sole link between the southern planters and the small farmers was a reactionary one, the provincial demand for states' rights against centralized government. But the planters were also the chief speculators in western lands, and could not cash in without the aid of a centralized government. Concessions were made to them, in the Constitution, 3/5 of slaves to be counted for representation and taxation, importation of slaves not to be forbidden before a lapse of 20 years, as a check on commercial agreements detrimental to the planters, a 2/3 Senate vote for ratifying treaties, equal representation of states, in the Senate, but they had nothing to do with democracy. 622. The planters were later to fall out with the commercial bourgeoisie, when Hamilton's bold and far-seeing policy of developing commerce and industry showed by its first fruits that the planters were eventually to become subordinate, and then the planter ideologists, seeking the agrarian masses as allies, reverted to the democratic slogans of the Revolution. But on the main issues against the agrarian masses, the planter ideologists joined the mercantile aristocracy in drafting the Constitution. Merchant and planter vied with each other in denouncing legislative supremacy and finding ways and means to do away with it in the Constitution. Randolph of Virginia, seeking a cure for the evils under which the United States labored, declared that in tracing these evils to their origin, every man had found it in the turbulence and follies of democracy, that some check therefore was to be sought for against this tendency, and a good Senate seemed most likely to answer the purpose. Another planter ideologist, Madison, declared the problem before the Constitutional Convention was to secure private rights against majority factions, and warned, "An increase of population will of necessity increase the proportion of those who will labor under all the hardships of life and secretly sigh for a more equal distribution of its blessings. These may in time outnumber those who are placed above the feelings of indigence. According to the equal law of suffrage, the power will slide into the hands of the former. No agrarian attempts have yet been made in this country, but symptoms of a leveling spirit, as we have understood, have sufficiently appeared, in a certain quarter, to give notice of the future danger." Debates, Eliot, Volume V, p. 243. Such was this great Democrat's conclusions from Shays' Rebellion. The banner-bearer of Jeffersonian democracy was American minister in Paris during the Constitutional Convention. In a letter to Madison, dated December 20, 1787, Jefferson wrote, "I like the organization of the government into legislative, judiciary and executive. And I like the negative given to the executive with a third of either house, though I should have liked it better had the judiciary been associated for that purpose, or invested with a separate and similar power." In other letters of that year Jefferson said the Bill of Rights was needed to guard liberty against the legislative as well as the executive branches and was to be favored because of the legal check which it puts into the hands of the judiciary. 623. That his later quarrel with the Federalist-controlled Supreme Court was not as the champion of democracy, but as the reactionary defendant of states' rights, is seen from a letter of 1798 in which Jefferson, speaking of his own state of Virginia, writes that the laws of the land, administered by upright judges, would protect you from any exercise of power unauthorized by the Constitution of the United States. Writings, Volume 4, p. 475, Volume V, p. 76, Volume 7, p. 281. Patrick Henry, though he was not at the Constitutional Convention, declared that it was the highest encomium of this country, that the acts of the legislature, if unconstitutional, are liable to be opposed by the judiciary. The position of the planter ideologists is here emphasized because their later struggle with the Federalists has tended to obscure their essential agreement with the Federalists on the drafting of an anti-democratic constitution. How thoroughly did the convention extirpate the democratic conquests won by the masses in the Revolution? So long as the Constitution endured, there would never again be a debtor majority that could legally have its way. The so-called division of powers, of checks and balances, had no other function except to prevent such a majority. No matter how far the suffrage would be extended, the majority would never rule. Who would have thought, 10 years ago, that the very men who risked their lives and fortunes in support of Republican principles would now treat them as the fictions of fancy, declared an agrarian at the New York ratifying convention. The Constitutional Convention combined its anti-democratic aims with political astuteness. However, democratic ideas had made sufficient progress among the masses to put an insurmountable obstacle in the way of any plan of government which did not pretend to confer the form of political power upon the people. This form was provided in the House of Representatives, for as Elbridge Gerry nicely put it, the people should appoint one branch of the government in order to inspire them with the necessary confidence. It was a wise move and has served to obscure the essentially undemocratic character of the Constitution ever since. Having given the people the semblance of power, the representatives of property reserved for themselves the reality, a small Senate. Executive control over the Congress. Judicial supremacy over the Congress. 5. Presidential power. To send troops into states to suppress domestic insurrection. Overwhelming obstacles to amendment of the Constitution. Various limitations on the power of the states, especially a prohibition against emission of paper currency. In masterly fashion and with eyes ever on their objective of safeguarding property rights and forever preventing majority rule, merchant and planter ideologists wrote a document which has effectively served their descendants for 150 years. To a Marxist, it is obvious that the relationship of forces made inevitable the forcing through of the planter-merchant plan of government. With an extraordinary cadre of leadership, easily the equal of that available in any bourgeois revolution, with the two different sections of the ruling class united harmoniously for the struggle to establish the constitution, with the working class, the only possible class which could oppose the anti-democratic program and yet propose a program of national centralization, as yet present only, one might say, in the interstices of commercial capitalism, with the vast majority, the agrarian masses, dispersed over a large territory with no facilities for common action and with no understanding of the national tasks, it was a foregone conclusion that the Constitution would be imposed. Nevertheless, it is interesting to note with what intelligent strategy the conservatives moved. The Constitutional Convention itself was called ostensibly to suggest amendments to the Articles of Confederation, which would be submitted to the state legislatures, the unanimous consent of which was required under the Articles. Circumspection was necessitated by the often voiced opposition of the agrarians to any considerable overhauling and strengthening of the Articles. By every means at their command, the merchants and planters managed to send their best minds to the convention. When the 55 delegates met, they boldly put aside the Articles and prepared an entirely new document. Instead of submitting it to the Confederation and the agrarian-controlled state legislatures for further revision and perhaps total rejection, they embodied in the Constitution itself the means of its adoption, that it be submitted to special state conventions and go into force as soon as 9 conventions approved it. The lack of legal continuity between the Confederation and the Constitution has been a source of embarrassment to constitutional commentators. Professor Burgess, more forthright than the rest, terms it a coup d'état. The ablest pens in America deluged a literate population with dire threats of total chaos if the Constitution were not adopted. The agrarians complained truly enough that if they only had equally talented spokesmen they might have a fairer chance of victory. The opposition, in fact, was left largely in the dark. The Constitutional Convention had not only carried on its deliberations behind doors closed to the public, but had kept no official minutes of the proceedings and debates. It was not until 50 years later, after Madison's death and the publication of his journals, that any real insight into the deliberations became public property. Without leadership and without an alternative program, the agrarians fought desperately but hopelessly. They had short-sightedly failed to abolish property qualifications for suffrage. They paid for it now by losing the possible votes of the lower classes in the towns. The conservatives put forward their ablest men for the special conventions, including the honored names of the Revolution, poured enormous funds into the election, flooded the country with literature and newspapers and talked the agrarian delegates to exhaustion in the conventions. With a clear vision of their objectives, they made a single mighty effort. After Shays' rebellion many of them had declared themselves ready to use military force, and we may be sure they would have had they failed to carry the Constitution, but, though by a narrow enough margin, they carried it and thereby riveted its principles on the American masses for as long as the masses continue to play within the rules laid down for them by their masters. The Founding Fathers were more terrified of majorities than they need have been. The press is indeed a great means of diminishing the evil, yet it is found to be unable to prevent it altogether, said Gouverneur Morris, who naturally could not foresee the infinitely greater scope of modem methods of indoctrination, movie, radio, tabloid, public school, etc. And the power of modem political machines with their armies of precinct captains, ward heelers and thugs. Any serious struggle of the masses can find at best only an extremely imperfect reflection in the parliamentary arena. Witness the fact that no workers' representative of any variety sits today in Congress. The arena of constitutional government is, in fact, an arena in which only those whose differences are subordinate to their fundamentally common interests, can settle their differences with each other. Any serious outbreak of the class struggle will find the Constitution scrapped by both sides. 626. But even the sections of the bourgeoisie, in their struggle with each other, win advantages or lose them not in the realm of government but in the more important realm of production. The slaveholders controlled the national government, lock, stock and barrel, front 1848 to 1860, yet it was precisely in those years that industrial capitalism finally outstripped the South. Teddy Roosevelt busted the trusts, Wilson brought the new democracy to Washington, to the end that it had finally to be admitted that trustification was here to stay. How much more true, therefore, must it be that the working class will win its battles outside the parliamentary arena? This was once a commonplace of the left-wing labor movement, only the degeneration of the Comintern makes it necessary to stress such an elementary fact. In every capitalist country, including America, the strike weapon was illegal until long after the workers, by struggle in the industrial arena, had actually won the right to strike by the simple method of persisting in its use. Only after this became an accomplished fact were the laws revised. To strike is now a right under bourgeois democracy, yet the specific content of the right varies from state to state and from year to year, for its actual content is based, not on the given law, but on the real relation of class forces in the given situation. The electoral struggle has its functions in a well-rounded revolutionary movement. Liebknecht, Lenin, and Trotsky have shown us how a tribune ascending the rostrum can call the masses to struggle. But the object of struggle will be secured, not in the parliamentary arena, but in the field and factory and street. Only that power welded by hands joined in field and factory and street can be relied on by the proletariat today. Let the liberals and the Stalinists build their reformist edifices, they will crumble at the first blow. We, however, still stand with Marx in his answer to the reformists of his day. It is only in an order of things in which there will be no longer classes or class antagonism that social evolutions will cease to be political revolutions. Until then, on the eve of each general reconstruction of society, the last word of social science will ever be combat or death, bloody struggle or extinction. It is thus that the question is irresistibly put. The Civil War in the United States, by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Edited with an introduction by Richard Inmally, New York, International Publishers, 1938. Engels called the American Civil War the first grand war of contemporaneous history. Marx later hailed it as the greatest event of the age. Today, when the 19th century has receded into the distance and the bourgeois power that issued out of the Civil War best rides the world, we can realize the colossal magnitude of the conflict far better than they. The Second American Revolution stands out as the decisive turning point of 19th century history. All the more valuable therefore are the views of these two great working class leaders on the Civil War in the United States while it was still in progress, now made available as a whole for the first time in English. These writings consist of 7 articles contributed to the New York Tribune and 35 to the Vienna Presse in 1861 to 1862, together with 61 excerpts from the correspondence between Marx and Engels during 1861 to 1866. The editor has also appended 2 addresses written by Marx for the First International, one to President Lincoln and the other to President Johnson. In turning to these writings for the first time, this reader received 3 immediate impressions. First, the evergreen quality of these articles written so many years ago. How little faded they are by the passage of time. Then the astonishingly intimate knowledge of American history possessed by Marx and Engels, which would go far to dispel the ignorant prejudice that these Europeans were unfamiliar with the peculiar conditions of the United States. Finally, the incisiveness of their most casual comments on personalities and events coupled with the remarkable insight of their observations. Again we see what inexhaustible vitality and prophetic power is lodged in the materialist interpretation of history discovered by these master minds, which enabled them to plumb deep below the billowing surface of events and fathom the underlying formations and motive forces of history in the making. These genial powers shine forth in the following quotation from the first article, which summarizes the 60 years of American politics before the Civil War in 5 succinct sentences. The progressive abuse of the Union by the slave power, working through its alliance with the Northern Democratic Party, is, so to say, the general formula of United States history since the beginning of this century. The successive compromise measures mark the successive degrees of the encroachment by which the Union became more and more transformed into the slave of the slave owner. Each of these compromises denotes a new encroachment of the South, a new concession of the North. At the same time, none of the successive victories of the South was carried but after a hot contest with an antagonistic force in the North, appearing under different party names with different watchwords and under different colors. If the positive and final result of each single contest told in favor of the South, the attentive observer of history could not but see that every new advance of the slave power was a step forward to its ultimate defeat. Marx, The American Question in England, New York Daily Tribune, October 11, 1861. The rise and fall of the slave power is the grandest example of the dialectic in American history. The slaveholders had to be lifted to the heights before they were dashed to the ground and annihilated forever in the Civil War, an historical precedent it is good to keep in mind when the advancing world reaction seems to be carrying everything before it. The first two articles of the series contributed to the Vienna Press are written in refutation of the arguments disseminated by the Southern sympathizers in England, are the meatiest portions of this collection. The pro-slavery advocates contended, first, that the war between the North and South was nothing but a tariff war, second, that it was waged by the North against the South to maintain the Union by force, and, third, that the slave question had nothing to do with it. Marx easily explodes the first argument with 5 well-placed facts to the contrary. In answer to the second, he points out that the war emanated, not from the North, but from the South. The Civil War originated as a rebellion of the slave-holding oligarchy against the Republican government. Just as the bombardment of Fort Sumter started the war, so Lincoln's election gave the signal for secession. Lincoln's victory was made possible by the breach between the northern and southern wings of the Democratic Party, and the rise of the Republican Party in the new Northwest. The key to secession was therefore to be found in the upsurge of the Northwest. By splitting the Democratic ranks and supporting the Republican candidate, the Northwestern states upset the 629 balance of power which had enabled the slave power to rule the Republic for 6 decades and thereby made secession necessary and inevitable. With the principle that any further extension of slave territory was to be prohibited by law, the Republicans attacked the rule of the slaveholders at its root. A strict confinement of slavery within its old terrain was bound according to economic law to lead to its gradual effacement, in the political sphere to annihilate the hegemony that the slave states exercised through the Senate, and finally to expose the slave-holding oligarchy within its own states to threatening perils from the side of the poor whites. The Republican election victory was accordingly bound to lead to the open struggle between North and South. The assumption of state power placed a noose in the hands of the Republican bourgeoisie which they could draw as tight as they pleased around the neck of the slave power until they had succeeding in strangling it. Having lost control of the government to their adversary and faced with the prospect of slow death, the slaveholders determined to fight for their freedom, to enslave others. The political contest which resulted in civil war was but the expression of profound economic antagonisms between the slave and free states. According to Marx, the most important of these was the struggle over the possession of the territories necessary for the expansion of their respective systems of production. In a striking phrase, Marx states that the territorial contest which opened this dire epopee was to decide whether the virgin soil of immense tracts should be wedded to the labor of the immigrant or prostituted to the tramp of the slave driver. The western lands were the rock on which the Union was shipwrecked. To those who represent the slaveholders' rebellion as a defensive, and, therefore, a just war, Marx replied that it was the precise opposite. The dissolution of the Union and the formation of the Confederacy were only the first steps in the slaveholders' program. After consolidating their power, the slavocracy must inevitably strive to conquer the North and to extend its dominion over the tropics where cotton could be cultivated. The South was not a country, but a battle cry, the War of the Southern Confederacy, a war of conquest for the extension and perpetuation of slavery. The slave owners aimed to reorganize the Union on the basis of slavery. This would entail the subjugation of North America, the nullification of the free institutions of the northern states, the perpetuation of an obsolete and barbaric method of production at the expense of a higher economic order. The triumph of the backward South over the progressive North would deal an irreparable blow to human progress. To those who argued that slavery had nothing to do with the Civil War because the Republicans feared to unfurl the banner of emancipation at the 630 beginning of the conflict, Marx pointed out that the Confederacy itself proclaimed the foundation of a republic for the first time in modern history with slavery as its unquestionable principle. Not only the secession movement but the war itself was, in the last analysis, based upon the slave question. Not in the sense of whether the slaves within the existing slave states would be emancipated or not, although this matter, too, must sooner or later be settled, but whether 20 million men of the North should subordinate themselves any longer to an oligarchy of 300,000 slaveholders, whether the vast territories of the Republic should be planting places for free states or for slavery, finally, whether the national policy of the Union should take armed propaganda of slavery in Mexico, Central, and South America as its device. Thus Marx proceeds from the political to the economic and finally to the social core of the Civil War. With surgical skill he probes deeper and deeper until he penetrates to the heart of the conflict. The present struggle between the North and South, he concludes, is nothing but a struggle between two social systems, between the system of slavery and the system of free labor. The struggle has broken out because the two systems can no longer live peacefully side by side on the North American continent. It can only be ended by the victory of one system or the other. If this conclusion appears elementary to us today, it is only because history has absolutely confirmed it. But one has only to compare Marx's words at the opening of the Civil War with the writings of the other politicians of the period to appreciate their foresight. In connection with this admirable account of the causes of the war, Marx underscores the crucial political, economic, and military importance of the border states. These states, which were neither slave nor free, were a thorn in the side of the South on the one hand, and the weakest part of the North on the other. The Republican government was inclined toward a weak, cowardly, and conciliatory policy of waging the war out of regard for the support of these ambiguous allies and did not throw off their constraining influence until the war was half over. Marx and Engels followed the military aspects of the conflict with the closest attention. The general in particular was absorbed by the tactics and strategy of the contending forces. He was justly impatient with the Fabian policies of McClellan and his Anaconda plan for surrounding, constricting, and crushing the South, advocating instead a bold and sharp stroke launched at the middle of the South. He thus anticipated in 1862 Sherman's decisive march through Georgia 2 years later. Exasperated by the manifold blunders and half-heartedness of the Union generals as well as the reluctance of the Republican bourgeoisie to use revolutionary methods in waging the war, he at one time despaired of a 631 Northern victory. But Marx, with his eye upon the immensely superior latent powers of the North and the inherent weaknesses of the South, chided him for being swayed a little too much by the military aspect of things. The majority of these articles deal with various international aspects of the Civil War, among them the diplomatic jockeying of the great European powers, so reminiscent of the present Spanish Civil War, as well as the intrigues of Napoleon the Little in the chancelleries of Europe and his adventures in Mexico. Marx and Engels were concerned with the international events as foreign correspondents, as residents of England, but above all as revolutionary proletarian internationalists. Marx kept close surveillance over the efforts to embroil England in a war against the Union and exposed the factors that kept the Palmerston government in check, the increasing dependence of England on American foodstuffs, the superior preparedness of the United States for war, the rivalry between the Whigs and Tories in the coalition cabinet and, last but not least, the fear of the people. Marx played a leading role in frustrating the plans of the war hawks by mobilizing the English workers in huge public meetings of protest against the Southern sympathizers among the English upper crust. These miscellaneous writings do not constitute either a comprehensive or definitive treatment of the Civil War and the Revolution interlaced with it. Marx and Engels would undoubtedly have revised and elaborated not a few of the judgments they expressed at the moment in the light of subsequent developments. The last extracts from their correspondence show them in the act of changing their previous opinion of Johnson. Here are a few points that call for correction or amplification. In concentrating upon the more immediate causes of the Civil War, Marx and Engels do not delve into the general economic background of the conflict. Their survey needs to be supplemented by an account of the maturing crisis within the slave system and the impetuous rise of Northern capitalism which provided the economic premises of the Civil War. Marx was mistaken in attributing the removal of Fremont solely to political intrigue. This Republican general was caught in flagrante ranti delicto. His wife accepted expensive gifts from army contractors while the Department of the West under his command was a grafter's paradise. In one deal Fremont purchased 25,000 worthless Austrian muskets for $166,000, in another, financed by J.P. Morgan, he bought for $22 each condemned guns which the War Department itself had illegally sold a few months before for $3.50 each. And the House Committee of Investigation uncovered even worse cases of corruption. Possibly Marx became acquainted with these facts when he studied the official reports. That would account for his failure to return to the subject, as he promised. The principal lack in these writings from our present standpoint is the absence of distinction between the separate and potentially antagonistic class. 632. Forces allied on the side of the Union. In particular, insufficient stress is laid upon the special political position, program, aims, and interests of the Republican big bourgeoisie who headed the state and led the army. This was not accidental. Marx and Engels emphasized the broad outlines and major issues uppermost at the moment and more or less set to one side for future consideration the forces and problems which lurked in the background and came to the fore at a later stage of the struggle. A few words must be said about the editor's introduction. It is liberally smeared with Stalinism. This substitute for Marxism is, like certain substitutes for mayonnaise, concocted by omitting or adulterating the principal ingredients. Mr. Inmally would have us believe that out of the Civil War a truly democratic government emerged in the United States. In its Civil War phase, the revolution abolished chattel slavery, and destroyed the old plantocracy, he remarks. At the same time it ensured the continuance of democracy, freedom, and progress by putting an end to the rule of an oligarchy, by preventing further suppression of civil liberties in the interests of chattel slavery, and by paving the way for the forward movement of American labor. How Marx in his wrath would have hurled his Jovian thunderbolts at the head of the vulgar Democrat who uttered such deceitful phrases, and in his name. The Civil War put an end to one oligarchy and marked the beginning of another, which Marx himself characterized, in a later letter to Engels, as the associated oligarchy of capital, which in its turn became the bulwark of reaction, suppressed civil liberties, and exerted every effort to check the advance of American labor. It is not impossible that Mr. Inmally is unacquainted with this letter, written on the occasion of the bloody suppression of the great railroad strikes of 1877 by the Federal troops, since it was omitted from the English edition of the correspondence issued by the same house. But Inmally's ignorance of Marx's views does not excuse his crude falsification of American history since the Civil War. In fairness to the editor, it must be said that his notes and biographical index are accurate and very helpful. The Civil War opened the road for the final triumph of the bourgeois democratic revolution in the United States. During the fight to the death with the slavocracy, Marx and Engels in their capacity as revolutionary labor leaders correctly stressed the positive, democratic, progressive and revolutionary significance of the struggle waged by the bourgeois republic. They based their practical political policy on the fact that the struggle of the working class for its own emancipation would be promoted by the victory of the North and thrown back by the triumph of the Confederacy. At the same time they never proclaimed their political confidence in the Republican bourgeoisie, freely cri. 633. Ticized their conduct of the war, and maintained their independence vis-a-vis their temporary allies. In the years that have elapsed since its conquest of power, the capitalist regime has become the mainstay of reaction in the United States and throughout the world. While giving full credit to the achievements of the Second American Revolution, contemporary Marxists are first of all obliged to expose the negative bourgeois, reactionary sides of its character which historical development have thrust to the forefront. In this way they will remain true, not to the dead letter, but to the living spirit of Marxism embodied in these precious pages. In the course of the first lecture I attempted to show that a very serious obstacle in the path of the working masses towards emancipation is the capitalist state, whether democratic or fascist. The mailed fist of the state cracks down upon the workers, even when they struggle against the bosses merely for a higher wage or better conditions. The mailed fist of the state says in effect, I am here to protect the property of my master. I do not care how much misery and suffering the people must undergo, capitalist property must be defended. Dare to touch that property and I will crush you. Deceit. If the capitalists were to depend upon force alone to guarantee their privileged position, their situation would be precarious indeed. After all, they represent only a small minority of the people. In the United States there are probably no more than 2 to 3 million out of the 48 million gainfully occupied who could be considered as belonging to the capitalist class. As a matter of fact, the number of capitalist families in control of American industry and finance is a mere handful, 60, according to a recent book that created so much excitement, Ferdinand Lundberg's America's 60 Families. The overwhelming majority of the population would benefit by a change from the present system to socialism. Against such a decisive majority the instruments of force at the disposal of the capitalist class could not prevail. If the working masses would be aroused and determined to abolish capitalism, the police and the army would be helpless, even if we assume that all of the soldiers would be loyal to the capitalist class. What the capitalist class must depend upon, more than on force, is deceit. All the force in the world would not avail the capitalists if they could not deceive and confuse the masses. Even their police and their armies would not be reliable because the police and the army are composed of people who come from the working class and who permit themselves to be used against their class brothers simply because they do not know better. The rulers of our present social order see to it that the workers are subjected to a system of training which succeeds in making them believe that the present system is the best possible system, and that if there is anything wrong with it, it is only of a minor character and can be easily cured by changing the people who are in control of things. It is the deception of the masses, more than anything else, that assures the existence of a social order which brings so much misery and suffering to the vast majority of the people. What institutions exist for the purpose of deceiving the masses? There are quite a few, the most important being the church, the press, the educational system and the radio. From early childhood every person is subjected to the influence of ideas which tend to make him respect authority, and to believe in things as they are. Obedience is the virtue stressed by religious teachers and by school teachers. Here and there, of course, there are teachers of more independent thought, who influence their students to question accepted doctrines and practices, but they are few and far between, and have no influence in the molding of general opinion. Some of you may be religious and may possibly resent my statement that the church is one of the pillars of the capitalist system with its exploitation and war. I shall not deny that I am an atheist and that all advocates of revolutionary socialism look upon religion as contrary to science and reason, and as an effective method to make the masses reconciled to their fate on earth by promising them unbounded joys in heaven. I shall also not deny that some or all religious systems contain many noble teachings which are impossible of realization under the present system. One of the 10 Commandments, for example, imposes the duty not to kill, but look at the millions of men who are butchered in capitalist wars. There are many other precepts of a very idealistic nature which are conveniently forgotten by the churches. If, because of your early training, you feel that religion is necessary for your peace of mind, well and good. But do not permit that to interfere with your participation in the struggle for the emancipation of the working class. At least distinguish very carefully between your religion, which is a source of consolation to you, and the church as an institution which functions on behalf of the ruling class. If anyone doubts that the church is arrayed on the side of property, let him glance at the composition of the board of trustees of most of the churches. Almost invariably the same type of people are trustees of the churches as are directors of business corporations. Capitalists contribute 636 heavily to the churches, and they, who pay the piper, call the tune. There are, of course, exceptions to all general rules, and at times one finds a minister of a church coming out in favor of the workers, but as an institution it is undeniable that the church is one of the most powerful guardians of the interests of the capitalist class. In countries with a free and compulsory school system, the members of the ruling class depend upon the schools, more perhaps than upon the churches, to instill into the minds of the working class youth a proper respect for all the institutions and ideas which ensure the continuance of the present system. Above all, the educational system attempts to imbue the young people with an intense patriotism. To be ready to fight and die for one's country, which, of course, means the country owned by the capitalists, is pictured as the highest of all virtues. The average boy or girl is graduated from school firmly convinced that the economic, political, and social ideas and ideals that they have been taught are correct and necessary. They are prepared to fight, not in the interest of their class, but for things as they are, for the benefit of those who exploit them. While the educational system, both religious and secular, molds the minds of the people in their earlier years, the press is the chief instrument in the work of confusing and deceiving them in later life. Day in and day out the capitalist press turns loose a veritable flood of lies and half-truths, the sum and substance of which is that capitalism is the best of all possible systems and that only people with vicious tendencies would want to change that system. And there is very little that those of us, who want to establish a new social order, can do in order to counteract the propaganda of the capitalist press. To publish a paper or a magazine that can hope to acquire a large circulation requires tremendous capital. The large newspapers and magazines are owned by wealthy capitalists and depend for their advertisements on the big business people. They hire the best writers who are willing to sell their talents to those who can pay the highest price. On the other hand, the revolutionary press must depend upon the pennies of the comparatively few workers who have torn themselves away from the ideas supported by the ruling class. For every worker who has a chance to read a paper advocating the ideas of socialism, there are tens of thousands who read nothing except the capitalist press. Besides the press there are the radio and the cinema subtly spreading the same poison that benumbs the thinking faculties of the workers. On all sides there stand the sentries of the rulers guarding the interests of the exploiting few. Force and deceit are the two watchdogs keeping the masses in subjection to a system which offers the vast majority of the people nothing but a low standard of living, insecurity, and war. 637. Divisions in ranks of workers. Influenced by the false ideas propagated by the capitalist class, the workers not only fail to struggle against their real enemies but actually permit themselves to be arrayed against one another. They allow themselves to be divided on racial, national, and religious grounds. Prejudices are fostered amongst the workers and thereby the struggle against the common enemy is weakened. The best example of a prejudice that causes untold harm to the labor movement is the prejudice of the white against the colored worker. Several centuries ago tens of thousands of Negroes were brought into this country, they were kidnapped in their native land, and sold into slavery. Through their toil the southern plantation owners grew wealthy. Because of the struggle between the northern industrialists and the southern plantation barons the Negroes were finally freed from chattel slavery only to find themselves members of the class of wage slaves. The white workers both of the South and the North were imbued with the prejudices of the ruling strata of society. Until very recently the colored workers were not permitted membership in the trade unions, and even now most of the American Federation of Labor Unions will not admit Negroes on the same basis as white workers. It is essential that the white workers realize that this unreasoning prejudice against the colored workers can bring incalculable harm to the working class. There are millions of colored workers in this country, and it is inconceivable that the white workers can solve their problems without the willing and loyal cooperation of the Negro workers. The latter are the most exploited of all workers, and they can be easily enlisted in the struggle against the capitalists. But the white worker must first recognize the colored worker as his equal in every respect. The white workers must fight on behalf of the social, political, and economic equality of the Negro people, and thus gain a mighty ally in the struggle for freedom. In addition to the racial prejudice of the white workers against the Negroes, national prejudices exist amongst the white workers. In this country, because of the immigration of many different nationalities, we have a situation where Hungarians, Germans, Italians, and workers of other nationalities toil side by side. The employers constantly try to create divisions and strife amongst the workers. False ideas of superior and inferior nations are cultivated in their minds, all for the purpose of destroying the solidarity of the working class. Mighty forces stand in the path of the working class. The state, consisting of the police, the army, the courts, the jails, the government, the institutions that exist for the purpose of subduing and deceiving the minds of the masses, such as the church, the press, the schools, etc., the divisions in the ranks of the 638th workers themselves, divisions that are fostered by the ruling class. Can these mighty forces ever be defeated? Will the workers ever unite and join in the struggle for true freedom and true equality? There are many who throw up their hands in despair, proclaiming the hopelessness of the struggle. Let us look into the matter a little further. Difficulties not insurmountable. If we glance for a moment at history, we discover that there have been revolutions in the past, and successful revolutions. Consider first, the French Revolution of 1789. Prior to that revolution, France was under the domination of a class of noble landowners. They controlled the state in the same way that the capitalists control the present state. They were in charge of the church and, to a large extent, they molded the ideas of the masses. At that time the merchants and industrialists, the predecessors of the present ruling class, were oppressed by the landowners. Industry and commerce had grown and developed, but only to a limited extent, because the feudal order, under which the landowners ruled, prevented their rapid evolution. The masses, consisting of the peasants in the rural areas and the artisans and workers in the cities, suffered want and privation. Revolutionists appeared on the scene demanding liberty and equality for the people, agitating for a change in the social system. Their demands were met by governmental repressions, by clubbings, jailings and shootings. But the feudal state could not solve the problems confronting the people. The productive forces, hemmed in by the feudal order, could not develop and function. The agitation continued, in spite of the repressive measures of the government. The class that took the lead in the struggle against the existing regime was the rising capitalist class. The masses, driven by suffering, followed that class, hoping that their condition would improve. Finally the Parisian workers and artisans revolted, and in the course of a few years completely destroyed the feudal social system. Capitalism was victorious. The masses could go no further at that time, for the reason that the ground was not yet prepared for socialism. A social order which had at its command all the forces of the state and of the church was overturned by the masses, who were kept in ignorance and subjection. Another example of a successful revolution occurred in Russia. In 1917 the workers and peasants of that country overthrew the Tsar, and 8 months later they rid themselves of the capitalists and landlords and established their own government. Before the monarchy was overthrown, it appeared that the Russian people were destined to remain under the yoke of Tsarism forever and 639 ever. The rulers had a tremendous army and a huge police force. The church kept the masses in ignorance. But misery and suffering compelled the masses to look for a way out. Neither the police nor the church nor the army could protect the monarchy. As a matter of fact, the army itself was infected with revolutionary sentiments, and the result was that the monarchy toppled over without offering any resistance. The same was true of the landlords and capitalists a short while later. The lesson of these and other revolutions is clear. When the problems confronting a people cannot be solved by the ruling class, when the people are compelled to suffer without getting relief, when they behold an arrogant minority wallowing in luxury, indifferent to the fate of the masses, then they are in a mood to listen to those who propose a radical solution. The ideas which the ruling class pounded into the minds of the masses lose their hold and new ideas are accepted. The cover which blinded the workers is lifted from their eyes and they realize that they must take their fate into their own hands. No force on earth can stop them. History teaches that when a system of society outlives its usefulness, when in the womb of the old society there has been prepared the possibility of a new social order, when the masses suffer needlessly, and when the ruling class is unable to solve the problems facing society, under such circumstances, the ideas representing the new social order are accepted by the masses, and instruments of force and deceit at the disposal of the ruling class are helpless to preserve the old order. A revolution occurs and a new social system comes into being. Everything points to the fact that the capitalist system under which we live is subject to the same laws of historical development. It was born and grew to some extent under the system of feudalism. The capitalist class struggled with the feudal nobility for supremacy and, because capitalism was a social system superior to feudalism, the capitalist class was victorious. Capitalism then developed at a tremendous pace until it conquered the whole world. Although the masses did not gain the liberty and equality which they hoped for and which were promised them, the ground was prepared, through the development of the productive forces, for the establishment of socialism and the abolition of all inequalities. And now the capitalist system, after having reached the zenith of its development, is in a state of decline. In spite of the vast productive forces, the people are compelled to suffer for the need of food, clothing, and shelter. Factories are idle when workers are looking for work, farmers are worried about selling their products at a time when people go hungry. The capitalist system has outlived its usefulness and must be replaced by a new system. 640. If it were a question solely of educating the masses through books, pamphlets, and lectures, then indeed the difficulties in the way of changing the present system would be insurmountable. But the most effective teacher is life itself. The hardships which the workers are compelled to endure cause them to think and drive them to attempt some solution. They may be misled at first, by demagogues, or by the bureaucratic leaders of their own organizations, but ultimately they will see that there is no solution other than to take over the industries and operate them for the benefit of the people. And once the wide masses rally around the ideas of socialism, nothing in the world can stop their progress. Neither the state, nor the church, nor the press, will save the present system. Labor must lead in the struggle for socialism. Having considered the difficulties confronting those interested in changing our social order, and having shown that those difficulties are not insurmountable, it is incumbent upon us to proceed to an analysis of the general methods which, in our opinion, will succeed in bringing humanity to its ultimate goal. There are many persons who agree, or who claim to agree, with the socialist ideal but who differ amongst themselves as to the path which should be followed in achieving the goal. Are there many paths all equally good and all ultimately reaching the destination, or is there only one road with all other roads ending in a blind alley? It is important, in the first instance, to answer the question, which group in society will be the spearhead in the struggle for a new society? From what I have said before, you can surmise that we socialists think in terms of classes. I pointed out that the capitalist class took the lead in destroying the feudal system with the masses of the people simply following the capitalist class. Of great significance is the fact that, not long after the capitalists achieved political power, they were confronted by the necessity of using that power to resist the encroachments of a new class. That new class consisted of the industrial wage workers who, even at that time, were herded together in factories and mines in fairly large numbers. Could there be anything more natural than for a large number of people working in one place to organize for the purpose of improving their conditions of labor? That is exactly what the workers did, they organized trade unions. In those early days the workers attributed their miserable plight to the machine and actually set about destroying machinery. But that period did not last long. Soon the workers realized that it was useless to fight against the machine which could be used for the benefit of labor as well. 641. as to oppress it, they saw that their struggle must be waged against the owners of the machine, the people who were reaping all the rich harvests as a result of the introduction of machinery. In 1848 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels published the Communist Manifesto, and in that little book they analyzed the actual struggle that was going on in modern society. They pointed out that, just as the capitalist class struggled against the feudal landowners and finally conquered power, so now the industrial proletariat, or the wage-working class, is struggling against the capitalist class, and this struggle will go on until the working class will gain political power and reconstruct society on a socialist basis. That the capitalist class and the industrial wage-working class are not the only classes in society is readily admitted by every socialist. All other sections of society, such as the farmers, the professionals, etc., may be grouped in the middle class. That class is an exceedingly important class, but in modern society those who control and operate the means of production play the decisive role. The capitalist class controls the means of production at present. The wage-working class is the only other class that can hope to control and operate the industries. Consequently, the struggle for power is primarily a struggle between the capitalist class and the working class. The heterogeneous middle class cannot and does not play an independent role, it follows either the working class or the capitalist class. Modern industry assembles the workers in large masses, making them susceptible to organization. Members of the middle class, especially the farmers, are scattered, and to organize them is far more difficult. Then again, and what is most important, the conditions under which the workers exist tend to make them appreciate the necessity for socialism. Within the factories, where thousands of workers are employed, there is perfect cooperation. Each worker does his own particular job and many of them working cooperatively turn out one product. A person working in a huge factory soon comes to realize that in the sphere of production, within the limits of one factory, there is socialism on a small scale. It is only outside the factory, in the sphere of distribution, that anarchy prevails. The idea of extending the order that exists within the factory to include all of economic activity seems most natural to the thinking worker. On the other hand, members of the middle class like the farmer and the storekeeper work mainly as individuals, and this tends to create an individualistic psychology in them. To the middle class, as a class, socialism appears contrary to natural law. Radicalism amongst the farmers or small merchants is generally expressed in opposition to trusts and big business. The class-conscious worker has no reason to oppose big business because it is big. There is nothing to be gained and a lot to be lost by splitting up one big industry into a 642 lot of small businesses. It is far easier to convince workers that what should be done is not to destroy the huge trusts but to take them over and operate them for the welfare of he people. Modern industry, in addition to making the working class amenable to socialist ideas, has also placed it in a very strategic position. At any time the workers so desire, they can paralyze industry or breathe life into it, and this power enables them to control all of social life. The capitalist class controls industry at the present time because of its ownership, but it could not operate industry without the workers, while the latter have no need of the capitalists to keep the wheels of industry in motion. In an industrially developed country like the United States, the wage workers with their families constitute a majority of the population, but its actual strength is far greater than its numerical proportion. It is the only class that can challenge the right of the capitalist class to rule. I am not suggesting that the working class should be arrayed against all other classes. While it is true that the middle class cannot see the advisability and necessity for socialism as clearly as the working class, it is also true that the middle class suffers under capitalism just as well as the working class. We revolutionary socialists are in favor of adopting policies which will gain the support of as many people as possible who are not members of the proletariat. Socialism will not only solve the problems of the workers but of all mankind. The working class at all times must attempt to show the farmers and other sections of the middle class that their welfare is bound up with the welfare of the workers. They are grievously mistaken who think that as soon as the workers gain governmental power they will immediately compel all the farmers and all the small businessmen to give up their farms and businesses to the government. A workers' government will show the farmers by example that they will be far better off by working together, with the latest machinery, on a cooperative farm than by tilling their own soil. Force against the farmers and other middle-class elements to make them adopt socialist methods is absolutely excluded. To gain the confidence and support of the middle class it is essential that labor should know what it wants and act decisively to get it. If it hesitates and flounders about, if it shows no ability to solve the problems that confront the middle class, then the middle class will turn to others for leadership. Fundamentally, the reason for the birth and growth of fascism is because of the failure of the working class to take over power and reconstruct society on a socialist basis. The World War of 1914-18 conclusively proved that capitalism had outlived its usefulness and had nothing more to offer mankind than self-destruction. It was the duty of the proletariat to take over social leadership and 643. Reorganize society. Its failure to do so, for reasons I shall mention later, enabled the fascists of Italy, Germany, and of other countries, to mobilize the middle class for the purposes of reaction. History has placed upon the shoulders of the working class the task of solving humanity's problems. Failure to do so means to assure the victory of fascism the world over with the complete suppression of the workers' organizations, terrible imperialist wars, and the destruction of all civilization. Workers need political power. To achieve socialism, labor must first gain political power. The capitalist class under feudalism had economic power, it required political power to consolidate and guarantee its economic power, it obtained political supremacy by a revolutionary overthrow of the feudal nobility. The workers under capitalism have no economic power, except in the sense that they can bring industry to a halt by withdrawing their labor power, and neither have they political power. Before they can take over the industries and proceed to construct a socialist society, they will have to take over the power of government. What that means is that the workers must create their own state. Just as the feudal landowners had their state to protect their rule, and just as the capitalist class has its state to protect its dominant position, so must the workers organize their own state power for the purpose of establishing socialism. Whereas all previous forms of state served the purpose of guarding the property interests of a minority of the people against the majority, the workers' state will be the instrument of the vast majority of the population for the purpose of abolishing all forms of exploitation. The workers' state will, in the first place, nationalize all the means of production now owned by the capitalists, and will operate them for the benefit of all the people. It will, in the second instance, guard its rule against any counter-revolutionary attempts by native or foreign capitalists. And, finally, it will proceed to organize production and to educate the people, so that socialism can actually function. This is what is meant by the statement that the struggle of the working class is political in character. It is a struggle to wrest the political power away from the capitalists, and to establish the political power of the workers, a power which will build socialism. What will be the form of the workers' state? At present there is the capitalist state with its police force and army completely separated from the people, with a bureaucracy, the top layer of which, is intimately connected with the 644 big capitalists. The people are not permitted to bear arms except when they are drafted for war purposes. In democratic capitalist countries like ours, the workers are allowed to vote for representatives in Congress, and the voting takes place by geographical districts. The representatives are elected for a definite term, and before there is another election that term must expire. In a workers' state, the government will consist of a council or house of delegates composed of representatives elected by the workers at the place of their labor. These representatives will always be subject to recall and will receive no more than the average wage of any worker. With the exception of enemies of the working class, the whole population will be armed. At present, in the countries where capitalist democracy prevails, there are provisions in the constitutions, or on the statute books, granting everyone the right of free press, free speech, and free assembly. leaving out of consideration the fact that the ruling class in actual practice limits those rights, and in critical moments abolishes them altogether. It is essential to understand that the poverty of the workers makes it exceedingly difficult for them to exercise those rights. Without the money to purchase printing presses, or rent assembly halls, the rights of free speech and free press are nothing but rights on paper. With the abolition of capitalism, the right of individual capitalists to own huge printing plants will be abolished, and the workers will then be in a position to take advantage of their privileges. There will naturally be differences of opinion amongst the people as to policies to be pursued after the workers take over political power. Those differences will have to be decided in a democratic manner, just as at present in a democratic labor union differences of views exist and the majority prevails after discussion and voting. Any minority group will be furnished with the means, proportionate to its number, to enable it to present its viewpoint before the people. Because there will be no small minority of capitalists monopolizing all the wealth, democracy in a workers' state will have real meaning. It will be limited only in the sense that no one person will be permitted to exploit any other person. I know that some of you are mentally comparing the picture I have painted of democracy in a workers' state with the terrible reality that exists now in the Soviet Union. I shall discuss the question of the Soviet Union before I am through. Here I want to point out that our program calls for just what I have indicated, and with the active participation of the workers that program can be realized. Socialists, however, contend that the workers' state will not last for many generations. The necessity for any state exists only because there are classes in society, and one class requires the instrument of the state to rule over the other. 645. Classes. Do away with classes and you do away with the necessity of any state. As soon as the workers in the most important capitalist countries take over political power and nationalize all of the industries, as soon as the industries are developed to a point where all the needs of the people will be satisfied, as soon as classes will disappear, and all of the people will be educated in the ideas of a new social order, then the state will lose its function and the various instruments of force will gradually disappear. Two legends have been created about the relationship between the views of Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg. Despite their antagonistic origins and aims, they supplement each other in effect. Neither one of the myth-makers approaches the extremely interesting and instructive subject from an objective historical standpoint. Consequently, the analysis made by each of them reduces itself to an instrument of factional politics which is, in both cases, the politics of reaction. One school of thought, if such a term is permissible here, is headed by the faculty of Stalinist falsification. It covers up its reactionary objectives by posing as critics of Luxemburg and proponents of Lenin. A discussion of its arguments is rendered impossible by the very nature of its position, which formally prohibits both argument and discussion. Its scientific value is summarized in a few sentences from the papal bull issued by Stalin in 1932 in connection with the luckless Slutsky study on Lenin's incorrect appraisal of Trotsky and Luxemburg. You wish to enter into discussion against this Trotskyist thesis of Slutsky's. But what is there to discuss in this? Is it not plain that Slutsky is simply slandering Lenin, slandering the Bolsheviks? Slander must be branded, not transformed into a subject for discussion. The Stalinists have the Catholics' attitude toward their dogmas, they assume what is to be proved, their arbitrary conclusions are presented as their premises, their statement of the problem is at the same time their answer and it brooks no discussion. Bolshevism is absolutely and at all points and stages irreconcilable with Luxemburgism because of the original sin of the latter in disputing the organizational principles of the former. The other school of thought is less authoritarian in tone and form, but just as rigid in unhistorical dogma, and if, unlike the Stalinists, it is not wholly composed of turncoats from revolutionary Marxism, it has a substantial sprinkling of them. Their objectives are covered up by posing as critics of Lenin and H. Achtman 1938b. 647. Defenders of Luxemburg. They include anachronistic philosophers of ultra-leftism and express train travelers fleeing from the pestilence of Stalinism to the plague of social democracy. Bolshevism, they argue, is definitely bankrupt. The horrors of Stalinism are the logical and inevitable outcome of Lenin's supercentralism, or, as it is put by a recent critic, Listen Oak, who seeks the inner flaws of Bolshevism, of Lenin's totalitarianism. Luxemburg, on the other hand, stressed the democratic side of the movement, the struggle, the goal. Hence, Luxemburgism is absolutely irreconcilable with Bolshevism because of the original sin, of the former in imposing its Jacobin, or bourgeois, or supercentralist, or totalitarian organizational principles. The use of quotation marks around the terms employed is justified and necessary, for at least in 9 cases out of 10 the airy analysts have only the vaguest and most twisted idea of what the disputes between Luxemburg and Lenin really were. In just as many cases they have revealed a cavalier indisposition to acquaint themselves with the historical documents and the actual writings of the two great thinkers. 9. A brief survey will disclose, I believe, the superficiality of the arguments which, especially since the obvious putrescence of Stalinism, have gained a certain currency in the radical movement. Nothing but misunderstanding can result from a failure to bear in mind the fact that Lenin and Luxemburg worked, fought, and developed their ideas in 2 distinctly different movements, operating within no less different countries, at radically different stages of development, consequently, in countries and movements where the problems of the working class were posed in quite different forms. It is the absence of this concrete and historical approach to the disputes between Lenin, of the Social Democratic Labour Party of Russia, and Luxemburg, of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, that so surely brings most critics to grief. The organizational dispute between Lenin and Luxemburg did not originate in the former's insistence on a break with Trotsky and the centrists before the war. When Stalin thunders against anyone who called out that the Bolsheviks brought about a split with their own opportunists and centrist conciliators long before the imperialist war, 1904 to 1912, without at the same time pursuing a policy of rupture, a policy of split with the opportunists and centrists of the Second International, he is simply substituting ukase for historical fact. The truth is that Rosa Luxemburg reached a clear estimate of Trotsky and broke with his self-styled Marxian center, long before Lenin did. For many years after the turn of the century, Trotsky's prestige among all the factions of the Russian movement was unparalleled. The Menshevik Abramovich does not exaggerate when he writes that a West European can hardly imagine the enormous authority which the leaders of the German social democracy, the Liebknechts, the Babels, the Singers, enjoyed in Russia. Among these leaders, Karl Trotsky occupied quite a special place, serving for all the Russian Marxists and Social Democrats as the highest authority in all the theoretical and tactical questions of scientific socialism and the labor movement. In every disputed question, in every newly arisen problem, the first thought always was, what would Trotsky say about this? How would Trotsky have decided this question? Lenin's much disputed what to do. Held up, as is known, the German social democracy and its leader, Bethel, as models for the Russian movement. When Trotsky wrote his famous article, after the 1905 revolution in Russia, on the Slavs and the World Revolution, in which, Zinoviev writes, under Luxemburg's influence, he advanced substantially the Bolshevik conception, Lenin was highly elated. Where and when, he wrote in July 1905, in a polemic against Parvus, have I characterized the revolutionism of Bethel and Trotsky as opportunism? Where and when have I presumed to call into existence in the international social democracy a special tendency which was not identical with the tendency of Bethel and Trotsky? A year and a half later, Lenin wrote that the vanguard of the Russian working class knows Karl Trotsky for some time now as its writer, and a month later, in January 1907, he described Trotsky as the leader of the German Revolutionary Social Democrats. In August 1908, Lenin cited Trotsky as his authority on the question of war and militarism as against Gustav Hervé, and as late as February 1914, he invoked him again as a Marxian authority in his dispute with Rosa Luxemburg on the national question. Finally, in one of his last pre-war articles, in April 1914, wherein the genuine labor movement should not be imitated. Speaking of the undoubted sickness of the German social democracy, he referred exclusively to the trade union leaders, specifically to Karl Legian, and the parliamentary spokesman, but did not even mention Trotsky and the centrists, much less raise the question of the left wing, also unmentioned, splitting with them. 649. It is this pre-war attitude of Lenin towards the German center, against which Luxemburg had been conducting a sharp frontal attack as early as 1910, that explains the vehemence and the significant terminology of Lenin's strictures against Trotsky immediately after the war broke out. For example, his letter to Shliapnikov on October 27, 1914, in which he says, "I now despise and hate Trotsky more than all the rest." Our Luxemburg was right. She long ago understood that Trotsky had the highly developed servility of a theoretician. In sum, the fact is that by the very nature of her milieu and her work before the war, Rosa Luxemburg had arrived at a clearer and more correct appreciation of the German social democracy and the various currents within it than had Lenin. To a great extent, this determined and explained her polemic against Lenin on what appeared to be the organizational questions of the Russian movement. The beginning of the century marked the publication of two of Lenin's most audacious and stirring works, One Step Forward, One Woe Steps Backward, and its forerunner, What to Do. The Russian movement was then in no way comparable to the West European, especially the German. It was composed of isolated groups and sections in Russia, more or less autonomous, pursuing policies at odds with each other and only remotely influenced by its great revolutionary Marxists abroad, Plekhanov, Lenin, Martov, Patrusov, Trotsky, and others. Moreover, the so-called economist tendency was predominant. It laid the greatest stress on the element of spontaneity in the labor struggle and underrated the element of conscious leadership. Lenin's What to Do? 10. A merciless criticism of economism, which he identified with pure and simple trade unionism, with Kopstism, i.e. the policy of dragging at the tail of events, or of the masses, with opportunism. Social democracy, he argued, is not a mere outgrowth of the spontaneous economic struggles of the proletariat, nor is it the passive servant of the workers. It is the union of the labor movement with revolutionary socialist theory which must be brought into the working class by the party, for the proletariat, by itself, can only attain a trade union and not a socialist consciousness. In view of the dispersion of the movement in Russia, its primitive and localistic complexion, an all-Russian national party and newspaper had to be created immediately to infuse the labor movement with a socialist, political consciousness and unite it in a revolutionary struggle against Tsarism. The artificers of the party, in contrast with the desultory agitators of the time, would be the professional revolutionists, intellectuals, and educated workers devoting all their time and energy to revolutionary activity and functioning within an extremely centralized party organization. The effective political leadership was to be the editorial board of the central organ, edited by the exiles abroad, and it would have the power to organize or reorganize party branches inside Russia, admit or reject members, and even appoint their local committees and other directing organs. "I differ with the Mensheviks in this respect," wrote Lenin in 1904. "The basic idea of Comrade Martov is precisely a false democratism, the idea of the construction of the party from the bottom to the top. My idea, on the contrary, is bureaucratic in the sense that the party should be constructed from above down to the bottom, from the Congress to the individual party organizations. It should be borne in mind that, despite subsequent reconsideration, all the leaders of the Iskra tendency in the Russian movement warmly supported Lenin against the economists. Twice in succession," wrote A.N. Patrusov, later Lenin's furious enemy, "have I read through the booklet from beginning to end and can only congratulate its author. The general impression is an excellent one, in spite of the obvious haste, noted by the author himself, in which the work was written." At the famous London Congress in 1903, Plekhanov spoke up in Lenin's defense. Lenin did not write a treatise on the philosophy of history, but a polemical article against the economists, who said, "We must wait until we see where the working class itself will come, without the help of the revolutionary bacillus. And again, if I eliminate the bacillus, then there remains only an unconscious mass, into which consciousness must be brought from without. If I had wanted to be right against Lenin, and if you had read through his whole book attentively, then you would have seen that this is just what he said. It was only after the deepening of the split between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, Plekhanov included, that the latter launched their sharp attacks on Lenin's polemical exaggeration, that is what it was, of the dominant role of the intellectuals as professional revolutionists, organizers and leaders of the party, and of the relationship between spontaneity and the element of socialist consciousness which can only be introduced into the labor movement from without. Lenin's defense of the ideas he expressed in 1902 and 1904 on these questions and on centralism is highly significant for an understanding of the concrete conditions under which they were advanced and the concrete aims they pursued. 651. In The Fruits of Demagogy, an article written in March 1905 by the Bolshevik Vygorovsky, read and praised by Lenin, the author quotes Plekhanov's above-cited praise of Lenin's What to Do? And adds, "These words define perfectly correctly the sense and significance of the Lenin brochure, and if Plekhanov now says that he was not in agreement, from the very beginning, with its theoretical principles, it only proves how correctly he was able to judge the real significance of the brochure at a time when there was no necessity of inventing differences of opinion in principle with Lenin. In actuality, What to Do was a polemical brochure, which was entirely dedicated to the criticism of the Kvostist wing in the then social democracy, to a characterization and a refutation of the specific errors of this wing. It would be ridiculous if Lenin, in a brochure which dealt with the burning questions of our movement, were to demonstrate that the evolution of ideas, especially of scientific socialism, has proceeded and proceeds in close historical connection with the evolution of the productive forces, in close connection with the growth of the labor movement in general. For him it was important to establish the fact that nowhere has the working class yet worked itself up independently to a socialist ideology, that this ideology, the doctrine of scientific socialism, was always brought in by the social democracy. In 1903, at the Second Congress itself, Lenin had pointed out that the economists bent the staff towards the one side. In order to straighten it out again, it had to be bent towards the other side, and that is what I did, and almost 2 years later, in the draft of a resolution written for the Third Congress, he emphasized the non-universality of his organizational views by writing that under free political conditions our party can and will be built up entirely upon the principle of electability. Under absolutism, this is unrealizable for all the thousands of workers who belong to the party. Again, in the period of the 1905 revolution, he showed how changes in conditions determined a change in his views. At the Third Congress I expressed the wish that in the party committees there should be 2 intellectuals for every 8 workers. How obsolete is this wish? Now it would be desirable that in the new party organizations, for every intellectual belonging to the social democracy there should be a few hundred social democratic workers. 652. Perhaps the best summary of the significance of the views he set forth at the beginning of the century is given by Lenin himself in the foreword to the collection, 12 Years, which he wrote in September 1907. The basic mistake of those who polemize against What to Do today, is that they tear this work completely out of the context of a definite historical milieu, a definite, now already long past period of development of our party. To speak at present about the fact that Iskra, in the years 1901 and 1902, exaggerated the idea of the organization of professional revolutionists, is the same as if somebody had reproached the Japanese, after the Russo-Japanese War, for exaggerating the Russian military power before the war, for exaggerated concern over the struggle against this power. The Japanese had to exert all forces against a possible maximum of Russian forces in order to attain the victory. Unfortunately, many judge from the outside, without seeing that today the idea of the organization of professional revolutionists has already attained a complete victory. This victory, however, would have been impossible if, in its time, this idea had not been pushed into the foreground, if it had not been preached in an exaggerated manner to people who stood like obstacles in the way of its realization. What to do? Polemically corrected economism, and it is false to consider the contents of the brochure outside of its connection with this task. The ideas contained in What to Do, which should still be read by revolutionists everywhere, and it can be read with the greatest profit, cannot, therefore, be understood without bearing in mind the specific conditions and problems of the Russian movement of the time. That is why Lenin, in answer to a proposal to translate his brochure for the non-Russian parties, told Max Levien in 1921, "That is not desirable, the translation must at least be issued with good commentaries, which would have to be written by a Russian comrade very well acquainted with the history of the Communist Party of Russia, in order to avoid false application." Just as Lenin's views must be considered against the background of the situation in Russia, so must Luxemburg's polemic against them be viewed against the background of the situation in Germany. In her famous review in 1904 of Lenin's One Step Forward, Two Steps Backward, an extension of the views of What to Do, Luxemburg's position was decisively colored by the realities of the German movement. Where Lenin stressed ultra-centralism, Luxemburg stressed democracy and organizational flexibility. Where Lenin emphasized the dominant role of the professional revolutionist, Luxemburg countered with emphasis on the mass movement and its elemental upsurge. 653. Why? Because these various forces played clearly different roles in Russia and in Germany. The professional revolutionists whom Luxemburg encountered in Germany were not, as in Russia, the radical instruments for gathering together loose and scattered local organizations, uniting them into one national party imbued with a firm Marxian ideology and freed from the opportunistic conceptions of pure and simple trade unionism. Quite the contrary. In Germany, the professionals were the careerists, the conservative trade union bureaucrats, the lords of the ossifying party machine, the reformist parliamentarians, the whole crew who finally succeeded in disemboweling the movement. An enormous conservative power, they weighed down like a mountain upon the militant-minded rank and file. They were the canal through which the poison of reformism seeped into the masses. They acted as a brake upon the class actions of the workers and not as a spur. In Russia the movement was loose and ineffectual, based on circles, as Lenin said, almost always resting upon the personal friendship of a small number of persons. In Germany, the movement was tightly organized, conservatively disciplined, routinized, and dominated by a semi-reformist, centralist leadership. These concrete circumstances led Luxemburg to the view that only an appeal to the masses, only their elemental militant movement could break through the conservative wall of the party and trade union apparatus. The centralism of Lenin forged a party that proved able to lead the Russian masses to a victorious revolution. The centralism that Luxemburg saw growing in the German social democracy became a conservative force and ended in a series of catastrophes for the proletariat. This is what she feared when she wrote against Lenin in 1904. The role of the social democratic leadership becomes one of an essentially conservative character, in that it leads to working out empirically to its ultimate conclusions the new experience acquired in the struggle and soon to converting it into a bulwark against a further innovation in the grand style. The present tactic of the German social democracy, for example, is generally admired for its remarkable manifoldness, flexibility, and at the same time certainty. Such qualities simply mean, however, that our party has adapted itself wonderfully in its daily struggle to the present parliamentary basis, down to the smallest detail, that it knows how to exploit the whole field of battle offered by parliamentarism and to master it in accordance with given principles. At the same time, this specific formulation of tactics already serves so much to conceal the further horizon that one notes a strong inclination to perpetuate that tactic and to regard the parliamentary tactic as the social democratic tactic for all time. 654. But it is a far cry from the wisdom of these words, uttered in the specific conditions of Luxemburg's struggle in Germany, to the attempts made by syndicalists and ultra-leftists of all kinds to read into her views a universal formula of rejection of the idea of leadership and centralization. The fact of the matter is that the opportunistic enemies of Luxemburg, and her closest collaborator, Leo Jogi Tzisko, especially in the Polish movement in which she actively participated, made virtually the same attacks upon her organizational principles and regime of leadership as were leveled against Lenin. During the war, for example, the Spartakusbund was highly centralized and held tightly in the hands of that peerless organizer, Jogi Ces. The social democracy of Poland and Lithuania, which she led, was, if anything, far more highly centralized and far more merciless towards those in its ranks who deviated from the party's line, than was the Bolshevik party under Lenin. In his History of the Russian Movement, the Menshevik Theodor Dan, who did not spare Lenin for his organizational regime, and sought to exploit Luxemburg's criticism of Lenin for his own ends, nevertheless wrote that the Polish social democracy of the time shared in its essentials the organizational principles of Lenin, against which Rosa Luxemburg had polemicized at the birth of Bolshevism. It also applied these principles in the practice of its own party, in which a rigid, bureaucratic centralism prevailed, and people like Radek, Zalewski, Unschlicht and others, who later played a leading role in the Communist Party, were expelled from the party because of their oppositional stand against the party executive. Bureaucratic centralism was, and is, the term generally applied by Dan and Mensheviks of all stripes to Lenin and Luxemburg and all others who seriously sought to build up a purposeful party of proletarian revolution, in contrast to that democratic looseness prevalent in the Second International, which only served as a cover behind which elements alien to the revolution could make their way to the leadership of the party and, at crucial moments, betray it to the class enemy. The irreconcilable antagonism which the reformists felt towards Lenin and Luxemburg is in sharp and significant contrast to the affinity they now feel towards the Stalinist International, in which full-blooded and genuine bureaucratic centralism has attained its most evil form. It is not difficult to imagine what Rosa Luxemburg would have written about the Stalin regime had she lived in our time, and by the same token it is not difficult to understand the poisonous campaign that the Stalinists have conducted against her for years. The years of struggle that elapsed since the early polemics in the Russian movement, the experiences that enriched the arsenal of the great revolutionists of the time, and above all the Russian Revolution itself, undoubtedly served to draw the political tendency of Rosa Luxemburg closer to that represented with such genius by Lenin. Had she not been cut down so cruelly in the prime 655 of her intellectual power, there is little doubt in my mind that she would have become one of the greatest figures and champions of the Communist International, not of the horribly twisted caricature that it is today, but as it was in the early years. It does not even occur to me, wrote Karl Koski, her bitter foe, in 1921, to deny that in the course of the war Rosa drew steadily closer to the communist world of thought, so that it is quite correct when Radek says that with Rosa Luxemburg there died the greatest and most profound theoretical head of communism. The judgment is a correct one and doubly valid because it comes from a political opponent who knew her views so well. It is worth 1,000 times more than all the superficial harpings on the theme of the irreconcilability of Marxism's greatest teachers in our time. The Negro's revolutionary history is rich, inspiring, and unknown. Negroes revolted against the slave raiders in Africa, they revolted against the slave traders on the Atlantic Passage. They revolted on the plantations. The docile Negro is a myth. Slaves on slave ships jumped overboard, went on vast hunger strikes, attacked the crews. There are records of slaves overcoming the crew and taking the ship into harbor, a feat of tremendous revolutionary daring. In British Guiana during the 18th century the Negro slaves revolted, seized the Dutch colony, and held it for years. They withdrew to the interior, forced the whites to sign a treaty of peace, and have remained free to this day. Every West Indian colony, particularly Jamaica and San Domingo and Cuba, the largest islands, had its settlements of Maroons, bold Negroes who had fled into the wilds and organized themselves to defend their freedom. In Jamaica the British government, after vainly trying to suppress them, accepted their existence by treaties of peace, scrupulously observed by both sides over many years, and then broken by British treachery. In America the Negroes made nearly 150 distinct revolts against slavery. The only place where Negroes did not revolt is in the pages of capitalist historians. All this revolutionary history can come as a surprise only to those who, whatever international they belong to, whether second, third, or fourth, have not yet ejected from their systems the pertinacious lies of Anglo-Saxon capitalism. It is not strange that the Negroes revolted. It would have been strange if they had not. But the Fourth International, whose business is revolution, has not to prove that Negroes were or are as revolutionary as any group of oppressed people. That has its place in agitation. What we as Marxists have to see is the tremendous role played by Negroes in the transformation of Western civilization from feudalism to capitalism. It is only from this vantage ground that we shall be able to appreciate, and prepare for, the still greater role they must of necessity play in the transition from capitalism to socialism. What are the decisive dates in the modem history of Great Britain, France, and America? 1789, the beginning of the French Revolution; 1832, the passing of the Reform Bill in Britain; and 1865, the crushing of the slave power in America by the Northern states. Each of these dates marks a definitive stage in the transition from feudal to capitalist society. The exploitation of millions of Negroes had been a basic factor in the economic development of each of these three nations. It was reasonable, therefore, to expect the Negro question to play no less an important role in the resolution of the problems that faced each society. No one in the pre-revolutionary days, however, even faintly foresaw the magnitude of the contributions the Negroes were to make. Today Marxists have far less excuse for falling into the same mistake. The Negro and the French Revolution. The French Revolution was a bourgeois revolution, and the basis of bourgeois wealth was the slave trade and the slave plantations in the colonies. Let there be no mistake about this. Sad irony of human history, says Jors, the fortunes created at Bordeaux, at Nantes by the slave trade gave to the bourgeoisie that pride which needed liberty and contributed to human emancipation. And Gaston Martin, the historian of the slave trade, sums up thus: though the bourgeoisie traded in other things than slaves, upon the success or failure of the traffic everything else depended. Therefore when the bourgeoisie proclaimed the rights of man in general, with necessary reservations, one of these was that these rights should not extend to the French colonies. In 1789 the French colonial trade was £11 million, 2/3 of the overseas trade of France. British colonial trade at that time was only £5 million. What price French abolition? There was abolitionist society to which Brissac, Robespierre, Mirabeau, Lafayette, Condorcet, and many such famous men belonged even before 1789. But liberals are liberal. Face to face with the revolution, they were ready to compromise. They would leave the 500,000 slaves in their slavery, but at least the mulattoes, men of property, including slaves, and education, should be given equal rights with the white colonials. The white colonial magnates refused concessions, and they were people to be reckoned with, aristocrats by birth or marriage, bourgeois their trade connections with the maritime bourgeoisie. They opposed all change in the colonies that would diminish their social and political domination. The maritime bourgeoisie, concerned about their millions of investments, supported the colonials, and against £11 million of trade per year the radical politicians were helpless. It was the revolution that kicked them from behind and forced them forward. 658. First of all, the revolution in France. The Gironde right wing of the Jacobin Club overthrew the pro-royalist Feuillants and came to power in March, 1792. And secondly, the revolution in the colonies. The mulattoes in San Domingo revolted in 1790, followed a few months later by the slave revolt in August 1791. On April 4, 1792, the Girondins granted political and social rights to the mulattoes. The big bourgeoisie agreed, for the colonial aristocrats, after vainly trying to win mulatto support for independence, decided to hand the colony over to Britain rather than tolerate interference with their system. All these slave owners, French nobility and French bourgeoisie, colonial aristocrats and mulattoes, were agreed that the slave revolt should be suppressed and the slaves remain in their slavery. The slaves, however, refused to listen to threats, and no promises were made to them. Led from beginning to end by men who had themselves been slaves and were unable to read or write, they fought one of the greatest revolutionary battles in history. Before the revolution they had seemed subhuman. Many a slave had to be whipped before he could be got to move from where he sat. The revolution transformed them into heroes. The island of San Domingo was divided into two colonies, one French, the other Spanish. The colonial government of the Spanish Bourbons supported the slaves in their revolt against the French Republic, and many rebel bands took service with the Spaniards. The French colonials invited Pitt to take over the colony, and when war was declared between France and England in 1793, the English invaded the island. The English expedition, welcomed by all the white colonials, captured town after town in the south and west of French San Domingo. The Spaniards, operating with the famous Toussaint Louverture, an ex-slave, at the head of 4,000 black troops, invaded the colony from the east. British and Spaniards were gobbling up as much as they could before the time for sharing came. In these matters, wrote the British minister, Dundas, to the governor of Jamaica, the more we have, the better our pretensions. On June 4, Port-au-Prince, the capital of San Domingo, fell. Meanwhile another British expedition had captured Martinique, Guadeloupe, and the other French islands. Barring a miracle, the colonial trade of France, the richest in the world, was in the hands of her enemies and would be used against the revolution. But here the French masses took a hand. August 10, 1792 was the beginning of the revolution triumphant in France. The Paris masses and their supporters all over France, in 1789 indifferent to the colonial question, were now striking in revolutionary frenzy at every abuse of the old regime, and none of the former tyrants were so hated as the aristocrats of the skin. Revolutionary generosity, resentment at the betrayal of the colonies. 659. To the enemies of the revolution, impotence in the face of the British Navy, these swept the convention off its feet. On February 4, 1794, without a debate, it decreed the abolition of Negro slavery and at last gave its sanction to the Black Revolt. The news trickled through somehow to the French West Indies. Victor Hughes, a mulatto, one of the great personalities produced by the Revolution, managed to break through the British blockade and carried the official notice of the manumission to the mulattoes and blacks of the West Indian Islands. Then occurred the miracle. The blacks and mulattoes dressed themselves in the revolutionary colors and, singing revolutionary songs, they turned on the British and Spaniards, their allies of yesterday. With little more from revolutionary France than its moral support, they drove the British and Spaniards from their conquests and carried the war into enemy territory. The British, after 5 years of trying to reconquer the French colonies, were finally driven out in 1798. Few know the magnitude and the importance of that defeat sustained at the hands of Victor Hughes in the smaller islands and of Toussaint Louverture and Rigaud in San Domingo. Fortescue, the Tory historian of the British Army, estimates the total loss to Britain at 100,000 men. Yet in the whole of the Peninsular War Wellington lost from all causes, killed in battle, sickness, desertions, only 40,000 men. British blood and British treasure were poured out in profusion in the West Indian campaign. This was the reason for Britain's weakness in Europe during the critical years 1793 to 1798. Let Fortescue himself speak. The secret of England's impotence for the first 6 years of the war may be said to lie in the two fatal words Saint Domingo. British historians blame chiefly the fever, as if San Domingo was the only place in the world that European imperialism had met fever. Whatever the neglect or distortions of later historians, the French revolutionaries themselves knew what the Negro question meant to the revolution. The Constituent, the legislature, and the convention were repeatedly thrown into disorder by the colonial debates. This had grave repercussions in the internal struggle as well as in the revolutionary defense of the Republic. Says Jors, undoubtedly, but for the compromises of Barnave and all his party on the colonial question, the general attitude of the Assembly after the flight to Varennes would have been different. Excluding the masses of Paris, no portion of the French Empire played, in proportion to its size, so grandiose a role in the French Revolution as the 500,000 blacks and mulattoes in the remote West Indian Islands. 660. The Black Revolution and World History. The Black Revolution in San Domingo choked at its source one of the most powerful economic streams of the 18th century. With the defeat of the British, the black proletarians defeated the mulatto Third Estate in a bloody civil war. Immediately after, Bonaparte, representative of the most reactionary elements of the new French bourgeoisie, attempted to restore slavery in San Domingo. The blacks defeated an expedition of some 50,000 men, and with the assistance of the mulattoes, carried the revolution to its logical conclusion. They changed the name of San Domingo to Haiti and declared the island independent. This black revolution had a profound effect on the struggle for the cessation of the slave trade. We can trace this close connection best by following the development of abolition in the British Empire. The first great blow at the Tory domination of Britain, and at feudalism in France for that matter, was struck by the Declaration of Independence in 1776. When Jefferson wrote that all men are created equal, he was drawing up the death warrant of feudal society, wherein men were by law divided into unequal classes. Crispus Attucks, the Negro, was the first man killed by the British in the war that followed. It was no isolated or chance phenomenon. The Negroes thought that in this war for freedom, they could win their own. It has been estimated that of the 30,000 men in Washington's army, 4,000 were Negroes. The American bourgeoisie did not want them. They forced themselves in. But San Domingo Negroes fought in the war also. The French monarchy came to the assistance of the American Revolution. And Negroes from the French colonies pushed themselves into the French expeditionary force. Of the 1,900 French troops who recaptured Savannah, who were volunteers from the French colony of San Domingo. 10 years later some of these men, André Rigaud, Lambert, Beauvais and others, some say Christophe also, with their political and military experience will be foremost among the leaders in the San Domingo Revolution. Long before Karl Marx wrote, "Workers of the world, unite," the revolution was international. The loss of the slave-holding American colonies took much cotton out of the ears of the British bourgeoisie. Adam Smith and Arthur Young, heralds of the Industrial Revolution and wage slavery, were already preaching against the waste of chattel slavery. Def up to 1783, the British bourgeois now heard, and looked again at the West Indies. Their own colonies were bankrupt. They were losing the slave trade to French and British rivals. And half the French slaves that they brought were going to San Domingo, the India of the 18th century. Why should they continue to do this? In 3 years, the first abolitionist society was formed and Pitt began to clamor for the abolition. 661. Of slavery, for the sake of humanity, no doubt, says Gaston Martin, but also, be it well understood, to ruin French commerce. With the War of 1793, Pitt, cherishing a prospect of winning San Domingo, piped down on abolition. But the Black Revolution killed the aspirations of both France and Britain. The Treaty of Vienna in 1814 gave to France the right to recapture San Domingo. The Haitians swore that they would rather destroy the island. With the abandonment of the hopes for regaining San Domingo, the British abolished the slave trade in 1807. America followed in 1808. If the East Indian interest in Britain was one of the great financial arsenals of the new bourgeoisie, whence the diatribes of Burke, Whig spokesman, against Hastings and Clive, the West Indian interest, though never so powerful as in France, was a cornerstone of the feudal oligarchy. The loss of America was the beginning of their decline. But for the Black Revolution, San Domingo would have strengthened them enormously. The reformist British bourgeoisie belabored them, the weakest link in the oligarchic chain. A great slave revolt in Jamaica in 1831 helped to convince those who had doubts. In Britain, better emancipation from above than from below anticipated the Tsar by 30 years. One of the first acts of the victorious reformers was to abolish slavery in the British colonies. But for the Black Revolution in San Domingo, abolition and emancipation might have been postponed another 30 years. Abolition did not come to France until the Revolution of 1848. The production of beet sugar, introduced into France by Bonaparte, grew by leaps and bounds, and placed the cane sugar interests, based on slavery in Martinique and Guadeloupe, increasingly on the defensive. One of the first acts of the revolutionary government of 1848 was to abolish slavery. But as in 1794, the decree was merely the registration of an accomplished fact. So menacing was the attitude of the slaves that in more than one colony the local government, in order to head off the servile revolution, proclaimed abolition without waiting for authorization from France. The Negro and the Civil War. 1848, the year following the economic crisis of 1847, was the beginning of a new cycle of revolutions all over the Western world. The European revolutions, Chartism in England, were defeated. In America, the irrepressible conflict between capitalism in the North and the slave system in the South was headed off for the last time by the Compromise of 1850. The political developments following the economic crisis of 1857 made further compromise impossible. 662. It was a decade of revolutionary struggle the world over in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. 1857 was the year of the First War of Indian Independence, commonly miscalled the Indian Mutiny. In 1858 began the Civil War in Mexico, which ended with the victory of Juarez 3 years later. It was the period of the Taiping Revolution in China, the first great attempt to break the power of the Manchu dynasty. North and South in America moved to their predestined clash unwillingly, but the revolutionary Negroes helped to precipitate the issue. For 2 decades before the Civil War began, they were leaving the South in thousands. The revolutionary organization known as the Underground Railway, with daring, efficiency and dispatch, drained away the slave owners' human property. Fugitive slaves were the issue of the day. The Fugitive Slave Law of 1850 was a last desperate attempt by the federal government to stop this illegal abolition. 10 northern states replied with personal liberty laws which nullified the heavy penalties of the 1850 law. Most famous perhaps of all the whites and Negroes who ran the Underground Railway is Harriet Tubman, a Negro who had herself escaped from slavery. She made 19 journeys into the South and helped her brothers and their wives and 300 other slaves to escape. She made her depredations in enemy territory with a price of $40,000 on her head. Josiah Henson, the original of Uncle Tom, helped nearly 200 slaves to escape. Nothing so galled the slave owners as this 20-year drain on their already bankrupt economic system. It is unnecessary to detail here the causes of this, the greatest civil war in history. Every Negro schoolboy knows that the last thing Lincoln had in mind was the emancipation of Negroes. What is important is that, for reasons both internal and external, Lincoln had to draw them into the revolutionary struggle. He said that without emancipation the North might not have won, and he was in all probability right. Thousands of Negroes were fighting on the Southern side, hoping to win their freedom that way. The abolition decree broke down the social cohesion of the South. It was not only what the North gained but, as Lincoln pointed out, what the South lost. On the northern side 220,000 Negroes fought with such bravery that it was impossible to do with white troops what could be done with them. They fought not only with revolutionary bravery but with coolness and exemplary discipline. The best of them were filled with revolutionary pride. They were fighting for equality. One company stacked arms before the tent of its commanding officer as a protest against discrimination. Lincoln was also driven to abolition by the pressure of the British working class. Palmerston wanted to intervene on the side of the South but was opposed in the cabinet by Gladstone. Led by Marx, the British working class so vigorously opposed the war, that it was impossible to hold a pro-war meeting. 663. Anywhere in England. The British Tories derided the claim that the war was for the abolition of slavery, hadn't Lincoln said so many times? The British workers, however, insisted on seeing the war as a war for abolition, and Lincoln, for whom British non-intervention was a life and death matter, decreed abolition with a suddenness which shows his fundamental unwillingness to take such a revolutionary step. Abolition was declared in 1863. 2 years before, the movement of the Russian peasants, so joyfully hailed by Marx, frightened the Tsar into the semi-emancipation of the serfs. The North won its victory in 1865. 2 years later the British workers won the Second Reform Bill, which gave the franchise to the workers in the towns. The revolutionary cycle was concluded with the defeat of the Paris Commune in 1871. A victory there and the history of Reconstruction would have been far different. The Negro and World Revolution. Between 1871 and 1905 the proletarian revolution was dormant. In Africa the Negroes fought vainly to maintain their independence against the imperialist invasions. But the Russian Revolution of 1905 was the forerunner of a new era that began with the October Revolution in 1917. While 500,000 Negroes fought with the French Revolution in 1789, today the socialist revolution in Europe has as its potential allies over 120 million Negroes in Africa. Where Lincoln had to seek an alliance with an isolated slave population, today millions of Negroes in America have penetrated deep into industry, have fought side by side with white workers on picket lines, have helped to barricade factories for sit-down strikes, have played their part in the struggles and clashes of trade unions and political parties. It is only through the spectacles of historical perspective that we can fully appreciate the enormous revolutionary potentialities of the Negro masses today. 500,000 slaves, hearing the words liberty, equality, and fraternity shouted by millions of Frenchmen many thousands of miles away, awoke from their apathy. They occupied the attention of Britain for 6 years and, once again to quote Fortescue, practically destroyed the British Army. What of the Negroes in Africa today? This is a bare outline of the record. French West Africa, 1926 to 1929, 10,000 men fled into the forest swamps to escape French slavery. French Equatorial Africa, 1924, uprising. 1924 to 1925, uprising, 1,000 Negroes killed. 1928, June to November, rising in Upper Sangha and Lai. 1929, a rising lasting 4 months, the Africans organized an army of 10,000. 664. British West Africa, 1929, a revolt of women in Nigeria, 30,000 in number, 83 killed, 87 wounded. 1937, general strike of the Gold Coast. Farmers, joined by dockers and truck drivers. Belgian Congo, 1929, revolt in Rwanda-Urundi, thousands killed. 1930 to 1931, revolt of the Bapende, 800 massacred in one place. Kwango. South Africa, 1929, strikes and riots in Durban, the Negro quarter was entirely surrounded by troops and bombarded by planes. Since 1935 there have been general strikes, with shooting of Negroes, in Rhodesia, in Madagascar, in Zanzibar. In the West Indies there have been general strikes and mass actions such as those islands have not seen since the emancipation from slavery 100 years ago. Scores have been killed and wounded. The above is only a random selection. The Negroes in Africa are caged and beat against the bars continually. It is the European proletariat that holds the key. Let the workers of Britain, France, and Germany say, "Arise, ye children of starvation," as loudly as the French revolutionaries said liberty, equality, and fraternity, and what force on earth can hold these Negroes back? All who know anything about Africa know this. Mr. Norman Lees, a government medical officer in Kenya for 20 years, a member of the British Labour Party, and about as revolutionary as the late Ramsay MacDonald, wrote a study of Kenya in 1924. 7 years later he wrote again. This time he entitled his book A Last Chance in Kenya. The alternative, he said, is revolution. In Caliban in Africa, Leonard Barnes, another milk and water socialist, writes as follows: so he, the South African white, and the native he holds captive go spinning down the stream fatally, madly spinning together along the rapids above the great cataract, both yoked to one omnipotent hour. That is the revolution, wrapped in silver paper. The revolution haunts this conservative Englishman. He writes again of the Bantu: they crouch in their comber, nursing a sullen anger and desperately groping for a plan. They will not be many years making up their minds. Time and fate, even more prevailing than the portcullis of the Afrikaner, are driving them on from the rear. Something must give, it will not be fate or time. Some comprehensive social and economic reconstruction must take place. But how? By reason or by violence? He poses as alternatives what are in reality one. The change will take place by violence and by reason combined. 665. We have a false idea of the Negro. Let us return again to the San Domingo Revolution with its paltry 500,000 slaves. Writing in 1789, the very year of the Revolution, a colonist said of them that they were unjust, cruel, barbarous, half-human, treacherous, deceitful, thieves, drunkards, proud, lazy, unclean, shameless, jealous to fury and cowards. 3 years later Roumet, the French commissioner, noted that even though fighting with the royalist Spaniards, the black revolutionaries, organizing themselves into armed sections and popular bodies, rigidly observed all the forms of republican organization. They adopted slogans and rallying cries. They appointed chiefs of sections and divisions who, by means of these slogans, could call them out and send them back home again from one end of the province to the others. They threw up from out of their depths a soldier and a statesman of the first rank, Toussaint Louverture, and secondary leaders fully able to hold their own with the French in war, diplomacy, and administration. In 10 years they organized an army that fought Bonaparte's army on level terms. But what men these blacks are! How they fight and how they die, wrote a French officer looking back at the last campaign after 40 years. From his dying bed, Leclerc, Bonaparte's brother-in-law and commander-in-chief of the French expedition, wrote home, "We have a false idea of the Negro. And again, we have in Europe a false idea of the country in which we fight and the men whom we fight against. We need to know and reflect on these things today. Menaced during its whole existence by imperialism, European and American, the Haitians have never been able to overcome the bitter heritage of their past. Yet that revolution of 500,000 not only helped to protect the French Revolution but initiated great revolutions in its own right. When the Latin American revolutionaries saw that 500,000 slaves could fight and win, they recognized the reality of their own desire for independence. Bolivar, broken and ill, went to Haiti. The Haitians nursed him back to health, gave him money and arms with which he sailed to the mainland. He was defeated, went back to Haiti, was once more welcomed and assisted. And it was from Haiti that he sailed to start on the final campaign, which ended in the independence of the 5 states. Today 150 million Negroes, knit into world economy infinitely more tightly than their ancestors of 100 years ago, will far surpass the work of that San Domingo 500,000 in the work of social transformation. The continuous risings in Africa, the refusal of the Ethiopian warriors to submit to Mussolini, the American Negroes who volunteered to fight in Spain in the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, as Rigaud and Beauvais had volunteered to fight in America. 666. Tempering their swords against the enemy abroad for use against the enemy at home, these lightnings announce the thunder. The racial prejudice that now stands in the way will bow before the tremendous impact of the proletarian revolution. In Flint during the sit-down strike of 2 years ago 700 Southern whites, soaked from infancy in racial prejudice, found themselves besieged in the General Motors building with one Negro among them. When the time came for the first meal, the Negro, knowing who and what his companions were, held himself in the background. Immediately it was proposed that there should be no racial discrimination among the strikers. 700 hands went up together. In the face of the class enemy, the men recognized that race prejudice was a subordinate thing which could not be allowed to disrupt their struggle. The Negro was invited to take his seat first, and after the victory was won, in the triumphant march out of the factory, he was given the first place. That is the prognosis of the future. In Africa, in America, in the West Indies, on a national and international scale, the millions of Negroes will raise their heads, rise up from their knees, and write some of the most massive and brilliant chapters in the history of revolutionary socialism. The defendants in the Minnesota case have been indicted on the ground that the Socialist Workers' Party seeks to persuade workers and farmers that the government of the United States is imperialistic, capitalistic, and organized and constituted for the purpose of subjecting workers and laborers to various and sundry deprivations and for the purpose of denying to them an alleged right to own, control and manage all property and industry in the United States, and that it is desirable and necessary that the workers and farmers bring about a revolutionary change in this system. This is one point in the indictment that the Socialist Workers' Party acknowledges as true. We are the party of the socialist revolution in the United States. We maintain that the present capitalist government does not represent the interests of the American masses but acts on behalf of the few rich families who monopolize economic and political power. We propose that the organized workers and farmers of the United States replace this utterly reactionary regime with their own administrative power, which shall govern on behalf of the laboring majority instead of the exploiting minority of the plutocrats. We further insist that the working people of this country have every right to take this revolutionary step and that our party has every legal and democratic right to advocate it. We advocate this openly in our publications and public meetings and not, as the FBI Gestapo falsely alleges, by secret and conspiratorial methods. We have no reason to conceal our aims or camouflage our revolutionary position. We have nothing to hide from the American people, for our party has no interests separate and apart from their interests. Our program can be realized only through the action of the popular masses. They must first be convinced of its correctness and educated in its spirit. This requires that our program persistently and publicly confront the programs of all other parties and display its superiority over its competitors in the political arena. There are conspirators at work today against the welfare of the American people. But they are not the Trotskyists. They are the Roosevelts, the Stimsons, the Knoxes, leaders of the imperialist Plunderbund, who lie to the conscripts, who conclude secret diplomatic and military agreements, and are ready to drag the US into war against the will of 80% of the people. Behind these stooges stand the Mellons, Rockefellers, and Morgans, who dictate their actions and impose their private profiteering policies upon the nation. These are the real conspirators against the people. The indictment charges us with being followers of Lenin and Trotsky and of holding up as an example to the American workers the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. We proudly plead guilty to this charge. The Socialist Workers' Party consciously carries on the great traditions of revolutionary Marxism, exemplified in the teachings and actions of the Bolshevik movement led by Lenin and Trotsky. But we are not only international revolutionists, we are also American revolutionists, and we are equally proud of carrying on the traditions of revolutionary struggle that created the United States and made it in many respects paramount among the nations of the earth. The American revolutionary tradition. It is no exaggeration to say that no other section of humanity has had a more revolutionary career than we Americans. No other people has displayed more revolutionary energy. We Americans won our independence through a revolutionary uprising. We gained and preserved our democratic rights by militant measures. We eliminated chattel slavery from this continent by civil war. If ever any people had reason to trust in the effectiveness of revolutionary methods to attain their ends, it is the American people. The history of the American people is a history of uninterrupted revolution. The original settlements on this continent were offshoots of that great social revolutionary movement of the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries which transformed Europe and was eventually to change the world. This was the struggle of the rising capitalist system against the dying feudal order. The breakup of the old Europe under the impact of the new capitalist forces gave the impetus to the discovery, exploration, and exploitation of the New World and supplied the elements for building up its colonies. Early American history derives its world historical significance from the part it played in this process of continuous world revolution that accompanied the expansion of capitalism. 669. That bourgeois democratic revolution, which started out from Western Europe in the 15th century, marched forward from city to city, from country to country, from continent to continent, until by the end of the 19th century it had conquered and joined together the whole globe from its most civilized centers to its most remote and barbarous regions. This social revolutionary movement was fundamentally responsible for the existence of American civilization as we know it today. Without that international revolution, the Indians might still be enjoying peaceful possession of North America, the Roosevelt family might never have left Holland nor Tobin's forebears Ireland. In the further course of their historical development, the American people passed through two tremendous national revolutions, one at the end of the 18th and the other in the middle of the 19th century. These revolutions marked great steps forward in the lives of the American people. The first American Revolution won independence for the oppressed colonists, eliminated many vestiges of feudalism, united 13 colonies into one nation, and set up a democratic republic. It gave the United States of America the most advanced form of government, which became a model and inspiration for progressive forces throughout the world in the following century. But that did not end the need for revolutionary action. In order to maintain the social gains and extend the political conquests acquired through the First Revolution, it became necessary to initiate another in 1861. This Second American Revolution preserved the unity of the United States against the attempts of the secessionist slaveholders to split it in two. It defended the plea of equality at the base of American democracy against the degenerate counter-revolutionary clique which made slavery the cornerstone of the Confederacy. It emancipated the slaves and destroyed the economic and political power of the slaveholders who had misruled the country for 60 years. The victory of the North helped safeguard not only this country's independence but the independence of the rest of the American peoples from the vultures of European imperialism. The victorious revolution of the Union over the Confederacy paved the way for the prodigious achievements of that golden age of national progress and world prosperity which followed the Civil War. It encouraged the virile young European labor movement and the democratic forces in Latin America. Such have been the accomplishments of the American people in their revolutionary vigor. Whatever else they may be taken to signify, these mighty events testify that revolution is no less native to our soil than to Europe. They confirm the fact which lies at the basis of Marxist theory, that fundamental social problems involving antagonistic class interests cannot be settled fully and finally by 670. Mutual accommodation but must find their solution in life and death battles between opposing social forces. The written heritage of American Revolution. In line with their bold and heroic struggles, the most cherished traditions of the American people are permeated with the spirit of revolutionary democracy. Take the text of that extremely subversive document, the Declaration of Independence, written by Thomas Jefferson, to whom Roosevelt's so-called Democratic Party pays homage yearly. In its second paragraph there is this categorical justification for the right to revolution. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Further, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. To our militant forefathers, revolution was not simply a right but, under certain circumstances, even a duty. The history of the Republican Party is likewise tainted with revolutionary doctrine. In a speech before the first Republican State Convention in Illinois in 1856, Abraham Lincoln, the idol of the Republican Party, declared, "The government, with its institutions, belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it, or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it." We Trotskyists take our stand beside Jefferson and Lincoln in defense of the right of revolution. This is the most precious and inalienable of democratic rights, the foundation and safeguard of all others. If the patriot leaders of 1776 had not acted upon this right against the cries of the conservatives and the crown, the American people might today still belong to the British Empire. If the radical Republicans had relinquished their revolutionary rights during the Civil War, the slaveholders might not have been crushed. 671. In prosecuting us as revolutionists, Roosevelt ranges himself alongside of King George, the slaveholders, and all the other tyrants in American history. The Smith Act, which Congress passed in 1940 under White House pressure and under which the Socialist Workers' Party members have been indicted, makes it a state crime to republish these words from the Declaration of Independence or these speeches of Lincoln. Will Roosevelt's Department of Justice arraign Jefferson and Lincoln together with us for asserting the right to revolution? Ruling class always acts this way. Throughout history, the ruling class has sought to set limits upon the action of the masses in defense of their legitimate rights and well-being. Thus today workers are told, "You can beg the bosses for higher wages but you cannot strike to get them." Or, "You can strike in peacetime but not during war." Or, "You can strike against a private employer but not against the federal government." Or, "You can strike in non-essential plants but not in war industries." The one purpose of all these admonitions is to restrain workers from exerting their full strength to improve their status. Reactionaries have always been even more concerned with setting limits upon the political activities of the working class. "We will permit you to vote for one of two capitalist parties, but you cannot have your own class labor party. You can ask us for reforms but you cannot remove us from power. We demand the privilege of dictating governmental policy, and if you attempt to take this supreme power away from us, we shall not abide by your majority decision." Such are the haughty ultimatums ruling class politicians always have issued to the people. Fortunately, the progressive sections of the American people have never been intimidated by such dictatorial threats, nor have they heeded the prohibitions of would-be master classes for long. Whenever the entrenched powers of reaction have placed signs across the road to revolution, marked, "No thoroughfare," the masses have knocked aside both the obstructions and the obstructors, and they have not done so in a polite and peaceful manner. This is the main lesson to be drawn from American history, and it is one that the present capitalist rulers of the country wish above all to keep the people from learning. Just a few months before Roosevelt tried to remove the proletarian revolutionists of the Socialist Workers' Party from the ranks of labor by means of trumped-up accusations, he endeavored to efface these revolutionary lessons from the course of American history. In a speech on January 6 of 672 this year, Roosevelt set forth this falsified version of the permanent revolution in American history. "Since the beginning of our American history, we have been engaged in change, in a peaceful perpetual revolution, a revolution which goes on steadily, quietly, adjusting itself to changing conditions." This official picture of American history, purged of all its mighty struggles and class conflicts, of all its progressive revolutionary content, no more resembles reality than does a Hollywood scenario. The American people have not moved forward in peaceful, perpetual revolution, as Roosevelt would have us believe, surmounting obstacles in their path as effortlessly as a millionaire's Cadillac climbs hills. Nor have they, steadily, quietly adjusted themselves to changing conditions. The real course of American history. On the contrary, at every stage of their progress, the American people have experienced other than peaceful struggles. The armed forces of half a dozen European powers fought against each other and against the aborigines throughout the colonial period. The English colonists waged war against the Indians, the French, the Spanish, and finally against the mother country itself. As an independent nation, the United States warred against France, the Barbary Coast pirates, Canada, England, Mexico, Spain, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Turkey, China, the Soviet Union, and, as Roosevelt himself can best testify, its military adventures have only begun. Side by side and interwoven with these external conflicts, there have unfolded profound and prolonged struggles between antagonistic sections of American society. Landless colonists against landed proprietors, indentured servants and slaves against their masters, small farmers against wealthy planters and capitalists, patriots against loyalists, plebeian revolutionists against reactionary patricians. In the first part of the 19th century, American history revolved around a contest between the pro-slavery and anti-slavery forces, which culminated in civil war. Between the Civil and First World Wars, the exploited petty bourgeois masses of city and country contended against the trusts and monopolies. In our own day, the strike struggles of organized labor against big business have involved greater numbers than the soldiers engaged in the Civil War. And, as the Memorial Day massacre at Chicago so recently reminded us, these battles exact many victims. Those who condemn all use of force and violence thereby condemn the whole course of American history. For that history is the greatest of all advoc. 673. Eights of force and violence. The present capitalist masters of the United States did not acquire state power by legal or peaceful means. They conquered and defended it arms in hand during the Second American Revolution. To establish their supremacy within the nation, they had to suppress the slaveholders on their right and the workers on their left. They have maintained power since against foreign rivals and against the working masses at home through force and violence. Only force and violence keep the Cubans, Filipinos, and Puerto Ricans under American domination. What we teach the American workers. The federal indictment accuses the Socialist Workers' Party of advocating the overthrow of the government by force and violence. This is a lie. We work to win the majority of the American people to our ideas by education and propaganda, and we would prefer to have socialism established by peaceful means. This would undoubtedly be the most economical and desirable method of effecting the social changes which are needed to assure peace and security. At the same time, we point out to the American people the lessons of their own history. The British Crown would not permit the colonists to obtain their just rights and national independence without the most violent struggle. When the Republican Party was first elected to national power, the slaveholders would not abide by this democratic decision but sought, like Franco's regime, to find salvation in counter-revolution. In both these national crises, the progressive majority was obliged to resort to measures of revolutionary self-defense in order to repel and crush the counter-revolutionary minority. Therefore, we say to the American people, do not yield up your elementary right of self-defense. Strikers have the right to protect themselves against the attacks of employers, thugs and strike breakers. Unions, like Local 544 CIO, have the right to defend themselves by Union defense guards against fascist bands. The American workers and farmers have the right to safeguard themselves both from foreign and from domestic fascists. Indeed, Roosevelt and the war makers invoke this very principle of national self-defense in justifying their impending participation in the imperialist conflict. Violence is permissible in their code when it serves plutocratic interests, but it is forbidden in defense of the rights of the people. Where are the real practitioners of violence to be found? Not amongst the Trotskyists but amongst their prosecutors. The Department of Justice uses the force of the FBI and the courts to persecute revolutionists for their opinions and to deprive them of their constitutional right of free speech. Daniel Tobin. 674. Hurls 300 strong-arm men against the Minneapolis motor transport workers. Franklin double-cross Roosevelt sends 3,000 troops against the North American strikers. And then they accuse the Socialist Workers' Party of advocating force and violence. The capitalist statesmen are extremely inconsistent in their attitude towards the right of revolution. Roosevelt himself approved Churchill's call to the German people to revolt against Hitler. His administration gives shelter and recognition to governments in exile, plotting revolutions in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Belgium, and half a dozen other conquered countries. Recently Roosevelt appealed to the French people over the heads of their present rulers, asking them to repudiate Vichy's policies. To the upholders of the present capitalist regime in the United States, therefore, revolution is not always and everywhere so reprehensible an affair. Some highly useful technical processes are excluded from this country because they endanger the vested interests of great corporations. They are, however, permitted to be used in other countries. So it is with revolution, as far as Roosevelt is concerned. A revolution would be bad for home consumption, it is good only as an article for export. Revolution is still the motor of history. At this point some citizens may object, revolutions were permissible and profitable here in the 18th and 19th centuries, but we Americans have no further need for a revolution. This aversion to revolution is scarcely original. The defenders of the status quo have never at any time admitted the need for revolutionary change desired by the masses. The loyalists of 1776 condemned resistance against King George's men. The patriots answered these defenders of British oppression by reciting the ideas and recalling the deeds of the 17th-century English revolutionists from Locke and Milton to Oliver Cromwell. The conservatives of John Brown's day were willing to have the American people remain slaves of the slave-holding oligarchy. But that did not prevent the revolutionists from fighting for their liberty and saving it for the nation. Whatever repressive governments and short-sighted individuals may say or do, the revolutionary annals of the American people did not end with the 19th century. On the contrary, all signs point to the approach of another and greater revolutionary crisis here in the not-too-distant future. To those who have eyes to see and minds to think, the Third American Revolution is now being born. This 20th-century revolution can only be proletarian in its leadership and socialist in its aims. It will complete the tasks of social reconstruction left 675. Unfinished by the great bourgeois democratic revolutions of the two previous centuries. The Socialist Workers' Party aspires to guide the workers and farmers of the United States through this inevitable revolutionary struggle and to lead them forward to victory and to a better world. If this be treason, make the most of it.